Alison coming in 10th place over the line for the Taranaki Trial.
Welcome and good morning everyone to Namotu Beach here in New Plymouth. You are tuned in to the Taranaki Tri Festival for 2022. As you can see, the sun is shining and we are about to get underway with racing. Up first will be the under 14s, then the under 16s and under 19s New Zealand Schools Championships. My name is Hayden Sherman. I'm joined here in the commentary booth by New Zealand Triathlon's performance manager, Stephen Sheldrake. Stephen, how are you? Welcome along.
Yeah, good morning, Hayden. It's nice to be back here. It's certainly that graphic doesn't really give a true reflection of actually how windy it is here, but it's amazing to be back here. I think this is about I think it started about 2005, the first event here in Taranaki, and we've been coming back every year since, and it's amazing to be back here. And you know, given the last 2 years that we have had to actually be having events, and yeah, it's great to be back here with you again.
Yeah, it certainly is, and like you say, last year we had the rain, but there you can see 0% chance of rain today, which is great news. But the wind is definitely the factor. 25.5 k's an hour. I saw a Met service, it's more gusting up around 60, even 70 k's an hour. So there will be some exposed portions of the course, and it'll be good to talk that through before we hit go for the 9 o'clock start time for this first under 14 race. Now, what do we have on the cards today? We've got the New Zealand School Champ sort of opens things up, and then we move into the age group New Zealand Sprint Champs, and then the big one today, the Oceania Continental Cup. So maybe we start from there and then work our way backwards. Where does this Oceania Continental Cup fit into the calendar for these local athletes, and what are we sort of looking at? What are we expecting?
Yeah, it's exciting. We've had a number of developing athletes, international. We only had a few athletes that were able to go overseas last year and do some international racing, and you know, we've had the last 2 years with sort of a number of sort of under 17, under 18, under 19s that wanted to get overseas, but they couldn't due to obvious reasons, and they haven't had that opportunity to get that international exposure. So Triathlon New Zealand and the local organisers throughout the country sort of got together, and we pushed pretty hard the World Triathlon Organisation to allow us to have some Continental Cup races.
Awesome.
So, yeah, within World Triathlon, there's sort of 3 tiers of events. There's the World Triathlon Series ones that you'd see on TV. Then there's another tier below, which is the World Cup, which is predominantly what we have here in the past, but because international athletes haven't been able to get into the country too recently without having the MIQ, we haven't had that ability to have World Cups. And the third tier is this Continental Cup level.
Cool.
So what happens is it allows athletes to race and get international points. So today, whilst they're racing to win and get selected to different squads and teams that we'll talk about throughout the day, it also gives them an opportunity to get world ranking points that allows them to get into races in the future. So it is important. It's the start of a lot of these athletes' international career. They'll get enough points to allow them to get onto start lists in Asia and America, and then onto Europe eventually and things like that.
And of course, in the Continental Cup this afternoon, which will be kicking off just after 1:40 this afternoon, so plug that into your phone, set the calendar reminders. We will have 4 Olympians lining up, 4 current Olympians, with Nicole van der Kay, obviously coming back from a great year last year. We've got Taylor Reid, who also had a great year, and of course Hayden Wilde, bronze medalist. So first time in a long time that we've had a New Zealand Olympic medalist competing. And then of course we've got one of our all-time great triathletes lining up, Andrea Hewitt, now Andrea Hansen, and that will be certainly amazing. You know, generations fighting against each other, with Andrea Hewitt coming back from pregnancy and now a new mother, and also racing pretty well.
Yeah, no, exactly. We've actually got 5 Olympians, so we get the 4 that raced, the 3 that you mentioned, along with Ainsley Thorpe.
Yeah.
And then obviously Andrea, who raced in Beijing, London, and then Rio, and then, like you said, had a baby, come back, still got that hunger and desire to make the Birmingham team. Haven't spoken to her about Paris, but you know, she's
who knows?
I saw her last night and she looks exactly the same, looks as fit as ever. She's done a couple of local races down in the South Island recently and cleaned up down there, so you know, she's not here to make up numbers.
Yeah.
She's here to be competitive, and you know, these conditions, her bike strength and run strength, and her experiences, she's a contender. And a lot of the girls have been, it's the unknown, you know what I mean? So
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Andrea, I looked on her Wikipedia page to see what she's been up to, and she turns 40 next weekend. Oh. And as someone who's just tipped over the 40 mark myself, it's incredible that she's still going that strong. Now you can see these athletes keeping warm because although the sun is shining and the water temperature is sitting just above 20 degrees, it's that wind chill that's really the factor, and you can kind of see the way the sand's blowing around. It will be windy, but surface conditions on the actual Namotu beach here are pretty good, maybe getting choppy the further you head out into the water. What can we expect from the swim?
Yeah, it's quite deceiving actually. Up where we are, we're just up behind those trees that you can see on that screen at the moment, in a nice porticon, which is quite dry and warm here. Nice to be out here.
We've got the best seat in the house.
It is,
right?
but it's very, very windy up here comparative, just being a little bit lower down on the beach. But yeah, as you said, we've got the breakwater that's going to keep it fairly protected. Those overhead shots before make it look fairly calm, but I can guarantee you that it's going to be a lot choppier once you get out there as they've jumped into the water there. You know, as you said, throughout the day we start working through the age groupers. We got the under 14s have just started now. This is the under 14 males, and then in 2 minutes time we're going to have the under 14 females start their race. And throughout the day, on the hour basically, it will be the different age groups. So under 14s now, 10 o'clock with the under 16 males and females in teams, and then we move through to the under 19s and onto the elites later this afternoon.
So there they go. The first race that we'll be covering this morning is the under 14s, which is very much Stephen Sheldrake, a development, you know, a chance for these athletes first year at high school to get out there and mix it with some others from around the country. A lot of these athletes may be swimmers dabbling in triathlon, maybe runners dabbling in the other three sports, maybe purebred triathletes who have really chosen to pursue the sport, but a really cool opportunity for them now to try themselves out on the national stage.
Yeah, no, like you said, it's going to be a real combination. You're going to get those athletes, those younger ones that have done the Kiwi Kids Triathlon, and you know, this is their step up to their first competitive event, and or there's going to be that swimmer that's going to, you know, got convinced by the school to come in and join numbers and come to the sunny Taranaki and do this event. And yeah, so a real combination. You know, I mean, there's probably, I can't tell you who the standout here is. You know, it's going to be interesting to see as they make their way out to the first buoy there. You know what I mean? It's sort of approaching sort of a minute 45, and look, you see the first swimmer just doing the first left-hand turn around the buoy. You know, you'll see throughout the day these groups, this is where they start to spread out as they go around that first buoy. They'll get there at the same time, and there's going to be a few people that are going to have to sit up and let that person go around, and it starts to spread out at this stage as they make their way down the back of the buoy line there.
So 300-metre swim for these boys, and then they'll move on to that 10k bike, and that will be 4 laps of a 10k circuit. Now, they won't be doing the infamous hill, will they, for this age group? So it'll be reasonably flat, but it's a technical course.
Yeah, it's definitely technical, and you add in the elements of the wind out there, it's going to be a tough little course. As we see the ladies on the start line, looks like they've spread it out a little bit longer than the 2 minutes just with the conditions, and you know, got a good sort of 12 to 15 athletes here on the start line as they're wading out. You'll see the ones that have got a bit of open water experience or a bit of a surf life-saving background where they can wade out and sort of porpoise dive and get started their swim. It goes fairly deep, fairly quickly. It goes deep enough quickly here. It's not super deep out to that first buoy, but it's certainly, you have to swim. You're not going to porpoise all the way out there.
And this is really the one flat water spot in Taranaki, inside the port there. You can see the break wall. Now that's stopping those ocean swells from getting into the port. So swell won't be a problem, but certainly that wind and that chop once they get out beyond those buoys. And I imagine once we get to the sprint distances and they're going 750 metres out into the port, they'll really have a fair bit of chop. Probably coming in as you're breathing on that left side potentially. We're chopping in, getting those mouthfuls of water down you. But this is the last buoy for the boys, and they will turn around and face the beach, as you can see they do. Yeah,
looks like we've got a leader out on the left-hand side there, so going a little bit off course, but You're the local, mate. What's the wind going to do today? Is it going to die down? It seems to have died down in the last hour since we've been here, but what's the prevailing sort of conditions normally?
Yeah, so southerly conditions are notoriously variable. So ultimately you've got the mountain, which really mixes up the weather here. I'm a local surfer, so I pay attention to the winds conditions here all the time. And usually what you get is these pockets of very strong wind, and then just down the coast, literally 10 minutes down the coast, it'll be very sheltered. So it either accelerates the wind or provides that shelter. So I think at the moment, with the direction of the wind, we've got a really strong southeaster just funneling through between the Puakai ranges and the mountain, but we may have a period throughout the day where that wind really dies off, and hopefully that's the case. But as you can see there, it's pretty blowy, and which I imagine will play a part on the bike, and just, if anything, just make it more technical.
Definitely, you're going to see the ones that got the bike skills, and I went for a little ride myself the other day, and even coming down not the course that these younger ones are doing, but down the main hill, and it was quite swirly, and controlling that front wheel was quite difficult. So there'll be a few athletes at home. There's some of the elites that'll be sitting at home deciding what wheels to run today, how deep a sort of profile that they'll want to run because of these conditions. But as you said, it could change completely different sort of later on this afternoon when we have the elites racing. But you'll see the leader, he's just got to a depth that allows him to porpoise. He's got about 5 minutes 20 on the timer for him, and it's a very good swim for the 300 metres, and we'll try and get some names to you once we get a few data points throughout the course.
So good to see, braving the conditions without the wetsuit, just going for the tri-suit, and good swim from that young man as he comes in out of the beach well clear of the pack. And then it's all these athletes who have been swimming shoulder to shoulder through this choppy water here at Ngamotu Beach, and they come up the sand, and then we've got this transition area, and from there it's about a 500 metre bike up onto, a 50 metre bike up onto the actual cycle circuit, which is a bit like a criterium circuit where you've got lots of hairpin turns, a lot of corners. We were talking about, it's a port road, so there's bumpy surfaces to deal with. But here we go, first transition of the morning.
Yeah, and it looks like we've got Finn Fremantle. He was the first out of the swim in 5:51, and currently has a 23-second lead on George McGuinness. And we'll try and get some school names to you. But good 23-second lead. Very interesting to see that the ones that did not have the wetsuits coming out of the water first, followed by the athletes with the wetsuits. As you said before, there'll be a number of swimmers in here that don't have a wetsuit and have relied on their sort of swim strength to get them out the front. We've got about 13 boys have gone through so far. So led by Finn Fremantle, followed by George McGuinness, Jide Lowe, Jack Mason, Ollie Barnett, Dane Wooster, Elliot Webber. So they're coming out thick and fast with only 56 seconds spreading the first sort of 14-15 athletes.
Yeah, so nice close racing to start things off. We won't be too far away from the first of our girls coming through. So a reminder, this is the under-14s, and so this is that connection up onto the road circuit. So they'll just run with their bikes up to the mount line, and then they've got about 50 metres to get up onto the actual cycle circuit.
So they're just leaving the transition now, as you said. There was a very good transition by Ollie Barnett, so he moved a lot closer to Finn. I think it was 23 seconds out of the water, but he's only now 4 seconds behind him as he's left T1 and had a very good transition.
To make sure that your race goes completely smooth. Now just confirming our top 3 that came out of the water, out onto the plane.
So it won't be far away from we're starting to see the ladies come out of the water, and as soon as we have splits there, we'll be able to tell you that, just as the camera focuses on the boys leaving the transition. But it looks like we've got the girls coming out now, so we'll start to get a few names. And again, very, very spread out.
And jumping into transition and then off onto the bike. Massive round of applause for everyone that's coming through, guys.
So the sun is shining through those pahudakawas. It's a beautiful little setting down here at Ngamotu with pahudakawas all lining the port beach. And then we've got this great technical road circuit that will challenge these athletes. And there's never a dull moment on the circuit. There's always a corner or a headwind or a little niggly hill going up Bailey Road. So will be an exciting 10 kilometres on the bike, 4 laps. So there is one of those little hills. So they go up this little connection road.
Yeah, it's a tough little one because as soon as they get over the transition, they've got a hill to get onto. So if you've ever done a triathlon before, you'll understand how difficult it is to actually jump onto your bike and try and get your feet in the shoes at the same time.
Yeah.
Going up a hill, it's even harder. So, just looking at this Porticon here, I can see them trying to do it at the moment, and they're all doing it very, very well. So they've been skilled pretty well by those school teachers and those triathlon coaches that they have. You can see how tight it is. This is up at the top of Bailey's road, turning onto the main road up here, but it's a pretty tight little circuit.
So it looks like we've got these 3 boys in the lead here. And so that was our swim leader from St. Paul's, Finn Fremantle.
Yeah, and just to give you an update on the ladies' race, out of transition we had Millie Evans from Fielding High School. She led out alongside Neve Mckenzie of Marlborough High School. Girls High, sorry. And then it was closely followed by Madeline Hobo, Mila Larkaders, Elena Singleton, Dorothy Anderson, Case Shaw Shranks, and they're starting to come out thick and fast at the moment.
All right, so they are on to Breakwater Road. So this is the road that heads out towards the port, and this is that portion of the track where you want to get up to speed. So they will have a friendly little southerly tailwind blowing them out here, and then they'll swing around and get the wind straight in their face. But this is definitely the part of the course where you want to be pressing hard on those pedals, Stephen.
Yeah, definitely. We've got Jide Lowe from St. John's College in Hastings leading. So he was third out of the water. So he's obviously used his strength on the bike straight away, and he's trying to get away from these other 2 boys just behind them. It looks like it's Finn Fremantle's the first out of the water, but yeah, they're doing their 180-degree turn down at the end of the port road at the moment, and then they'll start making their way back to transition.
So it looks like 4 athletes there leading things out with these beautiful shots of New Plymouth. There's Paratutu Rock there in the distance, and what's locally called the smokestack, one of the skyline features.
Yeah.
A redundant chimney sticking up in the air.
Oh, it's your Auckland Sky City, mate.
Yeah. There's been talk about seeing if we can light it up different colours at night and do something fun with it. All right, so these boys have done their 180-degree turn, and now they find their way back towards the transition area. So remember, it's 4 laps, so 2.5 Ks laps on the bike. And this looks like it's our leader in the women's race.
Yep, it looks like. I'm not sure who it is, but as soon as we get a name, it's either Millie Evans or Neve Mckenzie. They were the first 2 out of the water, and they had about a 30-second lead to the rest of the girls. So we'll try and find out who that is. So you were saying it's a 10-kilometre ride?
Yeah, 10K ride, so 4 laps of 2.5K.
Yeah.
And so this is just behind that Cool House warehouse. There is where the beach is. So they swing around, take a left just on that street on the right there, and then they come down Bailey Road, and then that little street running along next to the railway lines will bring them back towards the transition area, and that will be the completion of the first lap of 4. So good technical riding. You can see where the each lap merges with that connection road from the transition area, and then it's back up over the railway lines, up that little pinchy hill up Bailey Road, and then back onto Breakwater Road.
As you said, mate, looks like the wind has actually died down a fair bit.
Yeah, could be perfect timing.
Yeah.
So we're expecting, yesterday it was reasonably warm by the middle of the day, so 20, 21, 22 degrees. So it should start feeling a lot more pleasant, but I imagine these athletes won't be complaining if it's feeling a little bit on the cool side at the moment. They'll be heating up out there on the bike.
Yeah, so a bit of a lead change up the front. We've got Ollie Barnett now. He's leading. He's from Taupo Nui Atia. So he's got a second lead to Jide Lowe, who's the lad from St John's College Hastings. And then 14 seconds back to our swim leader, Finn Fremantle. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of changes throughout this ride. Looks like a big, strong boy, Ollie, so he's going to use that to his strength on the bike. And it looks like our leading lady.
So that's Neve Mckenzie there, number 2005 from Marlborough Girls. Looking nice and strong on the bike, hammering those pedals.
Yeah, so she's going to be coming into a headwind, back into a headwind that way?
Yeah. So, but I think, like you said at the start, it's quite changeable. So chances are it'll be headwind, and then it'll swing around for a tailwind for a little bit, and then it'll gust and come and go. So definitely good, challenging racing conditions.
Yeah.
Just the way we like it here in New Zealand.
Yeah, definitely old school triathlon. Honest swim, honest bike, and honest run.
So she won't be too far away from finishing off this first lap. When you're past this Coles store here, you come up to Bailey Road, and then you'll swing that left down towards the transition area to complete the lap. Now this will be the leading boys out at the end of Breakwater Road. So it looks like we've still got 3 boys together.
Yeah. Looks like the sort of same 3 boys we've had throughout the first part of the ride. We've got Ollie Barnett, Jide Lowe, and Finn Fremantle. And they look like they've pulled away from 4th place, which is Ben Archer, followed by Silas Jones and Jack Mason. You can see how tight it is there, eh? There's not much room for passing, and a very, very technical course. Lucky with a dry day today.
Yeah, what sort of effect is that going to have in terms of your tactics? Out here on Breakwater Road, you've got nice wide road, a lot more room to make some moves. Is this going to be play into how you play those moves? And
yeah, definitely. It's about playing to your strengths, and some of these bigger kids will be using this bike to their advantage.
So we've got Ollie Barnett just tucked in behind Jide Lowe. Now, drafting. Are we all good for drafting today?
Yeah, we are. They're not working too closely together, but you'll be trying to ride behind each other and trying to shelter off each other. Amazing job by our cameramen today. We're trying to stay upright on the bike with all those swirly winds. But just finishing off their first lap of the ride, that's Neve Mckenzie. She's from Marlborough. She's made her way north up here to do this event here, and she's got a 19-second lead at the moment from Mila Lakaris, and she's from Kaipara College, followed by Dorothy Anderson from St Kentigern College, who's 28 seconds back, and then Millie Evans, who's 34 seconds back, who's from Fielding.
So still reasonably close racing at these early stages. So 1 lap down, 3 laps to go for the girls. The boys are currently on their 3rd lap, and you can see them there rounding through, what do we call this little loop around this car park?
Sort of thing, isn't
it?
So so this is up the top of the port where they don't come back down the last hill back into transition. So it just avoids traffic going up and down the hill on the bike. So they're turning at the top, and then on the last lap they'll come all the way down the hill and dismount at T2, transition line 2, and then run into the transition before they start their run.
You can see there we've got the rugby pads marking some of the fences and pylons, just to make sure it's nice and safe. But it's good fun racing, isn't it, this sort of stuff? It's not like you're head down time trialing on the aero bars. This is, you got to stay alert, got to stay awake, got to stay engaged with the cycle.
No, we're lucky to have all these options. And there's been a number of different iterations of the course here in Taranaki over the last sort of 15, 16 years. So, you know, the beauty about coming to a provincial city is that we can close down a stretch of road and allow them to have safe racing without any traffic on it.
Yeah, and it is this event's a significant event here in the Taranaki sports calendar, and the community gets really behind it. Toy Foundation, one of the big local sponsors, and of course Venture Taranaki is right behind it. Media Works Taranaki, Port Taranaki, Todd Energy, House of Beards. So great local sponsorship of this event, and I know a lot of young families bring their kids down to get inspired by the athletes that are on display here, and you know, having a current Olympic medalist coming down this afternoon is a pretty cool appeal, and then to see one of New Zealand's all-time greats, Andrea Hansen, aka Andrea Hewitt, lining up this afternoon. It's very cool to see these athletes in the flesh, and you know, let's be honest, often we don't get to see them that often. They'll be racing in Asia or Europe or the States, and we just see them on TV, so it'll be very cool for a lot of the young kids and Taranaki community to come out and see these high-performing athletes this afternoon. So that's coming up at 1:40 this afternoon. But at the moment, the focus is the under-14 New Zealand schools champs. We're 10K on the bike, and we are on to the, what is it now, the fourth lap for the boys. The second lap for the girls.
Yeah, good, hard, close racing going on there. Looks like both the boys and the girls racing. So, and how cool is it for the under-14s to have a cameraman following you along the line, throughout the race? So, and it's pretty cool for these young ones to sort of experience the stuff that the elite athletes have regularly.
So I think I put you wrong. We are on the third lap for the boys, and this is coming up to the end of the second lap for the girls. So this is Neve Mckenzie, who have been focused on most of the cycle race so far. So here she comes through that little chicane section, and then just up this little pinchy hill up Bailey Road, where it gets pretty tight, and there she will be rounding on to Breakwater Road, which is the port road. Now, the interesting thing about Breakwater Road, because it's a port road, we have a lot of logging trucks, a lot of traffic along there, so it looks smooth, but there's these little potholes or little pressure points where it gets a bit bumpy, so you got to pay attention onto this part of the course. But this is certainly, like you can see here from Neve, the time in the race where you can really put your head down, hammer those pedals, and really make up some good time.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it is very deceiving. Riding that road the other day, it is super bumpy. So the TV's doing quite a good justice, actually. But, like you said, it is a working road, and you know, those heavy port trucks are going to sort of rip them up a fair bit.
You can see there the marshal was just saying, just slow down a little bit. This is the hairy corner. You don't want to find yourself mixing it up with that fencing.
I even had elite athletes asking me last night what sort of tyre pressures to run, just based on the course and how bumpy it is.
Yeah.
And, you know, gone are the days, 15 years ago, it was like go narrow and wide and super hard and put it up to 140 psi. And now everything's wider and less psi and grip on the road and be able to hit those corners a little bit quicker.
And that just means you can maintain a bit more speed and be a bit more technical?
It's a combination. Yeah, it is about that safety. It's a bit more rubber on the road, but it's also a more comfier ride.
Right.
Super hard, you're just bouncing, and the bike's sitting on top of bouncing along the top as opposed to actually sitting on top of the road. So, they're all thinking about it. They're thinking, I've had a couple of messages this morning from my elite athletes asking me which wheels to run, but now, as you predicted, mate, that wind has dropped away massively here at the moment, which is great.
It's looking good, and you can tell by how steady these drone shots are that there's not too much air movement at the moment, so maybe we've just got a little bit of a lull in that wind. Hopefully good signs for the future. But at the moment, with this boys under-14 race, we've got Jide Low, out in front with Ollie Barnett, so there's just 2 seconds separating those two. And then it's 29 seconds back to Finn Fremantle, and he's joined by Ben Archer and Silas Jones. So those 3 nice and close to each other. and then it's another 10 seconds back to Jack Mason and Kieran Moyle. So we'll be trying to keep you up to date with what's happening with those results. Just a little caveat, we've lost Wi-Fi connection, so we may have some patchy results for a little bit, but we can tell you the women's leader in this under 14 race continues to be Mckenzie, who's looking really solid on that bike.
Yeah, definitely. There's a big change. From that first lap when we saw her, there was a real low cadence. She was riding through about 60, 70 cadence, and you can see now she's got used to it. She's riding now with a lot higher. She's probably up around the 90, 100 cadence. And that's going to serve her well for when she jumps off the bike and tries to run at a higher cadence. But she was doing a bit of a grinding on that first lap, but she's looking a lot better now. You see that she's riding the disc brake bike, so if you're new to triathlon, you know, we had the original rim brake bikes, and then about 3 or 4 years ago, bit of the mountain bike scene jumped into the road bike scene, and now riding with disc brakes, which allows athletes to brake a lot later and a lot more, you know, better braking in a course like this. So yeah, she's got a disc brake the bike. You'll see different, you know, throughout these probably younger ones. Most of them would be predominantly on rim brake bikes, but most of our elites now are all on disc brake bikes.
So this is a great shot to give you an idea of what's coming up. So that main street that you can see there was Breakwater Road, and then that hill going up towards Paratutu Rock, that's the hill that the age groupers and the elites will be coming down. So as they do the longer road circuit, they'll have to encounter a much bigger hill with a 50-metre climb over 500 metres. So that adds another factor to this already technical bike.
I tried to ride the other day, mate, and I had COVID a couple of weeks ago, and I feel like about a 100-year-old man trying to ride the other day. I sort of turned around and went home straight away. Certainly hard, though.
So here's Mckenzie coming around this little lollipop loop. The transitions section is just down to her left now. She will round one more time. I believe this will be out onto her third lap, and we are still dealing with lack of Wi-Fi, so this will be third lap, maybe fourth lap.
Start of third lap, probably. Yeah. I'm guessing, so about a 5-6 minute swim, bit of a transition ride. 10k is going to take her probably about 16-17 minutes before she starts that run, but looks like she's got a very healthy lead at the moment.
So now she's onto the flat Breakwater Road, and she will head out there. See some of our other athletes doing a good job taking on this wind, and you know, just perfect timing really. I can look outside the window here at the transition area and can tell you the leaves are barely moving on the trees, and here is the first of our athletes dismounting in the boys race, hitting that dismounting line, making sure they're off their bike, on their feet, running down to the transition area, which is just behind the Hutakawas there. And here they come.
Just on the Westpac card, I'm going to leave it at menu control as you can come and confirm exactly what's on it and whatnot.
So we have lost our Wi-Fi connection giving us all the results, so we'll keep you up to date with those as soon as they come through. Great scenes here at Namotu Beach. We've got the playground, we've got the food trucks, we've got the coffee trucks, very important this hour in the morning. And the sun is shining and the wind has died off as these athletes come on through into the transition area. They will move into a 3K run, and that's 3 laps of 1K.
One more discipline separating them from a gold medal, silver medal, and a bronze medal.
So for a lot of these athletes, this will be their first time ever competing at a national champs. So big chance to compete amongst the other top guys in the country and really test themselves over what is a good, challenging triathlon course. This run is pretty flat, but they will have one little rise as they turn up Bailey Road and do a little hairpin turn.
the athlete from St. John's College, Hastings, is going to have...
And I think we have Wi-Fi back
Yeah.
up and running. Great news.
So it looks like we've got Jide Lowe. He's coming to transition 2, and he's got a 9-second lead on Ollie Barnett of Taupo Nuiatea. So we've got about 27 minutes on the clock. As we've got Silas Jones out of Cashmere High School, Christchurch, 20 seconds back, and Ben Archer, 39 seconds. So we've got about a 30, 40 second spread over the first 4. And some great shots of the boys coming in hot and fast off the hill and getting their feet out of the shoes nice and quickly. And with triathlon, we have these lines where you must have 1 foot on the ground before they go over, and they've got those 2 officials there with the flags and the yellow coats, making sure that people don't ride over the line without a foot on the ground. And it's quite a hard technical one because it's on a downhill, so having to control their speed and not lose a few toes. As we see there, that's Neve again on the front, and she's nice and low, good high cadence, and she, I would suggest, is on her final lap.
Is she going to flip those shoes out shortly?
Yeah, so instead of
Good
going
speed
right
coming
there,
through here.
yeah, instead of going right to start on another lap, she's coming down the hill now into transition, and she'll be starting to think about now getting left foot out, right foot out, having feet on top of the shoes. So you see here, undoing the straps, being well skilled here. Now she'll reach over and get that left one, put the other foot on top of that, and she'll be starting to think about slowing down and putting 1 foot on the ground before that line.
Oh, great technique there. So obviously triathlon, it's called triathlon, which would suggest there's 3 sports, but there really is the 4th sport, which is your transitions. And I remember the first time I did a transition going from the swim to the cycle, it was unbelievable going from horizontal to vertical was the first challenge. And then the logistics, you know, you've got shoes bouncing all over the show. You've got to remember to take your helmet off, find your sunnies, get your shoes on. There's a lot going on, and the more you've practiced this, the more it becomes just second nature, and you can just do it from muscle memory and focus on the job of running and swimming and cycling as fast as you can.
Yeah, definitely. So we've got the 2nd and 3rd girls coming in here. It's most likely to be Dorothy Anderson out of St. Cadogan College up in Auckland, and then Mela Larkers, she's from Cyprus. So looks like a 25-second lead to Neve, who looked like she'd taken quite a few of the boys' scalps. She started 2 minutes behind them and was flying through transition before she starts that final run.
Now, heads up from last year, and I'm sure we'll see some of these athletes in the under-16s. We had Ollie Aitken take out the boys' race from Christ College. Alec Ball was in 2nd, and Xavier Christie from Trident was in 3rd. For the girls, we had Hayley Cornwall from Palmerston North Girls High School. In 2nd, we had Poppy Ray McGregor from Paraparaumu. Sophie Webber was in 3rd last year from Woodford House. So we will no doubt see some of those athletes in the under-16s. And at the moment, it is this Jide Lowe, or is it Ollie Barnett who's moved it? Or we've got a bit of a bunch there. So this is Silas Jones, as you can see, from Cashmere.
Yeah, looks like good hard racing, a multi-lap run here as well. And yeah, they'll have a bit of a headwind on the way out and a bit of a tailwind on the way back. As we're walking down to the race today, we're saying how some of these boys are going to have to start their sprints quite a long way out because it's such a howling tailwind.
So Silas Jones has done a good job actually to pull himself back up into contention. He's running very well, and he is just 4 seconds behind Ollie Barnett and Jide Lowe, who are running together. So things getting nice and juicy for those medals for the top 3 for the under-14s.
Yeah, good close racing. You see some great shots here along the beach, them running together. So how far is this run for this age group?
Yeah, so 3K, so 3 laps of 1K. So they're not doing the full lap, which is about a mile, that the seniors will be doing.
Yeah, you'll see the seniors later using Bailey's Hill, where they've got to run up to about the railway line and turn around and come back down. So we see the 3rd runner coming into shot. That's Silas Jones. You said he's had a very good opening kilometre. He'll be coming. They get to turn around, I'm guessing, they're halfway through the run. But he's moving a lot quicker than Ollie and Jide at the moment.
So Silas timing his run very well. They've probably, from this point, they've probably got a mile to go. So they've done their first lap. And this is, they're probably, 200-300 metres into it at this stage. And Neve Mckenzie's onto the run. She is making her way back towards the transition area, which would suggest she's about 600 or 700 metres through her first lap.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether, running's her forte. She's got Dorothy and Mila. They were about 24 and 34 seconds respectively behind her off the bike. So, yeah, we'll give you some splits as they come through that first lap. But, no, in fact, they are running up the hill as well. So it's the same run for everybody throughout most of the day. Not quite as long, the laps. But they're still having to go up that little pinch of Bailey's Hill. And just a little element of strength and a bit of leg speed to come back down that's got to be thrown into the run.
Wonderful scenes here at Namutu. All these athletes well, for a lot of these athletes, this will be their first time competing on the national stage. Really great experience for them. Great chance to experience competition from all over the country. And look, it's perfect. Late summer triathlon conditions at the moment. After this morning when we thought our marquees were going to blow away, the winds really died down. The sun's shining. And where would you want to be other than down here at Namutu Beach in Taranaki, competing in the New Zealand School Sprint Champs.
Yeah, and when the government changed this week, we have crowds now.
Absolutely.
So it's been really, really hard for Chanel and her organisers of basically trying not to have anyone come down here, trying to keep to groups of 100. And, you know, we had the rule change on Friday night. And so if you're in the Taranaki region and you're not doing anything today, bring the family down and come and support these amazing young athletes.
So Neve Mckenzie looks like she's still in the lead after completing her first kilometre on the run. She'll have 2Ks left to go in this warming New Plymouth sun. And so the transition and finish start line is just down to the right there. Beautiful shots from the drone. So just behind those trees, top corner, right corner of your screen is the finish line. And great to have the blue carpet back in New Plymouth for another year, and hopefully this time next year we'll have all the international athletes coming along as well. Oh
yeah, it'd be exciting to have them all back here again. And it's been regularly voted as one of the best places by the athletes to go year on year in, to have a sort of annual sort of survey of the athletes of their favourite events and places to go to. And quite often New Plymouth wins that competition because of the local support and the love that they feel when they come down here. So, this is the, you know, for people listening, this is the first of 3 weekends in a row for us and our athletes, or for our elite athletes anyway. But next weekend we're down to Mount Maunganui, where we'll have another Oceania Continental Cup. And then the weekend after that we're in Taupo. So 3 exciting weekends, bit of a travelling show for a lot of the organisers and the athletes. A number of our elite athletes, particularly the South Island athletes, will be leaving here this afternoon, and they're going into a 2-week camp in Taupo where they'll base themselves, and then they will be obviously competing in the mountain in Taupo the weekend after.
And it's good planning as well for you guys watching at home. You can just book a Sunday morning, Sunday early afternoon on the couch and just lock in 3 weeks of great triathlon action. We'll have the best in the country going head to head. And we'll talk more as well about what these events mean in terms of qualification, because we've got the big Com Games this year, the road to Birmingham coming up, and that is going to be a key focus as we have Silas continuing his charge towards the finish line. He's having the run of his life here. I'm not sure where he is placed after that bike, but he's eaten up that ground within about 1,200 metres, found himself into the lead, and here he is on the front of the pack, the front of the race at the National Champs with about 800 metres to run.
Yeah, he's looking good. He came off the bike third, so he's been a big mover. And he's got a 6-second lead at the moment over Jide Lowe. 18 seconds back is Ollie Barnett of Taupo Nui Atea. Then we've got Kyron Moyle. He's out of Auckland Grammar. Ben Archer, St Kentigern. Finn Fremantle, our swim leader. He's about a minute 30 back. He's sitting in 6th place at the moment, followed by Sean Drones of Trident High School, and then Jack Mason of the local boy of New Plymouth Boys High School. He's sitting about 2 minutes back with a kilometre to run.
So Silas Jones running well along Ocean View Parade at Namotu Beach. He's going to swing a left up onto Bailey Road. That will be his last little turn. He's got a little hill, little climb, and then once he's down off that hill, he'll be back onto the finishing chute, and we'll see the welcome sight of the blue carpet welcoming home. So we will see if he can hang on to this lead and claim what could very well be his first national title.
Yeah, it's very exciting for him. So he's trained out of Cashmere High School. Potentially he's involved with the academy down there. It always produces strong athletes down from the South Island. Probably one of the original triathlon centres of New Zealand, with the likes of John Hellemans and a lot of other originals of the sport, and they breed them tough down there, don't they?
Definitely, and here he comes. He's got a big old gap behind him. Silas Jones, he's just going to sprint down this final 100 metres. You can see them getting the finishing tape ready. So those who are continuing on the run will be going to the left there and carrying on another lap, but not for Silas. He's going to come down, claim the tape, claim the national title in the under-14s New Zealand Schools Sprint Triathlon. Here it is. Puts the arms in the air, and so he should. What a run from this boy. He came off the bike in third place and then pulled his way up into that first position. And in second position, it's going to be a good little battle by Jide Lowe and Ollie Barnett. Who's going to take it out?
Yeah, it looks like Jide's going to take second, but very good racing with Ollie Barnett. And those boys are pretty pumped. They're going to be on the podium. And like you said, most likely their first national title at Triathlon.
Very cool scenes, and like we say, it's a really cool chance for these young athletes to get a feel for competing at a national level.
Yeah, looks like we got on screen now. We've got Neve. Looks like she's still running well now. So again, but like the running, she's still got into a cadence and on that second lap and looking a lot better. And she went through the 2K mark with a 50-second lead over Dorothy Anderson out of St Kittigan, and I dare say she's slightly increased her lead on the run. So she is going to be hard to beat and look like she's going to run away with this national title today. Another South Island athlete likely to take it out. So
yeah, South Island could go take the honours in the under-14s. It's good. It's always a good little battle, the South Islanders versus the North Islanders.
Yeah.
I think us North Islanders like to think that triathlon's a North Island sport. We live in the tropical end of the country, but you know, the likes of Andrea Hewitt, there's a lot of very quality South Island triathletes out there.
Oh,
and
big time.
Like you say, they breed them tough down there. They will be prepared for any sort of weather conditions.
Oh, they'll be going what wind. What wind.
All right, so here's Neve Mckenzie. The start-finish line is right behind her off in the distance, so she's got about 700 metres to run. She will run out for another 200 metres and then swing around, and then it will be a sprint back to that finish line.
Yeah, so just going through in third place is still Mila Larkers out of Kaipara College, and then in fourth place we had Millie Evans out of Fielding High School. So that shot gives you a bit of an idea of actually how windy it is up there. That one doesn't do very good justice to it, but yeah.
And also an example of how it does really come and go. So we had about half an hour where the wind died right off, and now the wind arrives back just as we finish off that run. So that'll be a crosswind for most of these athletes on the run, except for when they're running uphill. There'll be bang on headwind just to make it even worse.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing shots that these drones can give us now, and how stable it is with this wind at the moment.
I talked to the production crew beforehand. It's like, surely you're not going to be able to get the drone up, and they said, yep, we'll be fine. So amazing technology and just brilliant shots here. So I hope you're all enjoying the coverage from where you are at home watching on Sky Sport Next. And there's a little button on your YouTube player, which is the share button, that little arrow. Make sure you hit that and share it with your friends, your whānau, your club mates, your schoolmates. And let's get eyeballs on this today, because we're in for a treat of triathlon all day long, right through to 140 for the elite races. So it will be the school honours first of all this morning with the under-14s running at the moment, and then the under-16s, they'll go at 10 o'clock, and then we're into the under-19s after that, just after 11. And then we have the age group sprint champs around midday, and then it's the big one, the Elite Continental Cup, running from 140. Now here is Neve Mckenzie. She had a wonderful bike. She really opened up that gap, and she's maintained it very well on the run. Here she comes. She will claim the national title in the under-14s New Zealand Secondary Schools Champs. Well-deserved victory for Neve. And not far behind her was Dorothy. Should be, I believe, about 20 seconds back. Dorothy Anderson from St. Kentigern's.
Yeah, she was 50 seconds down with one lap to go, but an amazing race by Neve today. Time of about 41 minutes. It would have probably placed her in about the top 10 of the boys. So yeah, 39.41 was the winning time today for Silas Jones. So Neve to be at 41 minutes, only a couple of minutes back, that would have put her in the top 8 in the boys race. So an amazing race by Neve.
Oh, big finishes here. Always love to see a good sprint finish. Just empty the tank.
Big numbers out of St. Kentigern today. So they're coached by Nathan Richmond, a former Olympian athlete. So he's been running a very good program out of St. Kentigern, and there's large numbers down here, as there is always with that school. A large tradition with triathlon.
So Dorothy Anderson from St. Kentigern's coming through. Puts the hands on the knees, has a bit of a rest, but she will go home with a silver medal. Well-deserved silver medal, and I believe this is Mila Larakas, who is finishing up her run and moving pretty well as well.
Yeah, definitely. Finishing off really, really well. So
looking very, very fresh at this stage in a triathlon. Hits the blue carpet, hits the finish line. Well done. Her day in the office is complete. Very successful run, and I believe that was actually Mila Larakas. So
yeah,
unfortunately we don't have
past there
number 2008 their name in front of us. So apologies for that. But very happy to be finished. Very happy to hit the finish line, and really cool to see the camaraderie between these athletes. They will get to know each other very, very well throughout their high school career, and as they move up into the senior ranks as well, I'm sure they will be beginning lifetime long rivalries, into the senior age groups. And then when it gets really competitive is once you start getting into the age group triathlons in your 40s and 50s, and that's when it really means business.
Yeah, I'm still racing athletes that I raced back in the day at school, so it is a lifetime sport, you know what I mean, and it's really cool to see these young ones sort of getting these opportunities today.
And now we're at the point with triathlon where, looking around, some of the parents of these athletes, they were competing, or they are competing still in Ironman's 70.3s, and even we're into the stage where we've got 3 generations of triathletes now that from athletes who competed way back in the 80s, and then their kids raced, and now their kids are racing. So really cool to have that longevity and that depth in the sport now.
Yeah, exactly. A race for everyone. All the way through from those Kiwi kids races that unfortunately haven't had to happen in the last few years because of COVID, but hopefully next summer we will have them back on the start list again, as well as we've had. So we had Neve come through in first. Our results are showing Dorothy Anderson in second, Mila Larkers in third, Millie Evans, out of Fielding High School. She was about 3 minutes back in fourth, and they're going to start to come in thick and fast now.
Yeah, that was Sophie Garrett coming across the finish line from Otamotai College in Tauranga. And was that Antonia Shepherd? Can't quite see her bib number. Thank you. she is... Oh, no, that was Casey Shaw Strengths from St. Peter's School. So Casey finishing off her day in the triathlon. I think everyone's getting the memo to...
Put the numbers on the front.
Show us the number. It makes our job a lot easier.
It was 2009. It was Antonio Shepherd out of Taupo Nuetia. and potentially Alana Singleton, Palmerston North Girls High School, just finishing as well.
Now, Stephen, for a lot of these athletes, you're obviously Coach Nicole Vanderkay, Taylor Reid, a lot of our top men and women. But at this sort of age, how do you train for the sport when you're 13, 14? Maybe you've come from a swim background, or you're just a generally sporty person, and you've jumped on a bike, jumped in a pool.
Yeah, it's a bit like that. We want these young kids doing lots of sports and not becoming a triathlete too early.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You see it in sports like swimming, where they start at such a young age and they just do that sport, and it's pretty easy to get bored with that. And it's the beauty about triathlon, you have that ability to do 3 different sports.
Yeah.
So that it doesn't get that boredom factor and that overuse factor. And, I dare say a lot of these kids are involved, hopefully in team sports and different stuff as well, and they're starting to dabble a bit more in triathlon, and over the next few years they'll start to specialise and sort of become those triathletes. And, you talk about Taylor and Nicole, who I both coach, and 2 very different backgrounds. Taylor grew up in a swimming, surf life saving. God, he did judo, he did trampolining, he did lots of different things, and then sort of gravitated towards triathlon at about 16, 17 years of age. And a little bit like Nicole, she probably grew up a bit more as a triathlete. Probably running was a bit of her background, but probably specialised a little bit more in triathlon a little bit earlier than, say, Taylor did. But we want athletes being exposed to lots of different sports and then specialising a little bit later on.
You look at someone like Hayden Wilde, who when did he start swimming? It was pretty late. It really broke that rule of you have to be a top level swimmer.
No, he was he started off in that adventure background. That multi-sport type thing, and again exposed to different things, and got inspired watching Rio, and now he, the next Olympic cycle he's winning in a medal for New Zealand, which is is very, very it's not a normal way in, but it's it shows that it can be done. And he's got a massive career ahead of him, and he's one of the best athletes in the world over lots of different distances. He's a personality, and he's been down here with us a medal over the last few days, and inspiring a lot of these kids to potentially go on and win a medal themselves. So
it's very cool. Probably not the recommended course of wait till the Olympic cycle and then go for an Olympics 4 or 5 years later. But certainly, I come from an athletics background primarily, and the trend in the past has been to train very hard from a young age, but I think the more and more research is coming out that we want general athletes that are good at lots of different stuff and just athletic.
That's it, and
from a young age.
Yeah, and it's everyone wants it now. They want to be successful straight away. And, I use Taylor as an example. I've been lucky enough to coach him for 10 years now, and I remember at my first meeting he was he would have been a 15-year-old, and it was like we wrote out a 12-year pathway in regards to bit by bit more load, this is what we look at, blah blah blah, but just trying to explain to young athletes now that if you want to be successful in this sport, it's very hard to be successful, and only a very few actually go on and become a Hayden Wilde or Olympic medalist or whatever it is. But it's just bit by bit. Learn to enjoy it, do lots of things, expose yourself to different sports and different people, and it will take you a while. It's not going to happen overnight, this success.
And so there we've got the leaderboard, we've got top 8 there of the under 14 boys. But the truth is, it's awesome result for those boys finishing in that top 3 and take home a medal. But if you're going home empty-handed, it's not the end of the story of your triathlon career. Like, there's every chance that we could see someone performing well down the field in 8-10 years' time, becoming an Olympian, and it's the beauty of the sport. You mentioned before, it's a lifelong sport, and it doesn't take a year or two to get good at the sport. It takes decades.
That's it, and it's like Eli said, these names not even on that list potentially will be in our Olympic team in 4 Olympic cycles time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but, you know, congratulations to the top 8. They've come out here today in these tough conditions and done well. And, yeah, hopefully on the path to, you know, bigger and better things if that's what they want to do.
And I think one of the great things about getting all these athletes together, particularly in the COVID era, triathlon can be quite a lonely sport, like running, well, cycling can be a lot more. You know, you can ride with friends and be a bit closer, but triathlon can be lonely, and it's good for these athletes to get good close racing. You can see there it's just seconds separating a lot of these athletes from their competitors, and great chance for all that work, training in the pool, steering in a black line, getting out there on the roads, out there on the trails, to come and put that work into practice and race against their peers.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's so cool that we've been able to hold this event today, especially for these younger ones. You know, they've been training all summer, and you know, God, it's daylight saving finishes is next weekend, and I always feel that's the switch from summer. You know, it's sort of like, oh no, winter's coming. But,
dust off the trainer.
Yeah, that's it. It's definitely darker in the mornings and a bit darker in the evenings at the moment. So I'm definitely a summer person. I love those warm days.
I think most triathletes are.
Yeah. I had about 20 years of my life where I didn't have a winter, so sort of get a bit soft.
Yeah. Absolutely. So some of our athletes just finishing off their day on the roads and in the water very successfully, finishing in this new Plymouth sunshine that is trying to warm things up, but this southerly's doing its best job of keeping things feeling a little bit cooler. But we're expecting a high of about 22 degrees, which should make it very pleasant in the middle of the day. So still to come up at 10 o'clock, we will be starting off our under-16s. The boys go first, and then it's a 2-minute wait for the females, and then 2 minutes again for the teams races. And then we go to the under-19s, and that will kick off just after 11 o'clock. And then not too far after midday, we will have the age group New Zealand Sprint Champs, and then the big one, the Oceania Continental Cup, will go off at 1:40. We will have the elite men, the elite women, the likes of Hayden Wilde, Taylor Reid, Nicole van der Kay, and Andrea Hewitt. Andrea Hansen, I've got to get used to that now.
Mate, I'm going to drop it a lot of times today too, so yeah, it's going to be exciting times.
So the past, present, future, well, do we call Andrea the past? I think she might be a bit offended. That very much the present of New Zealand Triathlon will be coming up this afternoon, so set those reminders on your phones. Make sure if you do need to duck away, that you're back on your screens at 1:40 to watch that action. But up next will be the under-16s. You can see there they're going through their race briefing, got their swim caps on, got their wetsuits on. Now, any word on whether the elite race will be wetsuit compulsory, or Well,
the word on the street is that it's very borderline. In the last few days, it's been about 20.3 degrees. So the cutoff is 20. So if it is over 20.0, it is wetsuit optional, which they're all going to choose because it's A, warmer, and B, faster in the water. And so, yeah, I would be suggesting that it is going to be non-wetsuit for the elites. Yeah, unless it's dropped by half a degree or so overnight. But being an afternoon race and a bit of sun on the water, I don't think it will. Do these winds bring in cooler waters, or?
Yeah, it's we get weird currents. Having surfed here all summer long, we get these weird patches of cold water that it seemed to appear from nowhere, and then the next day you go in and it's nice and toasty. So whether that's like snow melt or what have you, but I think the port water stays pretty constant. It's sort of an enclosed body of water, just one opening at the mouth of the port.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would imagine will be. Well, I hope it's a no wetsuit swim, which just adds that different element, because the likes of Taylor Reid, Dylan McCulloch, all these guys who would fancy themselves to maybe get a bit of a break away from Hayden Wilde, which could spice up this race, and it would be really interesting if we can get a little pack of swimmers just making the use of not having that wetsuit assistance to really pull away.
Yeah, it's certainly been a conversation point with some of those boys in regards to how are we going to beat Hayden. You know what I mean? The guy ran 13:43 on Wednesday night, I think it was.
Yeah.
So
he's won the 5,000 metre champs 3 years in a row now. So that's a triathlete rocking up to the athletics national champs.
How does that go down with the athletes that are purely athletics runners?
I think he's very well embraced by the athletics community, and I think there's a few people who are like, oh, can we convince him to stay? And of course he's thrown out the idea that maybe he can double it, the Com Games, do the 5,000 metres, which would be after the triathlon, of course.
Yep.
And that would be, I'd love to see that.
What has he got to do for selection? Is that being...
So there's quite a few hoops you've got to jump through. The biggest hurdle is the fact that the NZOC's just got a limited number of athletes we can take. So in terms of athletics, there's an allotment of 18 slots, and so really it will be a matter of, even if he can hit the standard, it'll be a matter of comparing his standard against the likes of Tom Walsh or Madison Weshy or Julia Ratcliffe, our other top performing athletes. Sure. And so it will be a matter of who's the most likely to medal. And unfortunately, unless the NZOC can look at athletics and say, wow, we've got a good crop this year, let's bump that 18 up a little. Yeah. So let's wait and see. I believe there's about 12 or 13 athletes who are basically shoo-ins for the Com Games already. So those last 6 remaining spots. So he'll really need to just prove himself as a genuine, top 16, top 10 candidate.
For sure.
But I'd love to see it. And look, if he can get those 5K times down, then it really means that he's one of the big contenders off the bike as well.
When does that finish in regards to the qualification period? Is there a time frame? Or?
Very good question. I probably should not take a guess without knowing. I imagine we'll be announcing teams around May.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, with the triathlon team, it's about the 20th, 25th, somewhere around there of April.
Yeah, okay.
So we've been lucky enough to secure 6 spots, 3 men and 3 women.
That's amazing.
Which is cool because we've got a mixed relay event which requires 2 and 2, and to have a third in each gender in case something goes wrong in the individual race, that allows us to fall back on that.
Yeah.
So as we've talked earlier in the day, selection's about to happen. It's sort of our criteria started about a year ago with international racing. It started actually from the Tokyo Olympics, was the start of our qualification period, and it goes through until after these 3 weekends in a row of racing.
Awesome.
So the selectors will get together. We've got the under 16 boys now on the start line about to kick things off in their own race.
Now, talking about those qualification criteria, this afternoon will be a key race, isn't it? So if the winner of this event will get a significant nod towards, nomination.
Yeah, so it's, same with, you talking about athletics before. The NSO, as in Triathlon New Zealand, or Athletics New Zealand, they nominate, and NZOC own the team. They select the team, and they have pretty strict criteria in the fact that they want athletes being top probably 6 to 10 capable in the event, and that's why it's so strict. There's only so many numbers that can go. So today's race in the elite race, if you are the winner of the male or the females, that you will have a pretty good chance of going if you have some international experience. So there's a lot up this afternoon for this race in regards to getting that nod ahead for that games team.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Very cool.
Carrot on the line.
Yes, that'll be coming up at 1:40, but the attention now will be drawn towards this race. The under 16s, here they go, the boys, full of energy, down the sand, into the water. They're getting into those dolphin dives, and out into the waters here in the Tasman Sea at Namotu Beach in Taranaki. This is the New Zealand Secondary Schools Sprint Champs, and this is the under-16s race. So they'll have a 300-metre swim, just one lap, and then the 10k bike and 3k run, and we'll be 2 minutes away, and then the girls will join them in the water, which is actually a lot warmer than it looks. You can see the way the wind's really whipping up that spray, and it will be significantly choppy out there as they round that first buoy. But water temperatures sitting up around 20-21 degrees, so it'll be actually feel warmer in the water than it will in the air with that cooling breeze. So here they go. They're going to round that buoy, swing to the left, and then it'll be one more left turn before they make their way back towards the transition area.
Yeah, a bit of a bigger field here than the under-14s, and the arrowhead's starting to form as they get to that first buoy. And I think we're around about 1 minute 40, 1 minute 45 for those under-14s for the same swim, same distance. It's the same distances throughout the race today for the under-14s and 16s, and yeah, they're turning in about 20 seconds quicker than those under-14s, and a lot more wetsuits in this race here, so a little bit quicker with the wetsuit on, and a lot of testosterone running into that water then, full of beans.
Love it.
Yeah.
The start of any triathlon is always a sight to behold. You don't just tune in at the end of the bike. You want to catch the start of the swim because elbows are out. Yeah. There's a lot of action, and especially that first buoy. If you've never done the first turn in a swim triathlon with a big pack, it's half swimming, half, MMA?
Yeah, it is a little bit. And you see how spread out they got at that first buoy. And as we see the girls, they've gone off just after 2 minutes behind them. And, that first buoy is where that big bunch just spreads out because everybody's trying to turn at the same spot at the same time. Some amazing shots from the camera crews today.
Yeah, great scenes as they are into their swim stroke. It gets deep reasonably quickly, and I should have looked up what the tides were doing because I think the tide is on its way out, so you can see the high tide line there. So that will make a bit of a difference as the day goes on, make it shallower for longer, where you'll see athletes that decision between whether they put their feet on the ground and try and wade through, keep their feet above the waterline, or they stay in the water for longer. So the boys have done their final turn towards land, and the girls are still heading out to sea, 2 minutes separating them. And we will soon be at the finish of this 300-metre swim. So as a gauge for last year, it was won by Matthew Ney from Gisborne in a time of 33 minutes 11. So that's sort of times we'll be looking for these boys to get through this race. So that'll be nice and quick action.
Yeah, it looks like it's a low tide at about 10 to 1 today. So
perfect timing.
On the way out, so 6:30 this morning was the high.
So not too far away from the first of our boys hitting the sand, and we're racing up the beach here at Namotu. And there you can see, bottom of your screen, left-hand corner, the transition area. So 300-metre swim, then they're on to that 10k bike, which is the same 4 laps that we had for the under-14s. So this is nice and quick action for the under-16s. Good to see them not moving up to the true sprint distance at this stage, and being able to really express some good speed.
Yeah, so, exactly. Up and porpoising now. So there's a very quick swim, 4:12, and they're up on their feet as they run through those orange buoy markers, and they'll make their way up the transition. Big, strong-looking boy there with just starting to pull his wetsuit down, so he's going to get his arms out of it. He'll pull it down to his waist. He'll take his cap and goggles off, have them in his hand, and by the time he gets to his bike, he'll take the rest of his wetsuit off and then put his helmet on before he picks his bike off the racks and makes his way towards the transition line.
So here we go, our first athlete getting the wetsuit off, getting it into the little box that he's got there, and he will get his bike off the rack and then straight out onto this bike course as fast as he possibly can. And this is a significant bunch here coming in for second place as our first athlete goes through there. Is that Harry Summers?
Yeah,
number
Harry Summers at
3004.
Otago. So the continuation of the South Island athletes dominating. So Harry's out in 4:42. 4 seconds later is George Wiley out of Taranaki Boys College. Finn Mckenzie, he's another kid out of Marlborough Boys College, and Cohen Anderson of St Kentigern. So those first 4 lads were out within 10 seconds of each other. As we see the rest of them starting to come out. Lucas Reed comes from a famous family, triathlon family. His dad Shane competed for New Zealand at the 2008 Olympics in Beijing, and his mum Tammy's a triathlete and runs the Manawatu Triathlon Academy. He was out in 5th place, followed by Xavier Christie of Trident High School, Finley Oliver out of the Mount Maunganui College, and then they're all coming out thick and fast with the top 14 all within 44 seconds of each other.
Very good close racing. Love to see this as they come through the Pahutakawas, and then it's just a little run up onto the bike course, and then it's shoes on and up that hill, Bailey Road, and out onto our bike course on Breakwater Road.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a few bigger groups this time, with these boys a little bit closer and a little bit more experienced.
And of course it is draft legal, so you want to think that you've got someone to work with, particularly in these windy sections. It just makes such a difference. Of course we know how the physics of tucking in behind someone on the bike, but it's also that mental difference of just being able to have a break and work with someone.
Yeah, it's only 10 kilometres as well. Yeah. I mean, it's only a short ride. It's I think we're the winning boys in the under-14s with 39 minutes. So at a guess, these boys are probably going to be around that 37-minute mark as we see the first of our ladies coming out. So lots of 1s and 2s and very spread out there as they make their quite a long way run up the beach here with that low tide at the moment. So we'll get some names to you as they go over the timing mats as they go into transition. But some good, strong running there with just over 5 minutes on the clock for that 300-metre swim.
And just what you want after a hard swim, to come through some soft sand,
yeah.
Deal with that, get the legs pumping, your body's saying, what are you doing to me? I was working hard horizontal, and now the blood just drains from the head, and you've got to focus on all those little things of getting the wetsuit off, getting the goggles and the cap off, and then making sure you can get onto that bike and not leave anything behind that you need.
Yeah, and then putting those sandy feet into those cycle shoes. But we had Elisa Tapper out of St Peter's College in Cambridge. She led out in 5:34, followed by Renee Carey, and she's from St Paul's Collegiate, about 5 seconds back. But there'll be some very fast transitions there, and I dare say potentially some places changing. But yeah, Sophie Webber. She's out of Woodford House in Havelock, and she was on the medals in the medals last year in the under-14s, I believe. I think she was third. So she's used to being on that podium. She was 10 seconds behind the swim leader Alyssa, and 4th place with Hayley Cornwall, Harriet Douglas, Charlotte Childs, Sarah Johnson, Molly Shepherd, and Sophie Maxwell, rounding out the top 9 out of the water, and again all very close within 40 seconds of each other.
So Charlotte Childs was the South Island under-16 secondary schools champs from just a couple of weeks ago down in Oamaru. So they hit that mountain line, and then it's straight onto the bike, and this is that tricky section where you're going uphill without your shoes, without your feet in your shoes, and it's technical, it's uphill. This is where you're really putting it into testing it out, whether you've put those transition practices, you've gone through it and you've worked out your systems and worked out what you need to do. Sometimes you'll have a little rubber band holding your shoes in place so that you can jump on them, and that rubber band snaps and allows you to just get on those shoes and start hammering.
Yeah, as you were saying before, it's the 4th discipline of triathlon, you know what I mean? And some of them will have the ability to jump on their bike and get their feet in straight away, and then they'll ride up the top of the hill, and then they'll tighten up their straps or buckles or what they've got in their shoes. Some will ride with their feet on top of the shoes all the way up, some of these younger ones may even put their shoes in, run in, and then just clip in and ride up the hill as well. So we're going to see a few different techniques, but this afternoon you will see the elites. They were trying to do a jump start and put their feet straight into the shoes that they've left open.
Impressive.
The rubber bands will be there, so the shoes are sitting flat and they're not moving all over the show. But it is. It's one of those things. If you go to 100%, you can stuff it up. You know what I mean? And sometimes it's best just to slow it down and run at about 80, 90, and make sure you get it in first time, because if you stuff it up, you can really stuff it up.
And we've seen some very famous shots of some of the best triathletes in the world going wrong,
big time,
trying to jump on their bike and then just totally missing it. So it can happen to the best of them.
Yeah, definitely. So we've also got a team section today, so we've got a few of the team's athletes that'll be coming. They started 2 minutes after the ladies, so that'll be the team swimmers out there at the moment.
And so this will be a case of, one athlete from school doing the swim, one doing the bike, one doing the run?
Yeah, definitely. Those PE teachers that are here today supporting the different schools would have said, hey, you're a swimmer, you're a runner, you're a cyclist, we'll throw together. You want a trip to New Plymouth to be part of the team and see what it's like. And these athletes get excited watching the individual races, and next year they're back doing the individual race. So it's a bit of a taster.
It is really cool, and a good chance to see what happens with the triathlon, and see some of these athletes may have never actually seen one in person, and to come down and be part of it is such a cool opportunity. So looks like we may have a change in the lead up the front with Hayley Cornwall.
Yep, she's made 3 moves. She had 3 change places. So since the swim exit, she's now moving to the lead, and she's got that strong tailwind behind her at the moment with good leg speed. Long tall levers on her there, so she's just making her way down to the 180-degree turn. She's out of Palmerston North Girls High School, and I dare say she's part of that very strong Manawatu Triathlon Academy that has large numbers and a bit of a stronghold of the sport within New Zealand, and well trained. As I was saying before, Tammy Reid coaches a number of these athletes, and she has a large crew down here for the event.
Yeah, they've got a great little community there with the Manawatu Triathlon Club. I saw them putting on some events over the summer, some events dealing with the cyclone that came through, and they had a wonderful Manawatu Triathlon weekend just before Christmas, which was a really cool event spread over 2 days or 3 days, I think it was, with road miles and cycle races, swim races, and then a sprint triathlon to finish. So really cool community down there.
A cool festival, and a great opportunity for athletes to do a number of races over the weekend, and they've done a very good job there. And it's a bit of a few famous names and triathletes that come out there, the likes of Chris Gemmell. Saw on Instagram this morning. He hasn't been here for 3 years. Wow. He's been based in Sweden with his wife and family, and he flew back in yesterday with his daughter. He hasn't seen grandma and granddad for 3 years.
Wow.
So he's a name from the past. He's still much involved with triathlon, and he runs the World Triathlon Series around the world now. So gone from being a professional athlete to organising races.
That's very cool.
And part of one of the most famous triathlon finishes on YouTube. If you want to watch a famous triathlon finish, go into YouTube and Google Bevan Dockery versus Chris Gemmell, and then you'll see quite a cool video
from here, from this very course. Yeah. As we see Hayley Cornwall, she's coming back towards the transition area. Great overhead shots here from the drone, from the sky. So this is on Breakwater Road, which is the main out and back section of the cycle course. They will swing a left down onto Bailey Road, and that will bring them down into that more technical area where they swing down towards transition. So this corner here is quite tight, and so you've got to have your wits about you after having a chance to put your head down and really hammer away at those pedals. You'll need to be just feathering the brakes nicely and making sure that you stay on those wheels. Don't find your way into that fence which comes at you very quickly on that turn.
And just an update on the boys' races. They went through that first 2.3k of the first lap of the ride. We had Finn Mckenzie out of Marlborough High School. He was leading. He had a 6-second lead on Harry Summers, followed by Cohen Anderson, then George Wiley, Art Aitken, Philly Oliver, and Lucas Reed. So only 18 seconds there, splitting the top 7. But, they'll be well on their way back now towards finishing their second lap, as we see the first of the ladies and Hayley Cornwall sort of going through that little chicane area before she'll do that right-hand turn back onto Bailey's Road and start her second lap. But she had a 16-second lead on Renee Carey out of St. Paul's Collegiate, and then 4 seconds back and 20 seconds behind Hayley is Charlotte Time Trials out of Rangiruru Girls High School.
Good bike awareness there from Hayley Cornwall, just to make sure she doesn't go into the back of one of our other competitors. And you can see the steepness of that hill. You'd definitely be forgiven for needing to swerve a little to get up it. It's a nice little pinchy hill. But Hayley, she's having a very strong bike ride so far.
No, she's looking very good.
Nice and low.
High cadence, nice and low. We've got a bit of a tailwind through here, so she's just trying to keep that leg speed going, and they're moving along pretty quickly. As we said before, it doesn't really do it justice how bumpy that road is, especially on that left side. It's been repatched recently.
The female splits have got Hayley Cornwall.
Great overhead shots here today with our drones.
So it is Hayley Cornwall leading things out in the girls under 16 race here at the New Zealand Secondary Schools Triathlon Champs in New Plymouth, and Finn Mckenzie is leading the boys race, but it's very close racing for that boys race, only a few seconds separating them, and it'll be interesting to see if some boys can work together and start eating away at that lead. Here we are back to Hayley down on the drops now.
A little look back to see what's going on behind it. But yeah, as I said before, the boys have gone through halfway on the ride. Finn had a 5-second lead to Cohen Anderson, followed by Art Aitken. And then there's this little 1 and 2 seconds that are spreading the rest of the athletes after that. So the top 10 is only spread by about a minute at the moment.
Fourth place, we got George Wiley fifth.
Love some good close racing at these national champs. Of course, it is draft legal, so these packs can work together. And man, what a difference that makes. I remember the first time I went from non-drafting to a draft legal race, and as someone who prefers the run, definitely made a difference. But having a chance to lock into someone, but there's that lottery of will you have someone to work with, and will you have someone at your fitness level to ride with?
Yeah, exactly. No, so they'll be on their third lap, the boys. The girls will be getting close to finishing off their second lap, and yeah, it's going to be, I had a guess, about 37 minutes for the boys and about sort of 40 minutes for the girls' times today. So they're probably halfway through the event at the moment.
Yeah, as a gauge from last year. Difficult to compare to last year, because last year we had still conditions with pouring rain.
Yeah.
But the women's race was won by Lulu Johnson in 37 minutes 57, and the boys was won by Matthew Nay of Gisborne. 33 minutes 11. So here we've got Hayley Cornwall from Palmerston North Girls, who continues her charge on the bike, riding very well. 16 seconds back to Renee Carey at the previous marker as one of our boys rolls on through. But Hayley riding very, very well.
Yeah, she's been well schooled, and I mean, she's looking ahead, she's not looking down, she's looking what's going on around her. Good cadence, it's a fairly strong headwind there. It's quite easy to get caught up into stomping on big gears that you've been riding in the tailwind, going back into the headwind, and she needs to start thinking about the run and looking after legs. I mean, I always say in triathlon, you got $20 to spend on it. You spent $5 on the swim. You don't want to spend $12 on the bike and only have $3 left for the run. So it's about managing your energy through the different sports and playing to your strengths and trying to get those gaps. And these athletes, these older ones, will know probably the strengths and weaknesses of their main competitors around them, and while she might be trying to get away to get a bigger lead on a potentially faster runner behind her. As we saw, there's quite a few lead changes in the under-14s just as she makes her way around to start the next lap.
So I can tell you we've had 7 boys come through the checkpoint for 3 laps of the 4 laps of the bike, and we've got Finn Mckenzie, and then Cohen Anderson, Art Aitken, Harry Summers, Finley Oliver, George Wiley and Lucas Reed. So those 7 have all gone through the checkpoint. They're out on their last lap on the bike. Finn Mckenzie has that 5-second lead, and then it's another 4 seconds back to Art Aitken. So at the moment, no real packs in the boys. So just those few seconds separating them, almost like they are trying to maintain their legal drafting distance. So it continues. Hayley, and she's actually got a bit of company with the boys, so maybe getting some helpful assistance there, which is always a good little bonus.
Surely there are a number of boys where we're not letting the girls get past her. No choice, though. Look how fast she's moving at the moment. So just having a little look around. It's pretty tough. We're sitting here with an iPad that's telling us the splits, and she won't have she'll get a glimpse down the far end of this main road here on the turn. But you're trying to concentrate, you're trying to go hard, you're looking up, was it a boy, was it a girl, are they in my race, not in my race? So she may be getting some information from teachers or family out on the course, but you just got to go as hard as possible and see what happens in the run.
So at the last checkpoint, which was halfway through the bike, and she is almost midway through that 3rd lap, we had Hayley Cornwell with a 16-second lead over Renee Carey, then another 3 seconds back to Charlotte Charles, and Lucy McLean in 4th at 53 seconds back from the lead. Sophie Webber not too far behind, 54 seconds, and then Elisa Tapper 55 seconds. So there's a bit of a pack there back around that sort of 4th through 7th in the girls' competition. So maybe they're able to work together, but at the moment Hayley's doing a good job just riding by herself up the front of the girls' race in the under-16s, New Zealand Secondary Schools Triathlon champs. It's got to be said, I'm just so stoked to be here watching triathlon. For a while there we were wondering if we were going to have a summer of triathlon here in New Zealand. We've had so many events cancelled. Obviously a lot of people listening and watching this at home will have been training for an event, maybe for Ironman or Challenge Wanaka, and it's been such a disruptive summer, but things are ending on a positive note with 3 great events all lined up, 3 weekends in a row.
Yeah, we've just managed to slide in with the it was summer and the rule changes with the government, etc. So let's hope we get a few more people coming out this afternoon to watch these elites, and then the next 2 weekends that now that it's common that we can have more than groups of 100 people out there. As we see, that looks like our first of our boys coming down the hill.
Is that Finn Mckenzie?
Yeah, we'll try and get a name and a number on it, but you can just see he's got his feet out on top of his shoes, and he needs to start thinking about throwing one leg over and putting his foot on the ground. He's done very well there, and he needs to make sure that he doesn't go over that line, otherwise he's going to get a penalty.
And just a few seconds back to our other athletes. So Finn Mckenzie looks like he's in the lead from Marlborough Boys. Cool kit there from Marlborough Boys, definitely stands out. And then Cohen Anderson is in 2nd place. So Finn Mckenzie, he won the under-16s at South Island Champs just a couple of weekends ago. Art Aitken isn't too far behind. He's come through that checkpoint at the end of the cycle.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see when the girls come in. Yeah, he's still looking very fresh and full of running. So he's racing there in the Triathlon Academy kit of Canterbury. So another very strong academy, like the Manawa 2 group. Axel Reiser and Tess Matten, 2 of the coaches down there. They've been running their program for a number of years now, and have good numbers up here in the North Island doing these events.
We just have these great little hotbeds of triathlon groups. Christchurch, you mentioned Palmerston North, yourself with the Gisborne crew. And then obviously Tauranga with Craig Kirkwood's bunch, and then Auckland's always got a strong triathlon community.
Yeah, we're lucky enough to have some very good coaches scattered throughout the country, and and a lot of the school stuff, it always comes down to you've got that passionate teacher that wants to drive it, particularly a small sport like triathlon relative to other sports. But there's definitely pockets of them, and it is, like you said before, quite a lonely sport to do together. So to be able to bring a group together and build up each other, and be able to go away as a group is exciting for the young kids and things like that. But we're not far away from those first of the girls finishing off their full bike ride. But we've had 7 boys now go through T2. It was led by Finn Mckenzie leading. He had a 6-second lead to Cohen Anderson, followed by Art Aitken. Harry Summers was 37 seconds back in 4th place. Finley Oliver out of Mount Maunganui College, 40 seconds down. George Wiley in 6th, Lucas Reed in 7th, and Xavier Christie, he was coming in 8th place. And Lucas in 7th was about 45 seconds back. So, it will be interesting to see who are the runners, who's going to run quick over that 3 kilometres.
Yeah, always a good sign when you come through into that transition area for T2 and there's not many bikes there. There's not too many boys ahead of you. But here is Finn Mckenzie from Marlborough Boys. He turns at about the 500 metre point, so he'll have 2.5k left to run for his triathlon, but he's going to have his work cut out for him, because very close behind him is Cohen Anderson of St. Kentigern's, and Art Aitken's chasing him down as well. He's just 15 seconds back. So look at that gap. What's that, 3 or 4 seconds?
Yeah, there's not much there. They're going to have a pretty good tailwind behind them. They've got a good gap there, those first 2 boys. Third boy looked like he's a good sort of 30 seconds back, as we see 4th, 5th and 6th all running together. But, a bit more opportunity on the run to be able to see where the rest of the competitors are. Making their way back here, and then they're going to do that little left-hand turn onto Bailey's Road, the little stint up the hill. But these 2 boys have cleared away, and the rest of the boys are going to have to run fairly quickly to close down that gap.
So nice close running at the front of the race at the moment. So there's that little turn up onto Bailey Road now. Hayley Cornwall will get a view of those runners as she comes around the cool house there on your left, and right behind that big cool house is the transition area. Almost see it through the building there, but you can see her just gritting her teeth, getting the most out of the final stages of this bike. Can she hold on to this lead before she gets out onto the run?
Yeah, so she had a 21-second lead from Renee Carey at the end of the 3rd lap, and 24 seconds to Charlotte Childs. Lucy McLean is in 1:05. Alex Rawlinson 1:10. Rebecca Boyden Cove out of Whanganui Collegiate was 1:15. Sophie Maxwell at 1:16. So just because it's got a super tight course, we've only got 2 camera crew out here on the course at the moment, and they're following the leaders. So apologies if the camera is only focusing on the front of the race, but just because it's a tight course with a number of athletes on it, we can't have too many cameras going back and forth on the course. So we'll try and throughout the day continue to give you the splits of other athletes that are behind you. They're behind the leaders, sort of thing.
Yeah, and these camera crew are doing a great job around a technical course over judder bars, tight corners. So it is tricky keeping up with all this action. As you can see, one of our athletes, it is Hayley Cornwall. She's off the bike course, going on to that connection down towards the transition. She's going to swing her leg over the seat, put her feet on the ground and run on through. Bike is done for the day. Now it's just a 3-kilometre run plus a transition, which is no mean feat. But here she goes. She has got a pretty comfortable lead at the moment, but you never know at these age groups what sort of run legs the other athletes have behind you. You'll be aware of your own run capabilities, particularly off the bike, and maybe have a bit of a target time that you'll be looking to run. But there's always that worry of, do I have one of those sneaky runners behind me who can drop, a 10-minute 3K? And so doing a great job is Hayley, as we saw one of the other girls come through there.
Yeah, so just these splits as they went through the 1K mark on the boys' race. Cohen Anderson's now moved into the lead, and he's got a 5-second lead over Finn Mckenzie. So Cohen, he's out of St Kennigan. As I said before, Nathan Richmond, a former Olympian, is leading the program there. Finley Oliver was 24 seconds back in third place. George Wiley, he's sitting in fourth, out of Taranaki Boys High School at 38 seconds. Harry Summers at 45 and Lucas Reid at 47. Art Aitken out of Homeschool, New Zealand. He is 56 seconds back. So,
yes, 7 athletes all within a minute after 1K. And in the girls, we've got Hayley Cornwall at the lead. Renee Carey has come through transition. And then we believe it's Charlotte Childs who is expected next through from Rangiruru.
Yeah, they're starting to come in fast now. But, yeah, so Hayley had she had a 13-second lead out of Renee, out of T2. So a very fast transition from Renee out of St Paul's Collegiate. It was 26 seconds off the bike, but she only went out of T2 13 seconds behind. So a very, very quick T2. 13 seconds, a free 13 seconds, made up in transition. Takes, how far can you run in 13 seconds? These girls are probably running about 70, 80 metres. So that transition speed's helped her through there to just to close that gap a little bit.
So Renee Carey got the silver medal in this event last year in the under-16, so it's her second year in this particular event, so she will love to go one better, but at the moment it's this woman on screen, Hayley Cornwall. She has the lead currently as they get out onto the run.
Yeah, and in third place we had Charlotte Childs, so she was 34 seconds as she left transition 2. And as soon as we have the rest of the places, we'll read that to you. So we see one of the boys just making his way past Hayley, the ladies' leader. But fourth place out of T2 was Alex Rawlinson. She's 1 minute down. Lucy McLean out of Publiston was 1:01, and Rebecca Boyden-Cave at 1:31 in sixth place.
That must have been a Newsom with the I Am Talk gear.
Yeah, I saw him running around yesterday. Yeah. I read somewhere he did like 100 and something kilometre race, a ride yesterday, and he's going to do the race today. I believe in a sprint race. So he's one of those athletes I raced as a junior at school, and still heavily involved with triathlon.
So John Newsom, of course, one of the co-hosts of one of the most famous endurance podcasts from New Zealand, I Am Talk. Weekly podcast, mostly focused on the longer distance form of triathlon. But his son Thomas Newsom lining up in the under-16s, and he got the bronze medal at the under-16 South Island Champs, so he could be one to keep an eye out for in this run.
The lads here, one boy with a headband. Looks like he's been following Hayden Wilde and his headbands.
Yeah, love it. So Cohen Anderson leading things out in the men's under-16s. Here he is wearing number 2001.
I think, no, that's Cohen in the blue there out of St Kennigan. So he's 3044. So it may be a back marker that Cohen's lapping at the moment. But as they ran through the 2K mark with 1K to go, he's extended his lead to 20 seconds over Finley Oliver from the mount. And Finn Mckenzie, he's now sitting in 38 seconds behind Cohen, about 18 seconds behind Finley. And Lucas Reid, he's been the big mover. He's moved 2 spots since he started the run. So he's sitting at 55 seconds, and he's about... what we got there? We've got about 17 seconds behind Finn to try and get onto that podium spot. George Wiley sitting in 5th, Harry Summers in 6th, Joshua Gorder in Glassford, he's now moving in 7th. He's made us move up the run board there. And then running at the top 8 is Xavier Christie.
So you're tuned into the Taranaki Festival here at Ngāmotu Beach in New Plymouth. This is the under-16 New Zealand Secondary Schools Champs, and we are out on the run. Men and women have got their running shoes on, and we're coming up 2K through for the boys, and the girls have just gone through or coming up to 1K in their race. So we're at the pointy end of this race, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, and be sure as well to hit that share button, share it with your schoolmates, share it with your friends, whānau, get those aunties and uncles watching this thing, because we're in for a treat of triathlon this morning. We've still got the under-19s to come in the schools race, and then we move into the age groups. And here is the winner of the boys race. This one has kind of caught us by surprise. So this will be Cohen Anderson coming through to claim his title in the New Zealand Secondary Schools under 16s. What a race from this boy. What a run. He had a little bit of work to do off the bike, but he quickly came through, took the lead, and has just pulled away, done St. Kentigern's proud, and look, got a little point on the board for the North Island athletes. And is this Finlay Oliver coming through for second?
Yeah, 3:02.8. Yeah, he's out of Mount Maunganui College. So the North Islanders have got one back on the South Islanders in this one. They've taken the first and the second, and looking like it's going to be a close race between Finn Mckenzie and Lucas Reid, who will take that bronze medal.
So quite a few changes there for those minor places. We had Finn Mckenzie right up there at the front, and of course Harry Summers was our early leader. He's now back at 6th place. So good close racing from the boys. And is this a lead change for the girls?
Sure, at the moment. We'll try and get some splits, but at the 1K mark, Renee had a 17-second lead on Hayley Cornwall. Charlotte Giles, she was sitting at 22 seconds back in third. At 1:02 was Lucy McLean. So I would say those three are going to be fighting out for first, second and third, on which order. Yeah, Renee had a 17-second lead on Hayley. So a big lead change, basically, on that run, basically. Hayley's obviously stormed through.
So Renee was second place in this event last year. Looks like she could be on course to go one better and claim that national title. What a awesome improvement that would be. Nothing like a silver medal to keep you hungry for a year.
No, exactly. And the boys, it was a big move from from Lucas Reid. He managed to get up that 17 seconds over Finn and take that bronze medal.
Wow.
So he ended up beating Finn by 3 seconds. So, yeah, our podium was Cohen Anderson out of St. Kentigern in first, followed by Finlay Oliver in second, Lucas Reid in third, Finn Mckenzie in fourth. And we'll start giving the rest of the names as they come through. But fourth place here, Finn Mckenzie. Fifth, Joshua Gordon Glassford. Sixth, Harry Summers at Otago Boys High School. Seventh, George Wiley at Tauranga Boys High School. And we had Elliot Pugh at Bethlehem College in Tauranga in 8th place at 2:06 down.
And that must be Thomas Newsom coming over the line there, finishing off his day, backing up his bronze medal at the South Island Champs.
So some very quick times. Looked like it was about 34 minutes, I think it was, for the male winning time. So yeah, Cohen Anderson, 34:55. So some very quick times from these lads.
You can see how hard these boys have had to work. The conditions are certainly heating up here. You've seen some athletes reach for the water, and rightly so, because they are working hard, and that sun will make things feel a lot warmer as well.
Yeah, it's just warming nicely throughout the day, isn't it?
Yeah, good to have the sun back after we had torrential rain. It was basically a monsoon conditions that we were trying to get through a prize giving in last year.
I remember that very well. Yeah, definitely.
And so completely opposite conditions here today, where we've exchanged the rain for a little bit of wind, and it's sort of coming and going at the moment, as you can see there by the way the leaves are moving. It's not too crazy, but it definitely comes and goes, and we've got moments where it's really gusting and really challenging at some parts of the course. But these athletes have done their job for the weekend. They're going to finish on a high, a very successful day, finishing off their triathlon.
Yeah, just an update on the ladies' race. So Renee Carey, she's having a very good run. She's gone through the 2K mark. So she's 2/3 of the way through the run, and she's got a 27-second lead now to Charlotte Giles at Orangi Ruru Girls High School. So she's made a move, and Hayley Cornwall is sitting at 36 seconds back in third place now. So Renee, definitely the runner there. She's made some massive moves, and she's going to be pretty hard to be caught, as we see her on the screen at the moment, moving very, very well.
This is one of the great things about triathlon. You can't take your eyes off screen because you don't know what sort of strengths each athlete has, and lead changes are always coming. So
there's another commentator in New Zealand by the name of Mark Watson. Mark Watson. Sorry, Mark. Yeah, you swim and bike for show and you run for dough. So, yeah, it starts at the start of the swim, it finishes on the run, and you know what I mean? Sometimes that's the beauty about triathlon, you know. Sometimes you may have a couple of strengths, and the race can change quite often throughout it, sort of thing.
The other saying from a triathlete / cyclist who shouldn't be named on this this coverage: the shampoo and a blow dry, and then a sprint.
Yeah.
Something like that.
There's a lot of quotes out there, aren't there?
Yeah. So we're almost coming towards the end of this under-16s women's race. We've got some of our male competitors just finishing off their day out on the roads of New Plymouth. As we see these wonderful shots, so great to have the cameras up in the sky showing the coverage. And here she is. She's had the run of her life, Renee Carey. She got silver in this event last year. She's still in the under-16s this year and looking like she'll go one better and add another medal to that collection of national medals. This time it looks like it could be gold as she rounds up onto Bailey Road for the final time. She's got a little uphill segment, and then it's a 180-degree turn. She'll turn back down Bailey Road and make that left-hand turn all the way towards the blue carpet, that welcome sight in any triathlon, coming onto the blue carpet, onto the finish. You can see some of the boys there putting down the accelerator, pressing their foot on the gas and really sprinting for home. Definitely you've got a nice tailwind there. We walked that little section of the course this morning, coffees in hand, and we're like, if you're going to do a sprint for home at any stage, you want to do it off that hill with the tailwind just blowing you home. So here she is, Renee Carey. She did a very solid swim, solid bike, but she's had a great run. She's pulled away from this field. She will claim the tape, and she will claim her first national title here at the New Zealand Secondary Schools. Silver medal last year. It's gold this year. Well done, Renee Carey. Have a rest. Well deserved. In the wind here in New Plymouth. That is a national title she will remember for a long time. Well deserved. And in second place it's going to be Charlotte Charles, we believe, who is in second place. She wasn't too far behind. There she is from Rangiruru. She's your South Island champ. She's your silver medalist today. And North Island going 1, South Island going 2 in this event. And good little kicks for home. Always great to see a sprint finish.
Yeah, some great finishes there. Looks like one of the boys potentially, though, still trying to beat off one of the girls there for the finish. But
is that Hayley Cornwall? After such a great bike, she led for so much of this race, but she won't go home empty-handed. She'll take the bronze, and a well-deserved bronze as well.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, Renee's won today. She's had a 25-second win over Charlotte Childs at Rangiruru. And Hayley Cornwall, she's rounded out the podium 48 seconds behind Renee. So, led for most of the day. But, yeah, Renee and Charlotte showed their run strength to run through and get that gold and silver. But some great racing today and awesome to see.
So, next up, as we conclude the action in the under-16s, will be the under-19s. Now, that will be going at 11:10. The boys will kick off in their race, and then just 2 minutes after will be the females' race, as we see more of our competitors cross the finish line. And I think it might be almost time for one of us to go on a little coffee run. What do you reckon?
So, mate, it's a long morning, so it's... Yeah, it's we got a 10 past 11 start for the... in fact, 10 past 11 will be the start of the under-19 males, and then 2 minutes later the under-19 females, and then the teams race after that. So today, yeah, we've got the Junior Continental Cup, and we'll have athletes that are racing in that alongside the under-19s. So,
Cool.
yeah, there's
Now
going to be some strong, fast racing there today.
And the Continental Cup that we talked about was this great opportunity to get those points, which will help towards pushing on for those global events.
Yeah, exactly. And, so next weekend in Taranaki is the selection race for the under-19s for World Champs this year. So our World Champs are happening in Montreal, Canada at the end of June. And they're going to want to put a strong, foot forward today just to see what sort of shape they are in before next weekend. But yeah, theoretically next weekend is the main race for the under-19s to go to Montreal.
Awesome. Yeah, really cool to have those pathways for those athletes to get that international experience. And these 3 weeks are going to be great to just follow the progress of these young athletes.
Oh, it is, and it's like you said, these under-19s, we haven't had the opportunity to go to World Championships for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So we've had some under-19s that, it's their dream to make a New Zealand under-19 team, and they haven't had that opportunity. And finally, we're at a stage, with New Zealand and the rest of the world, where we can travel and go and do it. So it's really exciting for them. And, from a Try New Zealand point of view, we've been looking and planning what's the best lead-in for these athletes at the moment. They'd come up with a plan with athletes to do a few European Cups and places like Poland, and then Putin decided to have a war.
Yeah.
And, so we've gone ahead to change, what we're going to look at doing there and staying away from that part of the world. But, they will get away this year and they'll get a World Championships. But, they're going to get selected first, hopefully next weekend. So.
We've gone from pandemics to wars, and there's so much going on in the world. But great that we can focus on sport at the moment and have athletes here with spectators. And hopefully the New Plymouth locals get the memo. If you're watching this at home here in New Plymouth, make sure you get on down today, because we are wide open for spectators now that the COVID restrictions have been lifted. So come on down. We've got food trucks and we've got coffee carts, so we can look after you. Your kids can play on the playgrounds.
That's it. I know that Chanel's been scrambling this week when Jacinta made the ruling that you could have people down here. She's ringing up coffee carts, ringing up food carts to come down. So it's awesome to see. But if you're listening at home, you wanted to know how the girls finished up. We had Renee in first, Charlotte Childs in second, third was Hayley Cornwall, Lucy McLean was fourth, Alex Rawlinson's fifth, Alessa Tapper was in sixth.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been awesome to have your company this morning on the stream here on Sky Sport Next. Now, we are going to take a short break and we will be back just before the under-19s kicks off at 11:10, so be sure to jump back on at 11:05. Thank you very much, and hit that share button again. Let's get eyeballs on screen. We've still got 3 big races to come this morning and this afternoon. We will catch you all shortly. Kia ora koutou, katoa, atamaria. Welcome and good morning everyone back to the Taranaki Festival here at Namotu Beach. As you can see on screen, we have the Under-19 New Zealand Secondary Schools Championship lined up. These are the big boys and the big girls lining up behind them to claim national honours in the Secondary Schools Champs. This will be a true sprint distance, so 750 metres, 18.5k, well, roughly 20k, and 5k on the run. My name is Hayden Chairman. I'm joined in the commentary booth by Stephen Sheldrake, Triathlon New Zealand Performance Manager. Stephen, how are you?
Yeah, good morning, Hayden. It's good to be back here for these races. It's been a great morning so far, and we're lucky to have some sunny weather here in Paradise, as they call it. And it's as we've moved through the grades this morning, we started this morning at 8 o'clock with the under 12 and under 13s, and we've gone through the under 14s and under 16s, and we've given out national titles to them with some amazing racing. And you just see the under 19 boys on the start line here getting their last minute instructions from the officials. We've moved through the distances now, so we've gone through to the traditional sprint distance race of a 750 swim. I think we're just under 20 kilometres, 18.5 kilometre ride today with 4 laps, a hard hilly 4 laps with rough New Zealand road conditions, and then we're going to finish off with a 3-lap 5 kilometre run today. So yeah, these are the bigger boys and bigger girls. The girls will start 2 minutes after the boys and do the same course. And as we were saying a little bit earlier, these boys, it's a bit of a hit out. It's obviously the secondary schools titles, but next weekend we moved on to Mount Maunganui, where we'll be having our under-19 world selection race. So, yeah.
All right, so here they go, the New Zealand Secondary Schools Triathlon Champs. A lot of these boys, this will be their final time in the water and on the roads for the National Secondary Schools Champs. As you can see there, it's almost bang on low tide, so a fair amount of walking and there's porpoise diving. But there they go, they've got about 300 metres out to the first buoy, and a little bit of a break right from the start. Our athlete on the left making a conscious effort to get some clear water, and so 300 metres out to the first buoy, then it's about 75 metres out to the furthest buoy, and then you will turn towards home, another 75 metres back to, there we go, we've got a little triangle out in the water, and then it's a 300 metre swim back to shore. You can see the wind there, it's leading to calm water conditions the closer you are to shore, but definitely further out to sea you can see a lot of chop, a lot of spray, and that will affect things. I wonder, Stephen, will that be a technique where you may be breathing to one side for that portion, or just head down and go for it?
Yeah, there'll be some athletes that are skilled in the ability to breathe both sides, bilateral breathing as we call it. We all have a dominant side that we like to do. And it looks actually choppy on screen. I can guarantee it's going to be a lot choppy out there for those athletes as well. And then, they're having to go through this chop. They've got spray in their face. They've got other athletes around them. They're trying to sight at the moment. So, and moving currents and things like that. So there's a lot going on. You would have seen that athlete right out to the left, a big tall athlete that waded fairly quickly. You'll see that arrowhead's now been formed. They're not so bunched up. They'll do a hard left-hand turn. A number of athletes, they start to spread out here at the turn because they're all trying to get to that one spot at the same time. Some athletes will get jammed up, and this is where the gaps will create. They'll go along that back straight. It's about a sort of 80-metre stretch there, and then they'll make their way in back into shore again. So as we see the girls, they've started 2 minutes later, and they're about to do the same thing. You see some nice high knees, bit of duck diving, and then they'll get into their swimming really quickly. I think we've got a low tide of about 12:30 today, so not quite dead low at the moment. It'll be about an hour after low for the elites, but a long run in. Throughout the day, the organisers will be moving those boys in and out, so they actually do swim 750 metres. It's taken from waist depth, so it doesn't matter with the tides. It's not like these older, more experienced athletes are doing a shorter swim. Those boys will be going in and out today.
I remember my first triathlon was a fair amount of walking and I was like, when does the swimming start? And it's always good when you get that little bonus of a bit of extra walking in the swim when you're new to the swim part of the triathlon. But here we go, you can see on screen the boys are starting to turn for home. The girls are heading out towards that first buoy. It's about 300 metres. It looks deceptive on screen. It looks a lot closer than that, but it's a good 3.5 minutes or so out to that buoy. And they'll find that there's a fair amount of traffic to deal with. The girls looking like they're pretty bunched in the middle, but maybe one or two swimmers just taking that lead, maybe getting a slight separation. And definitely in the boys, looks like there's 2 boys that have made a clean break and have some clean water to work with. And then it's a big old bunch, and then another bunch, another 30 or 40 metres back behind that one. So this will be interesting to see how the strong swimmers perform in this particular event. Now, last year's champion, Oliver Larkham, who won 2 years in a row, I think he won 3 years in a row coming up from the under-16s. He's moved up into the open grade. He'll be taking part in the elite race later today. So we will be crowning a new champion. And it'll be interesting, again, that little battle between the North and South Islanders as we see bottom of the screen. That's your teams races kicking off. So just 3 athletes in that particular competition. There's another big gust of wind spreads across the course, and these athletes will come up out of the water and get a face full of sand just when they want
so
to take a good
spread
breath.
out too. Look at the spread on the men's race. You know, he's probably got a spread of at least a minute there at the moment from the first ones. They're about to get up on their feet and start porpoise diving. So a big spread. The girls, you've seen they've gone round the far can and they've just had a spread as well. So, you know, these boys, first one out, he's out in 4 minutes and 43 seconds.
Well, that's very...
They're doing 2 laps,
very quick.
so they're about to do the second lap of the swim, I
was wrong about saying they're going 300 metres out. So is that a last-minute course change? I understood that we were doing a 1-lap swim, but maybe...
it was potentially... It has been, they're probably trying to keep it in and not go past that breakwater too much, but... they're going to have to do now. So they're going to have to swim back on the diagonal out to that first buoy turn again, and you can see they're really well spread out. This grade here, they'll be definitely drafting today. Yep. So we've got about 4 boys there who've got a clear lead on the rest of the pack, and that 4th boy there, he's on a rubber band at the moment. He's going to be trying to get across to that 3rd and obviously onto the 2nd and 1st and form a pack, because if they can get away as a group, it's going to be a lot easier, especially in these conditions, trying to ride on your own today. So a bit of a face dive there by that 5th place person running out.
And talk to us about that advantage that you get having some toes to paddle to reach out to when you're swimming. How much of a difference
It's a lot like
make?
cycling, mate. It's sort of about a percentage wise, it's probably about 30-40% better.
Yeah.
There's a couple of ways of being able to draft in the swim. Some people use 2 options of either sitting on somebody's hip. Okay, so you're swimming right up next to them and they're just getting a draft off them, or you swim on their feet. And if you're happy for people to kick really, really hard and to sit on their feet and then you get a draft off it, it's good. I always preferred on the feet when I was drafting as opposed to the hip. Mm-hmm.
You got a face full of bubbles.
Yeah, happy to do that, but you're just happy to breathe and know where they are. And it's a little bit easier moving left to right if athletes are moving all over the show. So everyone has their preference. But it's certainly like cycling, you're going to get a massive advantage being able to do that. And as I was saying earlier, we got X amount of dollars or cookies to spend on the swim, and it's about A to B. It's about getting to that finish line at the end of the run in the best possible shape and having the most amount of cookies or biscuits left for the run, with the races as one.
Absolutely, and like you say, that positioning, having someone to bike with when you come off the bike. And as we look towards how does anyone take down the might of Hayden Wilde, and that'll be an interesting tactic as it comes into some of those better swimmers in the men's race. And would they work together and make the most of those choppy water conditions further out?
These athletes, they all know these little games that are going on. Hayden's going to be well aware of what they're trying to do, and and the likes of Dylan McCulloch and Trent Thorpe and Taylor Reid and the other stronger swimmers are going to be doing exactly the same. And you've got a few of these younger athletes stepping up today. You just mentioned Oliver Lacombe before. He's he's been the defending under-19 champion. He's decided this weekend that he's going to race the elite race and throw his name in the hat in regards to see how he can compete against the big boys. And we have quite a few other younger athletes and developing athletes that could take some big scalps today. You know what I mean? You've got a boy by the name of Janus Startenberg and Luke Scott, who are good runners that are stepping up, and if it comes to get on the bike in a run race, that could change a few things. But that's a little bit later on in the day, and we've got the under-19s, the boys and girls in front of us at the moment, and they're trying to win a national title today, and put their name on trophies that have some pretty illustrious names on it. You know what I mean? So some of the superstars of the sport over the number of years have come along here and won this under-19. These titles, the Terenzo Bizzonis of the worlds and the Paul Amy's and names of the past.
And this is one of the great things about today as a festival of triathlon. We've got past, present and future, and up next at sort of 12, just after midday, we'll be having the age group race where we'll have all ages across the board competing. And it's one of those lifelong sports, and it's so great when you get people hanging on in the sport who were Olympians once, were national champions, and they're still going into their 50s and 60s. So
yeah, it's definitely. I think I started back in 1980 something, so I've been involved in the sport a long time. The grey hairs and the old eyesight's going pretty bad at the moment. So,
and then you got the likes of Cam Brown, who will not stop.
No, who
will always keep going.
Yeah, I think he put a post up the other day on Instagram or something saying he's 50 in June.
Wow,
you know what I mean? So he's still one of the fastest athletes in the world at the age of 50, and just an ability to A, not get injured, and B, have that motivation to get up and train world class for hours on end every single day is an amazing achievement.
It's incredible. And we talk about Andrea Hewitt turning 40 next week and making a push for a Com Games team.
Age is just a number, mate.
Yeah,
Age is just a number.
It really is.
Yeah.
And what a cool experience as well for, someone like Nicole van der Kay looking at someone like Andrea Hewitt, now Andrea Henson, and thinking, this is my hero growing up, and now I get to compete against her.
And posters and things on the walls. But as we see the first boys coming out now, so we've got a clear leader. We'll try and get a name and a split to you very soon. But he, looks like he's got a good probably 15 to 20 second lead. But he's got his arms out of his wetsuit and down to his waist, and his helmet, his goggles and cap in his hand, and he's trying to get through T1 as quickly as possible. Be interesting to see if he wants a few new helpers on the bike, or whether he's willing to go solo. But it's going to be, these four athletes are all spread out already, so they're going to be solo for a while, at least for the first lap. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when they get up that first hill.
Yeah, so coming into T1, grabbing the bike. And look, T1 is, we've talked about transitions being a sport, but T1 is an experience for anyone who's tried their first triathlon. Your head is sort of giddy and you're soaking wet. You've come from a saltwater environment to suddenly being upright. And, talk us through some of that technique that you're going through as we see Luke Kugelijn coming through.
So he's come out first in 10:33, so a good solid swim by him. We'll just get some splits onto the rest of those other three athletes that are behind him at the moment. But yeah, it is very, you go from a horizontal position in the water, and then you've got to stand up and have all that blood go to your legs. It's really, really hard. And, and that's the beauty of triathlon. We get to do three different sports, but when we're training, we get to do different combinations. We do, as a coach, we have athletes doing swim bikes, and we have athletes doing bike runs and things like that. So, so he had a 25-second lead to Ivan Abel. He's out of Taupo. He's coached by a coach by the name of Cameron Paul. And then in third place out of the swim, it looks like it's Henry McMecking, followed by Alex Brackenbury. So keep an eye on Alex. He's a very, very good cyclist. Swimming's not his strength, but he certainly can ride and run, and he's coached by Chris Willard out of Taronga. So it'll be interesting to see the strengths that come into play now on this very tough ride. So this is a slightly different ride to we've had all morning, where they're going to go up the hills. And, we know it's a tough hill.
Yeah, it is a tough hill. They go up about 50 metres over 500 metres, sort of peaking out elevation gain gradient about 12%, and it's a good old grind, and then as soon as you get to the top, you're heading straight back downhill into some pretty tight corners. So it's it's a course where you got to keep alert, and there's never a dull moment in this race, is there?
No, there's a lot of thinking and it's going on. There's a lot of tactics as well. So Luke's going to he's up there, he's getting his feet in his shoes, as we can see at the moment. He's going to have to make that decision, and this is a course that he's not going to see any other competitor other than looking back until he gets over, round the hill, back down and onto the Port Road where they do the 180-degree turn. So that's going to be his first opportunity to see how far back the likes of Ivan is. Henry McMecking, who came out in third, 38 seconds down, and Alex Brackenbury, who was fourth out in 1 minute 14. So, a lot of decision to be made, and those stronger ones are going to be trying to get up and get onto these groups and work together as a group.
So a reasonable lead here, heading out onto the bike for Luke Kugelijn, 25 seconds. But as we know, we've got 20 Ks roughly worth of cycling ahead of us, and then 5 kilometres, so 25 seconds won't mean much in the scheme of things once we get deeper into the race. And so here we get a good look of this course as they come out onto Breakwater Road. Now this is really the only flat portion of the cycle leg where you'll be able to put your head down and really start hammering on those pedals, and then they swing a left, and they'll swing a left up onto Centennial Drive, and that begins the hill, and then you turn another left and that takes you up into Port View Crest. The name gives it away, Port View. You're going up, and there's a lot of vertical gain over a short amount of distance, and then you swing a right and you start heading back towards the port. So that's what these athletes have on them for this course. It's 4 laps of a roughly 4.5k circuit.
So just, it's a little bit confusing, this race, for people you might be watching at home. We've got the under-19 secondary schools in combination with the under-19 Continental Cup going on at the same time.
Okay.
So we've got some under-19s that have left school, that might be first year uni, racing in this race as well. So a few different races going on at the same time, but they're theoretically in the same race. But leading the under-19 individuals in the secondary schools at the moment is Ryan Nelson at a Cambridge High School. He's got a slight lead over Ryan Marfell, then Jacob Diath. Lachlan Brown was 28 seconds back with Reeve Dooney, followed by Sasha Perez-Baker and Hunter Gibson. And in the Junior Continental Cup, in the guys, we had Luke Kugelijn go through first, followed by Ivan Abel, then Henry McMecken, Alex Brackenbury, Ryan Nelson, followed by that. And then in the ladies at the moment, so we're starting to see them start coming through. We will start to sort of gather some information and give you that. We had Charlotte Brown from Waitakere College. She was through first by 1 second in front of Isabel Bannister out of St Kennedy. Then Lulu Johnson at 14 seconds was third out of the water. And then Lucy Evans from Fielding High School.
So Charlotte Brown got 4th place in this competition last year. And Hannah Prosser is the silver medalist. So keep an eye out for those two, see if they can improve their positions from last year. But Sophie Spencer from St Kitts will be one of the women to watch as well, from St Kitts taking out this title.
Yeah, so she was in the Junior Continental Cup. She led out Charlotte Brown by 39 seconds, and that was Lulu Johnson out third in that category. So a little bit confusing with some doing the Continental and secondary schools, some not at secondary schools, but basically we're looking at the same race really.
Show some support. Under-19s out on the track at the moment. We also have out on the track
So here we can see the start of the hill, and now we'll get very familiar with this hill over the course of the next 3 races. So as you head up towards through this All right. So apologies, a few little technical difficulties working out the audio, but we are back, and here we see flying along, getting some great speed. Now this is coming down Centennial Drive, really moving nice and quick. So this is the key downhill portion, and you can see there that is Namutu Beach where the swim portion of the race is, and this is really the portion of the race where you want to get moving. You want to make up some of that time that you lost as you were going vertical, and you can see the athletes heading in the other direction, tackling this hill. So Luke Kugelijn looking nice and strong out the front of the race in the boys. And this little technical component, you come down, and then I ride this particular piece of road quite a lot, and it's pretty sketchy because you're going very fast down onto some tight corners, and here's a 180-degree turn. So when you're talking packs of riders all coming through these turns at speed, definitely you've got to have your wits about you. And this is the base of the hill. So this is Sophie Spencer now moving into this hill for the first time today. She'll attack this hill 4 times, and getting up out of the saddle, keeping that cadence nice and high so she can really power up this hill. She will swing a left shortly onto Portview Crescent.
Yeah, she's a very strong athlete. Recently been on a training camp that Sophie was in it. Lovely young lady. Comes out of Auckland. She's coached by one of the grandfathers of the sport. You won't like me saying that, but Walter Thorburn out of Auckland has been coaching her. So a lot of experience, and she's been around for a few years now, Sophie, and she's probably got a bit of a target on her back in regards to one of the favourites to be near the front today. So she's looking good on the bike on the start of that hill. A bit like Luke, riding alone, no real packs at the moment. But we will, like Luke, he would have got a bit of a glimpse at that far turnaround where the other athletes are. He may have got actually in and out in front of some of those athletes, and out of sight, out of mind might be the game that he's going after today. But yeah, we'll get some splits as they come through the first lap. But just a reminder here, a 25-second lead on Ivan Abel. He's out of Taupo. And then, yeah, we had Henry McMecking and Alex Brackenbury, about a minute and a quarter back. But very good rider, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of moves he makes throughout the ride.
So Ivan Abel picked up the bronze medal last year from Taupo Nui Atia, and Henry McMecking was in silver place. And I mentioned earlier Oliver Lacombe. He is the reigning champ, but moving up into the elite division, which will go at 1:40 this afternoon. So we are at the conclusion of our first 4.5k lap on the bike, as our man Luke Kugelijn hammers those pedals round this another technical section of this course. It's sort of like a little lollipop turn. There's a good view of it. He's just gone below the screen. And so they spin around, do a little lollipop turn, and then back up Bailey Road, back up the hill, and then out onto Breakwater Road, the flat section of the course. Now here she is, Sophie Spencer.
Yeah, she's still going uphill there by the looks of it, and looking very, very good. Is that still going uphill? Hard to tell here on the screen at the moment. This is your city. You probably know better than me from the pictures. Oh, she's back down on the flat.
I'm trying to work out. No, I think she's about to come onto the downhill portion. So she'll turn right on to Centennial Drive. There's Paratutu in the background. So this is that right-hand turn, and this is where you'll clock up the GPS and really get it cranking. You can see that's the top part of your screen. That road heading right there. Up the top of the screen, that's where they're going to come flying down, and then that's that real technical section. So 2 left turns and then a 180-degree right hairpin turn. So the sun is shining, there's blue skies, there's a good old wind to just mix things up, make things a bit more challenging on the bike. But look, it's great late summer triathlon conditions here in Taranaki. Last year we had the rain. This year we've got the sun and the wind. And Luke Kugelijn is back out on Breakwater Road for lap number 2.
Yeah, and as I went through the first lap, we've got Ivan Abel and Henry McMecking. They've got together. So they're 24 seconds down now. So Ivan was about that same time out of the water. But now that he's got Henry with him, those two are going to be able to ride together and try and work their way up to Luke. And you'll notice that Luke's looking back to the right a fair bit, trying to figure out how far back they are. but I wouldn't be surprised if Ivan and Henry have the ability to ride together to work up towards Luke on this second lap of this 4-lap ride. Alex Brackenbury, he went through in 4th. He's still sitting at 117 down. He's going to be a little bit isolated by himself, but yeah, those three coming together. Sometimes that works well, sometimes it doesn't work well. They'll know the strengths and weaknesses of each other. They'll be going, oh, you're the fastest runner, you do all the work, I'm not going to do it. But they may be clever enough.
Politics going on.
They may be, yeah, the art of negotiation. They may be able to go, right, we've got 3 medals here, we've just got to work together and keep the likes of Alex Brackenbury and Ryan Nelson and Jacob Diarth, who are behind, away.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's the, you see it quite often when groups come together. It's different personalities and different strengths and weaknesses that go throughout the race. They'll work it out, but hopefully these overhead shots, you'll see that motorbike right next to their leader. That looks like it's most likely to be Sophie Spencer on her way back to finish her first lap of the ride.
Yeah, great to have not only motorbikes out there, but we've got the drones up in the sky giving us these great shots of this new Plymouth course. And Sophie Spencer, she's going to finish up her first lap very shortly. She will swing a left down onto Bailey Road and complete that little lollipop section of the course. So here she goes. She'll need to just feather those brakes a little bit, make sure she doesn't slip on the paint and find her way into one of the fences here. But she is going well, found her way into the lead and looking like she's just extending that every kilometre that goes by.
Yeah, so it's Luke on the screen here. Looks like he's by himself. He's on the very tough part of the course at the moment. He's obviously out of the saddle and trying to get over the top of the hill. But it'll be interesting to see if we get a pan-away shot or some splits of how far back Ivan and Henry is. At 24 seconds, they're most likely to be able to see him. You can see Luke looking back. He's aware of what's going on behind him and when they're going to get across.
Yeah, there's kind of a couple of little sort of false flat sections. I mean, this one's genuine downhill, but up towards the top part of that hill you come up for a little bit and then you start really rolling down. And
yeah, there's still this is still a little drag back up to the top, but it's not as steep as the previous part of the hill. And then as they've been doing, they'll do a right hand turn into the fast downhill here. So at the last split at the first lap, it was about 20:33 overall time. They did a swim of about 10:30. You allow for about a minute to get up the hill. So I'd suggest that they're rolling around in about sort of 8.5 minutes a lap. So, this sort of 18.5k ride. Hilly, probably going to take them about 31 minutes before they start that run.
And on to the downhill portion. Here we go. And Sophie Spencer coming through that lollipop section. That completes her first lap. There's 4 laps for the sprint distance triathlon, so 3 to go as she navigates those barriers and then onto that very narrow portion of the course where you've definitely got to pay attention, just be aware of the other competitors around you. And great that we can have the motorbikes following through this part of the course as well to give us these shots. So Sophie, very helpful having the name on the kit.
Yeah, definitely makes it a lot easier. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Our job easier.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how far back I think the likes of Charlotte Brown or Isabel Bannister is in regards to when they come through next time.
All right, so at the bottom of the hill, Luke Kugelijn, here he goes, swinging left onto Breakwater Road, and let's see how he tackles this hairpin turn. This is one of those technical parts where he has to slam the brakes on, navigate his way around, try to avoid losing as little speed as possible, and then back on the pedals, back up to speed. And as we try to get back our Wi-Fi connection and get our results feeding through again, we will try and give you these splits, but at the moment Luke Kugelijn leads ahead of Ivan Abel and Henry Mckenzie. So definitely some of the names that we predicted would be up the front and featured very prominently last year. So Henry Mckenzie, silver medal last year, Ivan third in this event last year, and Luke Kugelijn racing along very well.
Yeah, you can see them in the same screenshot now, this overhead shot. So they're only about 5 seconds back. So those two boys, as predicted, have worked well together and they've got across to our leader. And there's going to be 3 of them up the front now. So they come back and down, getting towards Bailey Road and a little technical chicane bit that allows them to start their 3rd lap. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if these boys can keep working together.
You can see that difference of speed with just a bit of cooperation, and no doubt Luke just sensing that they were on his tail and sit up, wait for them, save a bit of energy, and then try to save those dollars, save those matches for the run. So here they come through that technical section. Now you get a little bit of straight road and you can just push away on that section before needing to apply the brakes one more time. Coming around now, that's downhill there, so you can see how they're just being a little bit cautious. And it's a great little racetrack. I really love the technical elements of this. It's not a time trial. Get on the aero bars, put your head down and just pedal. This is a true challenge in terms of those bike skills, and for these athletes, especially at the junior levels, it's great for them to have this experience where they can practice those bike skills, practice riding in a pack and having traffic, navigating tight turns, because they will face all those challenges overseas. And here is Sophie Spencer, certainly one of the favourites for this event. She is in the Junior Continental Cup division, and is that a little break with the leading boys? Potentially. So it looks like maybe we've dropped one of those 3 cyclists off that little bunch as Sophie goes up the hill one more time. She'll have to take on this hill 4 times in total today. And it looks like maybe Luke's just losing contact with those 2 boys. Now that could be a crucial part of this race. He's got to stay with them. He's got to make sure that little bungee cord doesn't stretch, because that could be the gold medal just riding away from him there. And Sophie really looking good up this hill on the drops. You can see she's working hard but keeping that cadence nice and high. She gets a little bit of a reprieve of the uphill on this portion, and then we'll have a right hand turn and then wham, good little recovery down the hill. Get as aero as possible and really make the most of this downhill portion. She's zooming past some of our male athletes there, and looking very strong on the bike.
So it looks like we've got a bit of a Wi-Fi back, so just to give you a bit of an update, we've got Sophie up the front, and then it looks like we've got Charlotte Brown sitting in second, and then about 4 seconds behind Charlotte we had Isabel Bannister, followed 46 seconds by Lulu Johnson out of Mount Maunganui College, and then Olivia Rooney out of St Kennigan, Lolo Bryson-Bro, Lucy Evans, Catherine Lund, and Monique Spedding and Nima Evans running at the top 10. But here these boys here together. Looks like they're trying to throw it at each other on the hill. It's interesting to see here the smaller lads. Ivan's not the tallest of boys, but he's certainly got the strength and skill set on those hills to get away, and it looks like they're starting to stretch out at the moment. And Luke's starting to struggle with the pace that Henry and Ivan are starting to show.
Yeah, it looks like is Luke riding quite a big gear there and really having to hammer pretty hard on those pedals.
Yeah, he's just a bigger athlete, you know what I mean? Just a bit more mass to get up the hill, and he's obviously been away by a lap for himself. He's used it a little bit more energy, whereas Ivan and Henry have had the ability to ride off each other, have turns into the front of the wind and save themselves a little bit, you know what I mean? Well, it might be just their strength. They might be better cyclists than the likes of Luke, but they're certainly moving away pretty well at the moment.
Yeah, working really well together. Good exchanges of the lead. You can see they're really tucked in, staying nice and low.
So yeah, Henry's out of the Canterbury Triathlon Academy as well, and we've got Ivan, who's coached out by Cameron Paul out of Taupo. Look at that, amazing, ain't the wonderful mountain that you see once every second or third trip. But, amazing clear skies today to show us the beauty of Paradise.
Yeah, it is really spectacular. You can see the way that mountain really affects the weather conditions there, the way the clouds are all banked up on the southern side. And usually when that happens, it means you get these gusty winds that come on over the mountain as well. But beautiful scenes here in Taranaki. It is a little wonderful corner of the world and always worth a weekend away this time of year for the Taranaki Tri Festival. Sophie Spencer coming down to finish off her, what will this be, her third lap now?
Yeah, third lap, so she'll have one more to go.
So we're racing through the sprint triathlon and it continues. These two boys just inching their way ahead of Luke Kugelijn as they get onto this downhill portion of the cycle leg. And good aero position there.
Yeah, it looks like Henry's doing a fair bit of work on the front there, nice and low, they're riding together. Ivan's doing well, he's keeping that fluid intake up, so he's thinking ahead to the run and staying hydrated. So it looks like they've got a good lead on Luke now. And then at the end of sort of the second lap, halfway through the ride, Alex Brackenbury was sitting at 1 minute 10, so he'd taken 4 seconds out of the lead, but he was riding all alone. So he's having to do all the work himself and he'll be trying to work his way across to Luke, and he's also a very good runner. So I know he's had a few injuries he's been dealing with this summer, but he's on the start line, he's back racing, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes throughout the day.
Sophie Spencer, as she's been all day so far, out on her own on the bike, but boy is she biking well in this warming Taranaki sunshine. She's got a fair bit of breeze to deal with, but she looks like it's not bothering her at the moment. She's got the roads all to herself, you can see there. No other athletes on the screen. I'm not too sure if those two athletes riding behind her are male or female athletes. But on the other side of the road, coming towards us, are the two leaders in the men's race, and by the massive gap behind them, you'd think that they're putting some distance now on Luke Kugelijn. So Ivan Abel and Henry McMecking just pulling away, working very well together. We've had another little lead change there, so they're doing well to just swap out that lead and work together and put some distance on the boys behind them.
Yeah, no, they're working very, very well together, so they've clearly moved away from Luke, and it's going to be pretty hard for anyone else to catch up, I think, the rest of the day. Anything can happen though, don't get me wrong, but you know, the way they're moving at the moment, they're going to have at least over a minute on the likes of Alex, and you'd suggest that Luke is going to be finding it a lot harder riding by himself at the moment.
Yeah, look at that gap. Still no sign of Luke yet on screen. As they come around into this final section of the bike course, they will swing around this corner and then exit the bike course onto the little linking road, which will take them down to transition. So now's the time to think about your transition processes.
No, these boys have got one more lap. They've got one more lap to go.
Okay,
Yeah, they've got one more lap. So yeah, a little bit confusing with the 18 and a half and not the 5 kilometre laps. But yeah, they've got one more lap here. So, you know, I mean, I'd suggest that they're going to really probably put in another probably 20, 30 seconds at least into the likes of Luke on this lap, the way they're working together. Amazing overhead shots again. It's good to see. Hasn't technology changed with the drones, introduction of drones to TV coverage nowadays? Yeah.
Back in the day, you'd have to have a helicopter in the sky bringing these sorts of shots, but now it's just a camera operator with a remote control and sends it up into the sky. It's, yeah, wonderful. And also wonderful to have a facility like skysportnext that we can broadcast this all over the world for free, and you guys can tune in. So
these smaller sports, we're getting out to the wider public that can't be here today, and we've got people with grandparents and aunties and uncles all around the world that they can just go onto YouTube and watch this. So it's amazing. Yeah. So.
And of course, these athletes will be able to go back and watch the replay and see how their form was looking and see how the strategy played out, which is another great training tool for these athletes as well. So reminder again, you can see that little share button down below your screens on your YouTube page. Hit that share button and push it out to your club mates, your schoolmates. Let's get eyeballs on this thing, because we've got lots more action to come, and this race is just heating up. We're in the mid stages of the sprint race now. To give you a gauge, this course, if you can break 1 hour for it for the boys, is very, very quick. It's a challenging course, and the girls, if you can break 1 hour 10, that also is very quick. So Sophie Spencer last year did 1:08 to take out the race, and Oliver Larkham did just a tick under 1 hour, 59 minutes 56 seconds. So definitely breaking the hour mark is no mean feat on this course.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Sophie's going very, very well. And like I said, lucky to be in a training camp recently. She had the opportunity to spend time with our high-performance athletes down in Cambridge for 3 or 4 days. And I know that she really, really enjoyed that experience of rubbing shoulders with the likes of Ainsley Thorpe and Nicole Vanderkay and some of our other elite athletes. So, big future ahead. She's going to go to Europe this year for the first time, and she's in the current stages with her parents and Walter, her coach, and planning how the rest of the year heads. She's looking to obviously try and qualify next weekend for the under-19 team in Montreal. But she's at an age now where she's finished school and wants to get overseas and start sort of applying, racing against the best in the world.
Awesome. And here she is, flying downhill with Paratutu in the background. This Taranaki sunshine just streaming through the Pahutakawas. This is late summer triathlon at its best here in Aotearoa. It's great to have your company, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Taranaki Festival, and you're tuned into the under-19s secondary schools champs, which is combined with the Oceania Continental Cup junior race. So, of course, those athletes who are no longer at school but still in the under-19 category are in the junior Continental Cup, and those who are still at school taking part in the secondary schools. So it means that you can both get a secondary schools title and compete in the juniors, and we don't have to go and have 2 races, which is a great way of having these athletes compete together. Now, here comes Sophie Spencer. This is her 3rd lap. She will have about a kilometre to go, and then she'll be out onto the last lap of the bike, and she's doing it very well all by herself.
Yeah, she had about a 2-minute 30 lead at the moment over the likes of Charlotte Brown, and then it looks like Charlotte Brown and Isabel Bannister are riding together, and they've got about a 40-second lead over Olivia Rooney, followed by Lola Bryson Bow, Lulu Johnson, Lucy Evans, Catherine Ludd, Monique Spedding and Nima Evans rounding out the top 10. So lots of close racing going there, but Sophie's got a clear lead at the moment of about 2 minutes 20 as they went through the halfway stage of the ride. And Ivan and Henry, as we've seen on the screen for most of the day, now had a good lead. They had about a 30-second lead at the 14-kilometre mark of the ride. Sitting back about a minute 30 now with in 4th place is Alex Brackenbury. So yeah, Ivan and Henry are definitely the fastest movers on the course at the moment. Sitting in 5th place was Ryan Marfell, 6th Jacob Diar, followed by Reeve Dooney, Lachlan Brown, Hunter Gibson, Sasha Perez Baker, Ryan Nelson, Connor Tarito, Jacob Cunningham, Ethan James, all rounding at the top 14. But it's still fairly close.
So Sophie Spencer coming down the hill, down Bailey Road, onto this lollipop section for the second to last time. She's got that 2-minute lead over the rest of the pack, really showing her strength in the bike. And she's looked good all morning long in this Taranaki sunshine, navigating these tight turns, this technical course, and looking as strong as ever. The reigning champ coming back, this time in the Junior Continental Cup as opposed to the schools division. But let's be honest, all these competitors are competing against each other. It doesn't matter what particular race they're in.
Yeah.
They're looking to the athlete next to them as Mckenzie takes over the job from Abel. And really cool to see these two working together and just, time trialing it out. This is turning into a bit of a team pursuit.
Oh, they're riding away with this race at the moment. Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, about a 27-second lead over Luke as they went through the last lap, and this time we've got about 2k to go before they roll their way back into T2, and then we're going to see who's the quicker runner of the two there at the moment. 3-lap run today, making up the 5 kilometres. So again, like the other courses early today, they're going to have Bailey's Hillen as well. It's been a real sort of key part of the course in the run in the elite races and the World Cups in the past. That's where a lot of athletes make that move on the hill, the ones that got the strength and the leg speed off the hill. And as we said earlier today, you've got about, 150, 200 metres as you come off the hill for the finish. So, you know what I mean, do you go early, do you wait? We've seen plenty of people go early and tie up. As we were talking about earlier, that famous sprint between Bevan Doherty and Chris Gemmell, where Chris went early and got rolled with about 50 metres to go. So yeah, it's an interesting one with a howling tailwind and about just a weird distance of about 200 metres, a little bit early for some, and yeah, it'll be interesting if we get some sprint finishes throughout the day.
Absolutely, and here they come. This time, finishing off the bike, they have exited the bike course, and now this just little connecting road. And there is a couple of marshals waiting for them right next to the dismount line, so they'll have their feet out of the shoes and off the bike. They are neck and neck, shoulder to shoulder. These two boys have worked so well on the bike, but from being a team sport out on the bike, they're suddenly competitors again and looking to race. So we will find out shortly who's been doing the work on the run, who's feeling the best after the bike, because these two were really hammering those hills. So how do the quads feel? Are they getting the blood back into the calves? And how's the tactics going to play out? They've got 5k to run, so do you look to run hard and open up a bit of a gap and play that psychological game, or maybe you sit in? So Mckenzie gets the best of T2. He's out first. Abel is just taking it a little bit cruisier, but he will surely have a plan in mind. But only a couple of seconds separating these two athletes. So here he goes, Mckenzie out onto the run circuit. He's looking good already, getting that cadence up. And is that gap going to be decisive when it comes towards the end of this 5K? Still plenty of racing left in this under-19s Junior Continental Cup.
Yeah, he's definitely put down the hammer nice and early. He said to Ivan, if you want to win this race, you're going to have to come out hard with me. So great racing up the front there. We're looking for Luke, see how far back he is. He was about 30 seconds down at the end of the third lap, and Alex was about 1:30 down. As we've got Sophie Spencer now on the screen. She's got the last time up the hill. She'll be glad when this is over and we can get onto the run. But last time we checked, she had a 2.5 minute lead to the rest of the girls. So she's doing it really well at the front at the moment.
And interesting, she was up out of the saddle, which we haven't seen a huge amount from her, but maybe just showing a bit of that intent that, right, last lap, let's get this hill done. Let's power up this hill, and you can see she's pushing a big gear, pushing some big watts up this hill, just wanting to get this thing done and dusted and then get out onto the run. But Sophie Spencer, she's having a great day in the office so far, and can she open up enough of a lead to hang on to? Now back to the run. Mckenzie looking great in the Taranaki sunshine. He's really come into this run leg with a bit of intent, had a great transition, and already opened up a couple of seconds. It looks like that gap might just be growing a little.
Yeah, no, he looks good. He looks like he's opened up about a 50-metre gap now to Ivan. So, these guys are going to know each other. They're going to know who's the stronger runner of the two. But I feel like they've got enough of a lead now. A 1:11 lead to Luke. So Luke's come into T2 now and has gone out onto the run. He's got about 1:11 to catch up on these two boys. But I feel like these two are racing away for gold and silver at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly looks this way. So Henry Mckenzie got the better of Ivan last year in this event, and actually put 2 minutes on him. So so Henry got the silver medal behind Oliver Larkham, and then Ivan Abel was 2 minutes back from Henry. So could that be the same order again this time? We'll have to wait and see, because 5K is a long way to go, and it's one of those races where you might feel good at the start, but you've got 15 odd minutes of grind ahead of you. and you'll soon find out how many matches you burnt on those hills in the cycle leg. And it looks like he's really applied some good pressure. Now Sophie has done and dusted all the hills on the bike for the day. There's no more hills for her left to climb. There's some hills for her to glide on down. So here she comes, back towards the port, back towards Namotu Beach. She will be enjoying this little recovery. And Stephen, what sort of approach is she going to have as she comes down the hill? She's got a good lead. Will she want to just spend some time freshening up the legs?
Yeah, I think she will be. It'd be interesting to know if she's getting splits out on the course to actually know how far in front she actually is.
Yeah.
So she's obviously going to get indicators as she goes around this bit here and goes back and doesn't see any of the girls, but that might be 30 seconds in her mind, not 2.5 minutes like she's got at the moment. So, she'll be now just thinking about, rightio, I've got a couple of K, I've got to start thinking about taking my feet out on the downhill and doing a good transition and just getting into a run routine, going out, not too crazy, and then assessing how far ahead she is. Like I said, she needs to start thinking about, she'll be thinking about next weekend as well, because it's a big race next weekend for selection, and that's probably her biggest race of the season. So, she'll want the win today, but she might not want to do it by emptying the tank completely.
Yeah.
Those are sort of things that she should be thinking about. But she looks good. She's done it. She's obviously built and prepared well, and her and her coach Walter have set things up, and she's going to be hard to be caught from here, isn't she?
She's looking really good, and what a race she's had already. But of course, it all comes down to that run at the end, and she's rode very well. She's swum very well. Has she saved enough to stay nice and strong on the run? She puts the sunnies on, so maybe part of the plan for the transition, or maybe she just forgot she had the sunnies in the helmet.
I think she's just been going so hard she's forgot to use them, but going that fast down the hill, she would have had tears in her eyes.
So remembers about the sunnies tucked into the helmet, and it is one of those things that I've found when I've done transitions, you're kind of always feeling like you're late for work.
Yeah,
because you're thinking about all the stuff that you need, and you're sort of racing, and little things like sunnies tucked into your helmet can be easily forgotten.
No. There's a lot to think about, and like I said, she's been thinking about the ride and getting over the hills and descending and all these corners, and now she's got to start thinking about getting her feet out of the shoes and becoming a runner.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So, but she looks good, and like I said, she's going to be hard to be caught from here.
All right, so here she comes. She exits the bike course, does this little dogleg connection down to the transition area. This is another little downhill portion, which will give her a good chance to just roll and get her feet out of the shoes, ready to hop out. We can hear outside our window some clapping and cheering for her.
Yeah, definitely. And the wind conditions at the moment is died down a fair bit at the moment, so really nice conditions at the moment. You can even see the tops of those trees, and those drone shots are not so crazy at the moment. And our little porticon that we're talking in is not actually rocking and rolling. We're sitting still.
We can tell when the gusts come through. Yeah. Feels like the porticon's about to end up in the Tasman Sea, but not right now. You can see there, it looks like a perfect summer's day down at Namotu Beach. It's a beautiful little coastal spot here. You got playgrounds, got nice spot for picnics under the trees, and what a spot for triathlon as well.
Yeah, we just had the first two boys go through the 1.6k mark. So Henry's got his 18-second lead over Ivan at the moment. So moving well. So we've got about just under 10 minutes for him to break the 1 hour mark. I think maybe this might be a tad over this year, but it's still going to be a very quick time, and a very, very good transition there by Sophie. She's got in, she's racked her bike, she's taken her helmet off. You'll see that she's put a number belt on, so within the rules of triathlon that you have to have a number facing forward for the run. So they didn't require it for the ride, but they do for the run, so the officials and everybody can know who's coming towards them and mark them off as they go through each of the laps. They have that alongside their timing chips on their ankle. You see there's like a strap on her right ankle that's got a chip that will give us the splits that we're reading from today. And as we see some of the boys starting to come in, Luke, our early leader on the swim and the bike, he's just come in. He's actually just gone through the first lap, and he's currently 1 minute 22 behind Henry, and about 1 minute and 4 seconds behind Ivan in second place at the moment.
Are these potentially teams, the top 2 teams guys coming through?
Yeah, I'm not sure actually.
Confirmation on that.
I'll try and get you some splits. Might be some of the other boys.
Yeah, so
it looks like we've had the likes of Jacob Diarth, Reeve Dooney out of Taradale High School, Ryan Marfell out of Marlborough, and Lachlan Brown and Hunter Gibson all go through their transitions as well. So. So we scan back to Sophie running along the shoreline here.
Yeah, looking pretty good as well. She had a great bike, and it looks like her run legs are still there. So she is got the run shoes on, keeping that cadence up, and just a nice, compact, efficient running style. She doesn't need to do anything crazy here. She's got a good lead, and she can just lock into that rhythm and just go through her processes of what she's been training for all summer long. As you mentioned, for a lot of these junior athletes, next weekend's the big one for getting points in qualifications for World Champs coming up later in the year, hoping to make world teams. And for a lot of athletes, today's the big one where they want to get those secondary school titles. So lots of stories and different plot lines playing out within this one race.
As you just see on screen, number 4015, Jacob Cunningham. He's out of Waitaki Boys High School. He's just finishing and racking his bike now, and he'll start to think about the run. But it looks like our leader at the front here is looking very good, striding back down. He's on the return leg of his second lap of the run. But Henry McMeeking out of Canterbury looking very strong and going to be tough to beat this year. And as you said last year, he got second to Oliver, and this year he's got the ability to go into the top step of the podium and become the under-19 champion.
I'm just worried about how far his number's slipping down his legs. He better watch out he doesn't get tripped up by that one. But I'm sure he knows what's going on.
Quite a lot of people don't like it around their stomach, the midriff, and they run it quite low, but it actually sits quite low, getting away in regards to
So there you go. Shaz is first in a para category. Different categories out there today. Unfortunately, all 3 athletes didn't finish, but
so a lot of athletes coming through now. We've got Isabel Bannister coming through. Is she from St. Kitts? Now she's one of our leaders in the schools competition. Yeah, second female. So we've got Isabel Bannister and Olivia Rooney, not too far behind her.
Yeah, with Charlotte Brown in between. So Charlotte's sitting in third. She's 15 seconds behind Isabel Bannister at the moment. So, Sophie leading, followed by Isabel, then Charlotte Brown, then Olivia Rooney, will be the next person. Just as we see our boys' leader coming down to finish his first, the second lap of the 3-lap run. And Henry will make his way back out for the final 1.6 kilometres.
Yeah, going really well, Henry McMeeking. And that other little side plot is whether Henry can dip beneath that magic hour mark on this challenging course. You'd need to run sort of 5-minute laps or faster, so that would have to be pretty quick.
Yeah, he's only got he's went through in 55.56 with 1 lap to go, so he's just going to be a tad over.
Sub 4-minute mile.
Yeah,
probably not. But
and what time did Sophie do last year? Just with her on the screen and talking about times. And splits,
108. So
108. So she's looking pretty good. We'll give you some splits throughout her race, but good to see some of the locals coming down. Someone's out there walking their dog at the moment, and hopefully we'll get a few more spectators this afternoon for the elites.
Absolutely. So that kicks off at 1:40. The next race after this one will be the National Age Group Sprint Champs. So that will be all the open age groups right up into our Masters athletes. I think we've got some M75 athletes lining up. So we've got all sorts of age groups, and it's wonderful to have athletes coming from all over New Zealand and just wonderful to be finishing off a summer of triathlon with some events after it's been a very challenging season for event organisers and also athletes trying to work out what to train for and have that consistency and predictability to get out there and put in the hard yards. But someone who's been putting in the hard yards all summer long and probably all winter long before that, Henry McMecking. He got second in the schools champs last year. It looks like he is on track to take the gold in this Junior Continental Cup. He is running very well, heading out towards that turnaround point, and then it'll just be, 800 metres to go. So he's probably got a kilometre to go from here.
Yeah, he hasn't got far to go. He's done the hard bit, so he's looked good. He's looked good all day. You know what I mean? He's a little bit of work to do out of the swim, and then he worked hard on that first lap with Ivan, and they obviously showed their strength on the climb, and then he's come out with intent straight away, and he's thrown it down. And you know what I mean? You'll find with triathlon, the ones that, if you're not there after the first 500 metres, it's pretty hard to come back. You know what I mean? Especially as we go through these grades in regards to these more experienced athletes that are racing.
Yeah, I believe that might be Sophie Spencer just heading out on the grass. So she's just come through after her first lap.
Tough little run, with all these little grasses and concretes and roads and uphills and downhills and all those sort of things. So, bit of everything, isn't there? Hard to get into a rhythm.
Yeah. It's really only once you start getting out onto the road section, heading out, that you can get into the rhythm. And just when you're into a rhythm, you hit at that 180-degree turn.
Yeah.
And then you've got to start heading back towards home. And you can see on the right of the screen, up Bailey Road, that's the little pinchy hill.
It's quite steep, That doesn't really do it justice, that picture there, but it's a steep little hill. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we have a few people starting to make their move on the third lap in the elite races later on today going up there.
So here he is, Henry McMecking, looking good as ever, keeping that knee drive going, staying nice and relaxed, really composed. He had a great ride with Ivan Abel. They just shared the lead and looked so strong on the hills. And here he is, Henry McMecking, started the run leg with some good speed. And these are lap runners just sort of tucking in behind, getting a little bit of a helpful boost. But it's Henry who is having the race of his life here today. This will be a massive result if he can hang on. He's probably got about 600 or 700 metres to go at this point.
No, he's looking good, and even from his form, he hasn't fallen apart over the 3 laps. Very upright, and he's moving very, very well. Be a very happy man to take that top step after getting a silver medal last year. So not far to go now, and I dare say he'll get a chance to take on Oliver next weekend in Taronga. But as we've said earlier today, the defending champion, he's gone into the elite race this afternoon, and he's not on the start line. But talking about defending champions, we've got a defending champion from last year in the under-19s, Sophie Spencer on the screen at the moment, and she's out on her is this her second lap or third lap?
I think this is her second lap.
Second lap, yeah.
Yeah. So last year she did 108. So this could be the good little battle. It's Sophie versus Sophie. Can she beat Sophie Spencer of 2021? Has she improved? I mean, it's difficult to compare weather conditions because last year we had greasy, wet conditions. This year it's dry but windy. So very difficult to compare the two. But she's looking good at the moment.
Yeah, she went through 56 minutes for their 1.6k run. So, she wants to be 108 from last year. She's got about 12 minutes to do the last 2 laps as she does her far turn down the far end of the course. So she's halfway through the run exactly now, basically. As we see Henry McMecking making his way towards the blue carpet. Just made sure the hair looked right then, I think.
You got to get ready for the picture. Get the number in the right place. Here it goes. The sunny's come off. He will come through to claim the national title in the Junior Continental Cup here at the Taranaki Festival. Henry McMecking, he had such a great bike working with Ivan Abel, and then just right from T2, just switched into gear, put the running shoes on, and off he went. Claims the national title, and look at that. He dips below 60 minutes. What a run from this boy.
I think you're reading the girls' time there, mate.
Oh,
yeah, a little bit.
Sorry.
I think it was
60, dipped below 62 minutes.
Yeah, he was about 61.40, but a very good racing today. Unbelievably hard wins up there, and they've done very well, as is this lady on the screen at the moment.
Yeah, Sophie Spencer ticking along very nicely. Just had such a good bike leg, looked so strong on those hills, and really made the use of the flat sections as well. And here you can see she's just getting about her work really, really well. No sense of panic or urgency. She knows that if she just keeps on plugging away at the pace that she's been training all summer long for, she knows that she will have this national title, and certainly prepare herself well for next weekend, which will be the big one for looking to qualify for those international competitions.
Yeah, and just an update on the boys' race. When they see him go to the line, but Ivan, he's held on for second place. He ended up being 56 seconds down on Henry today. And the interesting battle will be whether Luke can hold on for third. It looks like he has. Looks like he's going to claim third place today. So a very good race for him. He led the swim, he led the ride, and he's held on to that bronze podium position.
Yeah, Luke Kugelijn, he was our early leader, and he did so well actually after really having those other two ride past him very quickly, and that could have been very demoralising, but he really held it together so well on the run, and well-deserved bronze after that early work in the swim.
No, he did very well
on the bike.
Yeah, he did very well, and we've got a shot of Sophie and Alex Brackenbury running up the hill there, so good strong racing up the front today in these under-19 boys and girls events.
So the sunshine continues here in Taranaki, tropical Taranaki as we like to call it here in this part of the world, and our top three share a photo together. They competed for an hour out there on the course around New Plymouth. They were separated in the end on the bike, but then it was Henry McMecking who just pulled away on the run and really dominated that run leg. And now Sophie Spencer, I mean, talking about dominating the run leg, she's just dominated from start to finish with this one, really putting on a wonderful display of a full all-round triathlete at the moment, but she's still got one lap to go. 1.6k still to run, so she will swing a right just up here past the drinks table, throw some fluid on her to keep her cool, and it's gone from sort of puffer jacket weather to jersey weather to t-shirt weather within the space of about an hour, so things are definitely heating up. It's turning into a lovely early autumn afternoon. Are we afternoon? Yeah, we are afternoon now. And this is all lining up for what's going to be a great couple of hours more of triathlon action.
Yeah, definitely a whole day of triathlon. And at the moment we've got the age group is about to race at the same time. So they're out on the course doing their swim at the moment. We haven't got any shots of that at the moment, but they've just started about 5 minutes ago. So that's the New Zealand Sprint Distance Age Group Championships, all the way through up to 75 years of age, as you're saying earlier, Hayden. But a fun day of racing, and Sophie just there on her last lap and looking good. Apologies for not being able to show the seconds and third, anyone that's going on behind them. There's only enough room for one camera per gender at the moment out on this course because it's a fairly tight course. But we'll continue to try and give you the splits and distances of the other athletes.
I cannot believe how good Sophie Spencer is looking at. It seems like every lap she's just looking more and more comfortable on this run. And here she goes for the last time, heading out along, what's this one? What road is this one? I've forgotten all the roads already. Ocean View Parade, this one.
Ocean View.
So this is the one right next to the beach. And they head out for about 800 metres, swing around for 800 metres towards home. You can see the athletes heading in the other direction. So this is a lapped athlete that Sophie will come up past. And the story is, can Sophie go under her time from last year of 1:08.38. So we'll keep close attention on this one. I would say at the moment she's tracking pretty well for that one.
Yeah, it's going to be close, mate. We're at 3 minutes and a few seconds to get back there. But whatever time she does, she's had a very good day and done it solo by herself. I'm not sure last year whether she had the ability. And isn't that cool? High fives to her friends out on the course, you know what I mean? So it's really, really cool.
Big kicks here for the finish line.
This looks like a team member, this one here.
Such a good sight when you see that blue carpet. It means your day in the office is about to end and you can just put all the gas in the accelerator and just go for it. As we see another team member coming up. Is that Marlborough Boys? I think we've seen that strip once today already.
No, so that's number 4039. That's Ryan Marfell at a Marlborough Boys College.
Yep.
So, at the moment, he's in the... he's got him leading the under-19 schools, so don't quote me there, but he may have won the secondary schools race, with the other boys not being at school. But a good race anyway. He was currently leading from Jacob Diarth out of Cambridge High School. And Reva Dooney, he's just finished. He's out of Taradale High School. He's finished in a time of about 66 minutes.
Here she is, Sophie Spencer. She's turned around, starting to head for home now. So she will see way off in the distance, about 700 metres out in front of her will be the finish line. And as we are removing layers in the commentary booth here, you can get a sense of how things are really heating up out there on the tarmac. Starting to feel more like a true summer triathlon weather out there with the sun baking down. Nice midday sun here in Taranaki. And Sophie Spencer, she's led from start to finish. And we've kept an eye on this little time, her time from last year, 1:08.38, which gave her the National Secondary Schools title. This year, she's in the Junior Continental Cup, and she is hoping, well, surely on track to claim that title. And can she beat that time from last year?
Yeah, I think she might go a little bit short this year because she's got to get down and back up Bailey's Hill, so I'm not sure if she's going to break 68 minutes, but she, like I said, she may be thinking about next weekend. She may be thinking, hey, I just need to get the W, look after myself. And it's going to be an interesting 3 weeks, It's something I know I've discussed with my athletes. It's like, how do we manage the next 3 weeks? How do we get the best out of the next 3 weeks, out of 3 weekends? How do we, how does the week look? We race on a Sunday, we've got to travel to a new location this afternoon. We have to start thinking about, ice bars and massages and stretching and recovery, strategies. And most of them will have a fairly easy Monday tomorrow and be a bit of aerobic training. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they may do a little bit more, faster, speedier stuff. And then, then Friday, Saturday, they start thinking about tapering off again as they get ready for the next event.
Big kicks coming in down this finishing straight. They get a nice little tailwind blowing them into the finish line. Now, an update on the under-19s secondary schools championship. So remember, we've got those under-19s who are no longer at college or high school. They are in the Junior Continental Cup. So that includes Sophie Spencer. Now, those who are in the secondary schools race and have opportunity to win secondary school titles, I can tell you that Olivia Rooney has passed through 11 seconds ahead of Charlotte Brown, with Isabel Bannister in third place at the moment. So Olivia Rooney has made a good move up into first place at the moment. And then it is Charlotte Brown, but it is Sophie Spencer. She's had a wonderful, wonderful day here at Namutu Beach in New Plymouth, in the Taranaki sunshine, in the Taranaki wind, and she has prevailed. She cycled so brilliantly, opening up that 2-minute lead, and she's just hung on to it wonderfully in the run. Here she comes. She will see the blue carpet. That motorbike will peel away and leave her all alone to claim another national title, this time in the Junior Continental Cup. What a win this will be for Sophie Spencer. Here she comes. She will claim the tape on the blue carpet. Sophie Spencer, after winning last year, she will win again here in New Plymouth.
Yeah, amazing race by her. She actually looks pretty fresh, doesn't she? Still talking, and I'm sure she's very, very happy, and Walter Thorburn, her coach back in Auckland, will be watching this live feed here on Sky Next today and be very happy with the progress that she's made, and looking forward to the next 2 weeks of racing. And looking forward to seeing how she goes too. So, and then we're actually lucky in the third race in Taupo in 2 weeks' time that actually there's no separate. They'll be racing together. There'll be one elite race. The under 19s, so an opportunity for them to race together. So yeah, it's exciting for these young ones that they can get on the start line with a Olympic medalist. You know what I mean, and see where they are, and, you know, what they've got to work on and work towards in the future.
Totally. That is so cool as we see more of our boys coming down to the finish. Good finishes from these guys, getting up on their toes, running all the way to the line. It's always good to see. And clicks the watch. Job done. Put that up on Strava.
It's not on Strava. It didn't happen, did it, mate?
Yeah. Very good. And you can see the work that these athletes put into their racing. It really is a true test of endurance. And as we take the drone back, where will our leaders be in this schools race? We had Olivia Rooney in first place at the last checkpoint. But we will have to wait and see how that's played out, because there was only about 11 seconds back to Charlotte Brown. They're not too far back to Isabel Bannister.
We've been treated to some spectacular sprint finishes today, and hopefully we get a couple more in the next wee while.
Amazing job by the traffic management team there today. So the flow of the traffic's still happening. People will still be able to go down to the end of the port there, and they'll be able to get to the beach. And yeah, a lot of people to thank, and a lot of people to make a race like that happen. And you know, without the support of these people and event sponsors like the Toi Foundation, Venture Taranaki, Media Works Taranaki, Port Taranaki, Todd Energy, House of Beer, Triathlon New Zealand and World Triathlon, that these things don't happen. So a big thank you to them, and a big thank you to all the volunteers and supporters that have come out today.
Now, Stephen Sheldrake, I do need to ask you, we've talked a bit about, you know, qualifying for these junior athletes for international competitions, and obviously borders have been closed, so for a lot of these athletes, they've never competed overseas.
No.
They might be 18 years of age and not had that chance to put on the black of New Zealand. So what's on the cards, and what's sort of the pathway for a lot of these athletes to look to go to next beyond this New Zealand level?
Yeah, actually a few are travelling to Australia at the end of April.
Awesome.
So we've got a Junior Oceania Championships. So we've got a group of about 7 or 8 that'll be heading over there, and that'll be the first probably exposure to, you know, Australasia and Oceania racing. So they'll go there at the end of April, and then after that there's a group of younger ones, depending who gets selected next weekend, looking to go to Europe in mid-May, and there's a number of junior Conti Cup races, a bit like we've got today, but it's European, and obviously exposure to a lot more countries and deeper fields, and they'll get time up there racing in that, and we're hoping to immerse them into our European base that we have in a place called Banyoles near Girona in Spain, and they'll get time, the ability to spend times with the likes of Ainsley and Taylor and Nicole and Hayden and those likes, and train with them and get a taste of what a European life and life on the road as a triathlete, and learning the trades of becoming a professional athlete. And then from there we look to move them to Montreal, and they'll do the World Championships at the end of June in Montreal, Canada. So it's a busy few months coming up for the ones that do qualify. But yeah, in a normal, build up, they'd probably get 2 or 3 races in Australia, and then they'd look to go to World Champs. World Champs this year is a lot earlier than in the past. Normally a Junior World Championships is not August, September, but this year it's in June, because there's 2 World Championships now at the elite level, a sprint distance and an Olympic distance. The Olympic distance one is later in the year in Abu Dhabi, which the junior athletes don't do, but yeah, it's tough because they need to prepare in New Zealand's winter to get ready for some of these races. So hence why we're trying to get them over to Europe to get exposure to races, and then be able to go into a World Championship with some good racing behind them, as opposed to racing here in March and then waiting for 2 or 3 months to actually race again.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Now, is this the first of our secondary school athletes coming up? Is this Olivia Rooney from St Kitts? I think it is. Yes, here she comes. So she's going to claim the New Zealand Secondary Schools title. She will be the first of our school athletes coming through. We've seen St Kitts on the finish line multiple times. Sophie Spencer was a St Kitts old girl. And so she will be very glad to see one of her old teammates come through, and very close for second and
Charlotte
third
Brown,
here.
yeah, Charlotte Brown, number 4014. So she's just come through, followed by 4028, Isabel Bannister, and then followed by Lola Bryson Bow out of Christchurch Schools High School. So amazing racing there for the first, second, and third, fourth actually. So.
Great racing from those girls, and how cool for them to be so close to each other and have that right down to the wire. You can see how much they had emptied the tank to get to that finish line. Wonderful racing from them. And just incredible to have that sort of connection to your fellow competitors after an hour and a bit of racing in the hot sun and in the wind. So we are going to take a short little break before we come back to the action here at Namutu in New Plymouth. So thanks for joining the coverage. We will be back very shortly with the rest of the action. So don't go anywhere in the Tri Taranaki Festival.
Plenty of athletes from that age group, session, coming off the swim, getting onto the bike. Doing their thing.
Kia ora and welcome everyone back to Namotu Beach here in New Plymouth, where we are in store for quite a treat for this last hour of competition. This is the Oceania Continental Cup. This is the elite races, men and women. They'll go 2 minutes apart, and this will be 1 hour of riveting action. Starting off with the swim, they'll do 500 metres out into the Tasman Sea, and then they've got 20k on the bike and finish off with a sprint 5k along the foreshore here in Taranaki. My name is Hayden Sherman, and alongside me is Stephen Sheldrake. Stephen, this is the big climax of what's been a great day of triathlon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Hayden. Great to be here. And yeah, look at those graphics on the screen. 0 chance of rain, 21 degrees, bit of wind, good solid course here on the west coast. Solid, very bumpy 2-lap swim of 750 metres, and then they're going to make their way out onto a very technical hilly 4-lap ride and that 3-lap run. That's sort of lots of different road surfaces. Got a bit of a hill in on Bailey's Road. Up and down that, and yeah, exciting. We've got a few carrots on the line. There's potential to secure a spot to the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham later this year, and yeah, small fields but very competitive fields. We've got 5 Olympians racing today. We've even got an Olympic medalist in the names of Hayden Wilde.
Now, talking about Hayden Wilde, the big news is that they are all wearing wetsuits. So someone's gone out there with multiple thermometers, and we've checked. Yeah. The temperature has just dipped below that wetsuit optional mark of 20 degrees. So obviously that offshore breeze has just cooled down the water temps.
So in triathlon, the rules are that they take the water temperature 1 hour exactly before the race. So at 12:40, someone may have been out there on the furthest part of the course at 1 metre deep. Someone dips the arm under the water, and apparently it's 18 something. So it's actually it's dropped 2 degrees over the last 2 days. So, yeah, some people will be very happy that it's wetsuit. Some people have been hoping that it was non-wetsuit. So, anyway, it's wetsuit.
I think Hayden Wilde would have just been staying awake listening to that wind just howling through and just hoping that it would cool off that water temperature. So that's the story. The autumn has arrived a little bit early, and as you can see on screen, there is the brother of Hayden Wilde, Hamish Wilde, who's actually been on the mic doing the announcing, organising festivities down here at the beach, and we've got a good little crowd has come out, and they've got news that all COVID restrictions have been let go, and here we are getting some introductions from Hamish.
Trent Thorpe, Saxton Morgan, Dylan McCulloch, Lachlan Haycock, Jonas Stuffenberg, David Martin, Josiah Ney, James Corbett, Oliver Lacombe, Christian Davey, Grayson Westgate, Sam Perry, Luke Scott, Austin Carter.
And there we are. That's our lineup for the men's triathlon. So we've got 17 competitors, led out, of course, by Hayden Wilde, our reigning Olympic bronze medalist and reigning exterior world champ. And he will appreciate some of those hills. So here we go over to the females.
Hannah Knighton, Andrea Hansen, Hannah DeVette, Bria Roderick, Olivia Thornberry, Eva Goodison, Hannah Howell, Madison Knightley, Amada Ray, and Olivia Cummings.
So what a lineup we have, men and women, and really you've got to talk the big plot is the youngsters, the current crop of young 20-something-year-olds, and the women's race versus the experience, the three-time top 8 Olympian and Andrea Hansen, formerly Andrea Hewitt. And then in the men's race, it's really the field versus Hayden Wilde, and what can the likes of Taylor Reid, Trent Thorpe, Dylan McCulloch, Saxon Morgan, can they keep up? Can they do some team tactics maybe to try and take the sting out of his legs?
Yeah, that's been the talk around the track lately in regards to how we're going to, nullify that, that 13:35k run speed. Third time year in a row this year at the New Zealand Athletics Championships that he came the fastest 5,000 metre runner in New Zealand. He is a pedigree runner. He's a pedigree athlete. You don't win medals at the Olympics unless you're a very good athlete. And they're all lined up, ready to go, and they're off and they're making their way out towards the start of the swim. It looks like it's Taylor Reid's just fallen over a little bit on the left-hand side there, and they're making their way out to the first of the left-hand turns. Originally today we're meant to have a 750 metre one-lap swim, but due to the winds and the ability to hold the buoys in place, we've had to go back to a 2-lap swim. So just that the buoys are in a little bit closer, not blown around a bit. So that's another element, another change that's happened in the last few hours.
So we're underway here at the 2022 Oceania Triathlon Cup. The men have headed out into the Tasman Sea, which looks nice and blue and has just become rather crisp as well. You can see the wind just hitting the surface of the water, creating a little bit of chop. And as Stephen Sheldrake says, as they head out further out to sea, they'll encounter a bit more of that chop. And I wonder if this is just going to play into the hands of Hayden Wilde a little bit, having a little bit of an interruption in the swim, maybe a bit of a run section in the middle of it on the sand to try and catch up, get back on the feet of someone, but we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. It's going to be really interesting how the field takes it to Hayden. And then, what's the thought of these younger women going up against Andrea Hewitt? I mean, we were saying earlier today, these girls had Andrea's posters up on their walls as teenagers. They looked up to this girl in 2008 in Beijing, 2012 London, 2016, and here she is, 40 next week, and she's still back competing, going for another Com Games team.
She's, with all due respect, she's old enough to be some of them others, someone on the start line. So she's an amazing athlete. She looks exactly the same as she did, back in 2008 at the first Olympic Games, where she went a top 8 there at that day in Beijing. And you look at the boys, look at them, they've gone around that first buoy, look at they're swimming on the spot, and that's where they're starting to split out as the girls get ready to go. We're about 5 seconds away from that 2-minute gap, and the girls are away, and talking to some of the younger ones, they're excited to race alongside Andrea, you know what I mean, and she's been a hero of probably most of them. So it's cool to see her, and talking to her, she's not on the start line to make numbers. She wants to get a spot to Birmingham at the Commonwealth Games in July this year. So yeah, there's lots of subplots throughout the day in both the men's and women's races. Exciting thing is they're only 2 minutes apart, so we're going to see them on the course at the same time. Obviously they can't draft off each other and that sort of thing, but they're going to be out there together. So really, really exciting to see what happens.
Look at these beautiful scenes under sunlight, blue skies, but that wind is definitely going to be a factor. We've got a technical course. It's slightly different from the earlier age group races in terms of the course. We have added on another little dog leg for the cycle, where they're going to come around Suzuki corner, we're calling it. It's another hairpin we've thrown in, which just adds another dynamic to how tactical this already technical bike courses. And what are we seeing here? Any separation in this swim so far? Is that's the women we're seeing?
Yeah,
on
that's
screen
the ladies
there,
on the way out. And actually, they're more spread than I thought they would be. But being a smaller field of about, we've got 13 athletes here on the start line. There's going to be lots of gaps today. There's going to be lots of 1s and 2s that come out of the swim, even on the bike. Super hard ride. This is a really, really honest bike ride, and add in the wind, and it's going to really split things up. And even this 2-lap swim, it is really, really hard. It's actually going from that horizontal position in the water to standing up and doing probably about 20-30 seconds of running around the buoy and porpoise diving and getting going again is really, really hard. So, and that spreads them out even a little bit more, but it does help the likes of the non-purist swimmers. It might help Hayden a little bit more being a 2-lap swim.
And possibly help someone like Taylor Reid, who's very used to that kind of background, that surf swimming, where you're coming in and out of the water. Obviously 18th at the Olympics last year, and he just had a fantastic 2021, and obviously looking to build on that. And look at this crowd that's gathering around at this turn point. So the boy out of the water, that's the marker that they're going for. So there's a little scramble up the sand and then around that buoy.
Yeah, the guests will be looking for Dylan McCulloch and a Trent Thorpe. They would probably be the favourite to lead the swim out there. They're still bunched up together. It looks like Dylan McCulloch. He's been sub 4 for 400 metres before for swimming, so he's world class, along with Trent. But they're still fairly bunched together. It's only been 4 minutes 38 of swimming. Yeah, he's wearing an orca wetsuit, so we'll probably get a better view on the way out in regards to who it is. But I would, 4 minutes 30, not much of a spread. This is the bit where they're spread. They'll be punching their way back out to that first buoy. They've got to go on an angle this time, so a bit more sighting. Dylan's got the hard work of having to do that. It looked like he wasn't in too much of a rush going around that first buoy. I think he's aware that he needs 1 or 2 to fish away on the bike so they can work together and get away from the likes of Hayden on that run. But, there's some classy young other athletes we need to talk about. There's a Giannis Strassenberg, there's a James Corbett, there's a Luke Scott. They're all pedigree runners. Don't count those younger guys out yet. They're here to take scalps, and they want to say, hey, I'm coming here to take off, your position.
And of course, Oliver Larkham moving up from the secondary school ranks last year, took it out 2 years in a row, and now moving up into the senior ranks. So we'll see if he can keep up with the big boys here. But here they go, coming up. Oh, this is the woman coming back from that buoy, looking like they are pretty closely in contact with each other, not looking like there's any huge gaps. Still people riding on feet and hips. So
Yeah, there's probably no standout swimmer here in the ladies racing. You know, I mean, they're all pretty close. You know, you expect to see the likes of Ainsley Thorpe. She's always near the front of the swims and things like that. A younger athlete that stepped out of under-19 this year into the under-23s is Bria Roderick. They're both coached by Bruce Hunter. She's a very, very strong swimmer. I expect to see her up the front. And the likely other ones, the likes of Nicole van der Kay and the Andrea Hansons.
So here they come round this second lap, and so remember it's just two laps of around 300 odd metres, and you can see how low that tide is, just that reef just sitting below the water surface. So that allows for a little bit more time to get the feet on the sand as they come in, and as we talk, the women move from the normal swim stroke into some porpoise diving, some opting to stay lower for longer and then switching to that surf lifesaving style of running, flicking the feet up nice and high to keep from dragging, getting that good knee lift, and it's nice and close with one swimmer just out the front. Any clues who that might be? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Nicole. It looks like a Nicole's style there. So she grew up in doing surf lifesaving in Papamoa and from Taupo, but spent a lot of time over there with her family batch and loves a good wade. So she's put herself in a good position up the front of the race there and enjoys a choppy swim. So yeah, I didn't catch a sight of Andrea. It'd be interesting to see where she is relative to those the likes of her and Ainsley and Hannah Knighton. We'll get a bit of a better idea when they start running out as the boys make their way around the last can, and they're going to be start navigating their way back towards those two, the crowd basically on the beach where the two boys are, and look for a time around that 9:30 mark, 9:45 mark for when they start running up the beach. So beautiful scenes here from this drone footage that we're getting on the Sky Sport Next coverage. So reminder again, you've got that little share button there on your YouTube player. So be sure to hit that, share it with your friends and whānau and clubmates, schoolmates, and let's get eyeballs on screen because we've got 5 Olympians. We've got the up-and-coming top New Zealand triathletes. So there are names to watch for the future. There are names who are in their peak fitness right now, and there are also those absolute legends of triathlon taking part in this one in the form of Andrea Hewitt. Now Andrea Hansen, we need to get used to that, and so what a race we have on our hands. It looks like the boys coming up towards the finish, and maybe that front swimmer just going quite wide on that one. Just sighting that, you can see a slight break in the pack behind him. But maybe one swimmer clear from the pack, but only just. Yeah, definitely. He'll be sighting off that Suzuki archway there you see there in front of the bottom of our screen there, and they're all like sheep. They'll just be following that front person. He could take them on a tiki tour if he wanted to, and they'd all follow. But I'm expecting that to be Dylan McCulloch. He's a world-class swimmer. He's a former Youth Olympic champion. He did that back in 2018, if my memory serves me right. And yeah, he's just got up. He's having a bit of a look around. It looks like they're shearing him. They're sort of moving him off to his left a little bit, but it'll be interesting to see who's next in. Looks like a blue 70 wetsuit, potentially. It looks like a Taylor Reid coming in second. So we need to put a stopwatch on the likes of Hayden, where he is in relative to these guys here. But tough little run-up, soft sand beach, and this is where they're going to have to make their move. And to be expected, it's a Dylan, a Taylor Reid, and a Trent Thorpe. You're probably the premier swimmers of that group. And the interesting thing now is, are they going to push the go button and try and force a gap on the rest of this field? Yeah, what sort of gap are we going to have? And you can see there, not too far behind another couple of athletes. And the big question is, where is Hayden Wilde in this bunch? They want a bit of a separation between them and Hayden Wilde. So this is where we need to just keep an eye on these splits, keep an eye on who's coming through, but we've got some very speedy,
he's right there, mate. Boys. He's right there. He's actually going to get out with them, so they haven't got any gap at all. Wow. So he's actually going out with Taylor Reid in second place, and he's had an amazing swim, so all credit to him. He's nullified what could potentially be a breakaway. He is a form rider. He's one of the fastest riders on the world circuit, so it's going to be a tough old day to beat Hayden based on what's happened in the past. But this is triathlon. Anything can happen.
I mean, The one trick that these guys have got up their sleeve is to work together and make this bike as hard as humanly possible, because we all know how good he is on the run.
Yeah.
And so you would think there he is.
He's running
just
his
carrying
bike out.
the bike.
Yeah, he's a real thinking athlete. He's like, right, there's a lot of sticks and potential things that cause punches here. I'm going to run my tyres out. You know what I mean? I'm right with the group. I'm better than what I thought would happen. As we see Luke Scott, a young athlete out of Palmerston North, now coached by Tim Brazier. He's just he's had a bit of a tough summer coming back from injury, but it's cool to see him out there racing again. So yeah, we had Dylan McCulloch out in first place, 6 seconds, followed by David Martin. So David Martin, he's racing for the Czech Republic. He's based out of Palmerston North, but races for the Czech Republic. At 7 seconds, we had Taylor Reid. At 8 seconds, we had Hayden Wilde and Trent Thorpe. Saxon Morgan at 12. Josiah Ney racing for Canada at 16 seconds. Lachlan Haycock at 17. James Corbett at 21. Janis Strassenberg at 21. Grayson Westgate out of the South Island at 23, and Austin Carter at 24 seconds. So, a spread of the first 12 athletes of about 24 seconds. They will be going pretty hard now out on the course on a very tough and windy, hilly course here at Mamutu Beach.
Now, to give you an idea what happened last year, Hayden Wilde took it out in a time of 55.30, and that was about 50 seconds ahead of Taylor Reid, with David Martin in third place, and Saxon Morgan not too far behind him. Now, the most recent result that we've got to go on is the Mara Triathlon, which was, 2 weeks ago now, and Hayden Wilde took the honours in that, but not too far behind was Taylor Reid, just 20 seconds behind, and then Dylan McCulloch in third place. So that gives you a bit of a clue. But here come the ladies, all pretty tightly positioned, and it looks like 4 athletes are going to enter T1 almost together as they reach for their zips and pull down their wetsuits. They'll remove their goggles and their swim caps, and it looks like Nicole van der Kay, our form triathlete from 2021, coming off a wonderful result. Was it at Hamburg last year where she picked up that third place?
Yeah, second place actually.
So
she, that was the race of her life, and to get on the podium there. But there's our 2 Olympians from 2021 in Tokyo, and Nicole and Ainsley just behind her, and it looks like it probably could be Brea. No, it looks like I'm not sure who that might be. It's either Brea or it is Olivia Thornbury, followed by Ava Goodison. So 4 athletes have got a gap. We haven't seen Andrea just yet, but we'll give her a split as soon as we can. But Nicole led in, followed by Ainsley at 1 second back. She's had a very good transition.
Good speed through the transition.
Yeah, Olivia Thornbury, coached by Tim Brazier out of Wanaka, and she's based down the South Island as well. She's come out there at 4, Ava at 5, and that's the gap at the moment. So that potentially is the front group.
And I got a little sneak peek of Andrea Hansen coming through there as well. So she'll be looking to bridge that gap and catch up to these young bucks and not let them get too far away.
Yeah, she's a very, very good cyclist, and she's not going to be afraid to go it alone on herself. Climbs over hills, does a lot of bike racing down in the South Island. So, yeah, this is a key moment for these 4 girls. They're going to, we're going to see whether they work together. Traditionally, girls racing, they tend to look at each other a little bit. Yeah, we go back to the boys. We're on the first hill. So we've got David Martin pushing a very big gear up the first lap at the moment. And you've got Dylan McCulloch sitting in second place on that very shiny new Pinarello bike. And I think if we go back, I think I saw Taylor Reid, and I'm guessing Hayden Wilde will be there as well. But it's going to be interesting to see whether they force the pace early as we see the girls making their way past Suzuki Corner and going up the first hill. Looks like Nicole's had a very good transition, is going to work the start of it really, really hard.
Yeah, great to see these shots from the sky, drone up in the sky, and it looks like Nicole's just got that small break, but you would think that would be closed up as those 3 girls won't want to let her go away this early in the race. So it's 4 laps, it's about 20 kilometres. Just under 5Ks per lap, and as you can see, it's a technical old ride, lots of twists and turns, some little pinchy hills, and then that big old hill where they turn up onto Centennial Drive and then onto Portview Crescent, which they are on now. So we get this little downhill section, and then it's a last little uphill before zipping down Centennial Drive one more time. So it's about a 50-metre vertical gain over 500 metres, and then they start towards back to the port. So look right to the front. Here he goes.
God, he loves a good hard race, doesn't he? And he's not afraid to go the race. He reminds me of the young Brownlees who just want to take it to everybody in the swim, the bike and the run. And, you know, we've got 3 guys on the screen at the moment, and that's Dylan, Taylor and Hayden. And these are the 3 athletes. And it looks like David Martin, he's the 4th one of the team. Looks like Trent is probably the one who hasn't got on that first lap. These are the same athletes that got away at the Maratri a few weeks ago. So, and look at that. Look at Hayden's not waiting. He doesn't need to.
These boys are moving. When we compare it to the senior boys from the under-19s earlier, and they were going quick, but you can see how the motorbike's struggling to keep up, and they're just speed blurring down this hill.
The interesting thing is they've
really come to play.
The screen's got actually Hannah DeVette, who's Hayden's girlfriend, actually on the screen. And we've gone back to the girls, and it looks like we've got Nicole and Ainsley on the wheel there. There's only 2 in the picture at the moment, but they're just making their way along the flat before they actually get to the hilly bit soon. So be interesting to see. And I can tell you that Andrea was 24 seconds down on Nicole out of the swim. So that's our reference point in regards to what happens. Are these girls going to work together? Looks like there's 3 girls together. Looks like the 4th girl hasn't quite got on. But these girls need to work together if they're going to keep the likes of Andrea and those faster runners away from behind.
Yeah, when you talk about the likes of Eva Goodison back in the pack, she had a good swim, and she also got a silver medal at the New Zealand 5,000 metre champs at the Athletics Track and Field Nationals. So she's a good runner. She knows how to put the running shoes on and go, but can she do it off the back of a hard bike? And these girls will be wanting to make sure it is hard as humanly possible. And boy, if we got it's so good having a good challenging course. It's not one of these pancake flat courses that we get overseas. It's a true challenging course.
Looks like these boys are sort of a little bit tactical. Maybe they're working together. Hayden's he wants to take the race to them, and which is awesome because he's the fastest runner there. They all know that, but he's not going to just sit there and wait for the run. But these 4 have got a good gap, and they need to keep the faster runners away. They all need to contribute to the group. Last shot of the girls went through there before. There was 3 girls. It was Nicole, Ainsley and Ava, who you've been talking about, and it looked like Olivia was just a little bit off the back of the group. Olivia Thornbury, that is. So we've got a couple of Olivias in the race today. We've got Olivia Thornbury out of the South Island. We've got Olivia Cummings, coached by Craig Kirkwood out of Mount Maunganui. But these boys look like they're starting to rotate through together. Bit of a headwind. It looks like they're not going as quick through this bit here.
Yeah, and maybe this is just Hayden, making it surgy, making some parts fast, some parts hard, keeping these guys guessing. So in this top 4, we've got Hayden Wilde, Taylor Reid, David Martin, and is the 4th one, is it Dylan McCulloch? Is he up there?
Dylan's there. Yeah, definitely. He led the swim out.
So, interesting to see those 4 really hammering it out. And how cool is it to have this level of competition just from all the local boys?
Yeah.
It would be wonderful to have the full World Cup field that we usually have, and hopefully we'll have this time next year. But look, we're in for a real treat of racing with these 4 going head to head. And so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because the next 35 minutes of racing is going to be great. Now, I'm hoping that we can head back to the boys here, because we're going to see for the first time today Suzuki Corner, where they're going to drop down at speed and then do a hairpin turn. This is where it gets quite technical. So they go down this hill, and then it's a full 180 degrees around the Suzuki and then back up the hill. So this is going to be a really interesting factor in this race to see how these boys play it out. Now talk us through it, Stevens Chalday.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing is Hayden tacked him on the downhill and has come out of the corner and is not in intents as to go again, but it's looking like they've got a good gap at the moment. It looks like it's going to be well over 30 seconds to the next group, or 1s and 2s. We'll try and get that as we see soon, but these 4 have got a lead. It looks like it's Trent Thorpe on his own. He's a little bit isolated, so here we have to get a visual on the way back up the hill where the rest of the group is and what he does. Does he sit up and wait, or does he keep pushing ahead trying to ride by himself? But they're very, very spread out at the moment. But I can tell you that it's a 33-second gap that Trent had to the front of the to Hayden Wilde, and it's going to be interesting to see if Hayden's continue to chase, to continue to attack. But the girls on the screen at the moment.
Yeah, now we've got 3 wheels on there, so we know that Nicole van der Kay and Ainsley Thorpe were together. Now, is this...
It's Ava, mate. So Ava's made that
Ava's
group. Yeah.
made it up the ground. Great.
Yeah. So Ava's got there. So it looks like they've lost...
and a 4th wheel.
Oh, no. Olivia's there as well. So they've all made it. So there's 4 of them. She's done very, very well to get back onto that back of that group and obviously ridden the hill well. And, yeah, all 4 girls are riding together. And Olivia's had a very good summer so far. She's been racing down in the South Island, a couple of races in Oamaru and Christchurch recently, and done very well. She beat Andrea at one of them, and Andrea beat her at another one. So it's... you know, she's a good athlete, and you know, some of these North Island girls they haven't raced her for a year. They won't be quite sure how she's going at the moment. But they come down this hill, they do another left-hand turn, they go 100 metres or so, and they do a 180-degree turn, and then they come straight back into that very strong wind.
So this is another one of those 180-degree turns that we talk about, and just putting the brakes on, navigating that corner. And this is when the watts really start to spike as they slingshot out of these corners.
You can look how hard they're working. Look at the stomping on the pedals. It's yeah, they need to put in a bit of an easier gear and to spin away and work together as a group. But you know, they're talking there. Look like someone's telling them to go through. That's Ava going through there in the perimeter coaching outfit, coached by Chris Willard out of Tauranga. So well trained and coached. And as I said earlier, that's Olivia Thornbury. She's coached by Tim Brazier. And Bruce Hunter coaches Ainsley.
So these 4 battling into that headwind, and then we've got an ambulance, so hopefully someone's okay there on the course. That's not a good sign, but these boys continue to hammer away. And have we got a little bit of a separation?
Yeah,
no, it looks like the 4 are still together.
Looks like they're just getting back up to Hayden, who's been attacking them, and they had looks like David Martin's just starting to be on that rubber band at the moment. So they're working. This is one of the hardest parts of the course. It's super hard, this first bit. They hang a left-hand turn. What's the name of the road they hang into? Yeah,
so this is onto Port View Crest.
Yeah.
And if we know anything about Hayden Wilde, he will be looking at this hill and just saying, this is where I'm going to make these boys bleed.
Yeah.
And, you know, we know that he's the strongest runner in the field, but we also know he just loves to race. He loves to go to the well and just make it honest. And isn't this amazing to see going up this hill? It's about 10 to 12% gradient, and look at him just hammering on the pedals. I'd love to see the wattage that he's putting out at this stage.
Yeah, they're he knows he's in good shape. You know what I mean? You don't run 13:43 on Wednesday night and not be in good shape. You know, he's obviously recovered well from that. But it looks like these 3 have potentially dropped David Martin of the Czech Republic. And they are going to ride away. And I can tell you that at the end of the first lap around that Suzuki corner, Trent Thorpe was 33 seconds back, and then we had a group at 58 that included Saxon Morgan, Janis Strassenberg, the young athlete Sam Parry out of Palmerston North. Austin Carter's had a very good first lap to make that alongside Josiah Nade, Lachlan Haycock, Grayson Westgate. So quite a big group there. So they need to work together. As we see another shot of Hayden trying to attack up that last little rise before the descent, and the 4 girls just making their way back down the hill towards Suzuki corner at the moment.
Yeah, well, it's interesting with that chase group about a minute back. You know, these guys are trying to hang with Hayden Wilde, and you know, will that pay a bit of a price and open up the door for one of them to sneak up to potentially nab one of these top 3 positions? But at the moment, loving to see this close racing. So here's the woman going around Suzuki corner. They drop down that hill, swing around. What's more than 180, isn't it? It's probably talking 220 once you get round that. So technical riding here, and up they go back towards Bailey Road, and 4 cyclists all together. And is that Andrea Hansen along with one other rider?
I need to check because my timing's telling me that Andrea Hansen's in that group.
Right.
But it could potentially be a timing mistake. We'll try and get a visual on it. But if it is, she's had a very, very good opening leg of the ride.
Well, if it is, that will set up a very interesting final half of this race still to come. But we'll try and sort out these splits at the moment as they kind of feed through.
Yeah, we'll try and get a visual and see if we haven't got a mistake with timing chips, but it's telling me that Andrea is actually in that front group, and but we'll try and find out and we'll let you know.
So the sun is shining, but the wind is definitely howling along these streets here in New Plymouth, and it is definitely making this bike ride very tactical. And if you can be in a bunch, you definitely want to be there, because that's going to give you a bit of shelter, give you a bit of company. It won't help you get up that steep hill that we've got, but it will definitely improve the efficiency over the rest of the 20k bike ride. So we are approaching the mid stages in this race. Remember, the top boys will be looking at a time of around 54-55 minutes. The girls potentially getting very close to that 1 hour mark.
And it is, there we are, it's true, it's on the screen. Andrea Hansen has had an amazing first lap and has got across to Ava Goodison, Ainsley Thorpe and Nicole Vanderkay. So an amazing first lap, taking 24 seconds out of what she'd lost in the swim, and has got across to them. So is she going to sit here? Is she going to use that strength on the hill that she obviously has to get across to them, or wait for the run?
And you know, Andrea's, don't want to age her too much, but she turns 40 next week. Will she chance her arm against these younger runners? You know, the likes of Goodison and Vanderkay, who can run mid-16s for the 5k. Does she still have those sort of run legs in her?
Yeah, well, she's got more experience than all three of them put together.
Yeah,
and she's going to be able to read the race and read the body language and listen to the breathing and listen. You know, she's obviously ridden pretty hard to get across and done very, very well to do that. But no, it's another subplot, isn't it? And as we see the three boys, looks like they're still together, and they're making their way back down the hill, down to Suzuki Corner at the moment. So a little bit more spread out. It looks like it's still Hayden pushing on the pedals, as he has been doing all day on this race.
So David Martin looks like he may have just dropped off the back
he
here,
is.
but Hayden Wilde still pulling out the crew. And is that Taylor Reid just in second place?
Taylor's managed to get onto Hayden's wheel, and it's surprising to see Dylan. Dylan, I would have said, is probably one of the strongest cyclists out there at the moment.
Yes.
But looks like, you know, just the constant surges by Hayden. You know, Taylor, you know, whether Hayden's going to swing the old right elbow and get Taylor to work, or he's just going to sit there and Taylor's not going to do anything, is going to be interesting. You know, these are true Olympians, you know what I mean? They've got experience, they've been to the well a number of times, and, you know what I mean, this is where, you know, the likes of Taylor, he needs to have the help of Hayden and get away and not rely on the run. But, you know, here's the old wily fox on the front, you know what I mean?
Is. So her intentions are clear. She goes to the front, going up the hill. So she's obviously decided this is a place where I can really stamp my mark, and this is a good challenging course. I love a good challenging course, and she's really hammering this hill. You can see how tough it is. That wind would be probably side on, maybe head on once they turn that corner onto Portview Crescent.
A big shout out to her coach, John Ellermans. I dare say he's sitting at home listening to this, and he's prepared her well, and you know what I mean, he's the godfather of triathlon and coaching, and I can tell you he's my first coach back in 1997 when he was a hard coach, but a softer one these days. And you know, he's prepared her very, very well, and you know, she's turned up in great shape. He's been telling us for a while that she's in great shape, and just on screen, it's that big group of boys going around the corner there. There's still a group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 of them. So they're doing well together. I'll give you a split when I give that. So they're at 1 minute 37. So that group includes Austin Carter, Trent Thorpe, Lachlan Haycock, Giannis Strassenberg, Josiah Ney, Saxon Morgan, Sam Perry, and James Corbett. So they're 140. So that shows how fast those front boys are going halfway through the ride, you know what I mean? So, yeah, it looks like...
impressive. I mean, Hayden Wilde's playing a bit of tactics at this stage. When Hayden came through, I don't know if you saw it, but he did a little arm signal to Taylor Reid to come through and share the lead. Taylor said, no, I'm fine at the back, actually.
Yeah, definitely.
And which he's more than allowed to do. He can just tuck in as we see the girls come around this corner.
Looks like Ava's done, you know, looks like Ava got dropped a bit on the hill, but she's used to, you know, she's got big, long levers. She's put it in the big gear, and she's managed to sort of ride back down the hill. And look at Andrea, she's doing a Hayden. She's gone to the front and said, hey, I'm not just going to cruise the downhills. I'm going to make you girls work. I'm going to take the sting out of your legs for the run. So if you want to run out really fast, you're going to have to do it with tight legs.
Now, what sort of speeds can we expect these women to be hitting on this downhill?
Yeah.
I mean, Andrea's going for it there, isn't she?
Yeah, she's riding that little 48 centimetre Specialised, but she's pushing hard. And, you know, they're going into a bit of a wind there, a bit swirly the wind there. It gets a bit open, exposed with no trees there, but they're probably around that 60, 65k mark.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And, you know what I mean, you can see that they're running fairly low-profile wheels on the front. They're not getting sort of too caught up. And, you know, it's quite a technical little bit this here. This is where they swing a left. You see sort of looks like Ainsley on the front in those yellow shoes. You know, she's a well-established athlete, raced in Tokyo last year and been racing on the world circuit now, and been progressing very, very well of the last few years.
So when you think about this, these girls would be flying past cars. They were still in a 50k zone here, so they would be zipping past cars down this hill. Yeah. And so don't tell the cops, because the motorbike's having to take the road rules a bit blurry along here to keep up with these women, but they have to slow way down for that hairpin turn, navigate a bit of traffic. And one of the tricky things about this particular road, it's the port road where they have literally hundreds of logging trucks going up and down, so there's a few little potholes, little bumps in the tarmac, some rough big chip sections that these girls will have to navigate. So it's such an honest course, which I love, and it's so great having these men and women good packs right up the front of this race.
Yeah, definitely. And it's, you know, look at Andrea. She's going into the headwind. You know, she's probably the shortest of them. They're not exactly all massive girls. You know, Ava's a big, tall girl, but she's still happy to sit on the front. You see, she's swung to the right. She's looked over. She's given the left elbow a little bit of a swing to get them to come through and work together. So, you know what I mean? These four girls on paper were probably predicted to be up the front, and they're showing why they should have been up the front.
Now, as we're in the mid stages of this competition, we do have to do a big shout out to the local sponsors, the Toy Foundation getting behind this venture, Taranaki, our friends at MediaWorks Taranaki, Port Taranaki, Todd Energy, House of Beds, and Tri NZ, and of course World Triathlon. This forming a key part of the Oceanic Continental Cup. Now, Hayden Wilde is really hammering those pedals. He has a little bit of a gap. Is this a decisive move there? The fact that the bike's tucking in behind Hayden would suggest that maybe he's used that uphill the third time round to put a little bit of a gap, potentially on the other boys.
Yeah, he's obviously the strongest athlete out there. When I see Dylan not holding the wheel, and I'm not surprised that Taylor's probably lost that wheel as well, the pace that he's riding at. So impressive racing, you know what I mean, right from the swim through to the ride. And we don't need to talk about his run because we know how good that is. But, you know what I mean, so, you know, he looks like he's going to potentially be a runaway winner of this race. But four girls still together as they come down to finish, you know, halfway through the ride. Is it 2 laps of the ride? So they're halfway through, 2 to go of this sort of 20k ride.
Let's remind the viewers of how important this race, these four women on screen, they all have ambitions, dreams of making one of 3 spots on that New Zealand Commonwealth Games team. So there's only room for 3 of them. Now the woman who crosses the line first today will get a big nod of nomination towards a potential nomination for those Com Games. So really, this is a big race that all these women have been targeting all season long. Yeah. And how's this going to play out? What are we now? Is that halfway through the bike?
Yeah, that's
2 laps.
Yeah, two to go, and then the guys will be coming down to finish their 3rd lap and start the final lap. But yeah, as you said, it's a big tick. It's not a guaranteed. It's like Triathlon New Zealand nominates the team. NZOC are the ones that actually select the team. But, you know, I mean, this is definitely going to help your favours in regards to being selected. As we see, you know, this is the Olympic bronze medalist, and he's showing you why he's the Olympic bronze medalist.
And this is the sort of cycling that pulls him up from the 3rd pack, almost single-handedly bridging over to the 2nd pack, then the lead pack, and then going straight to the front of the lead pack and attacking. This is the sort of rider and racer he is. He's always so great to watch because there's never a dull moment when Hayden Wilde's on the racetrack. So it's so great to see this, and potentially the boys behind him just letting him go a little bit to maybe save their legs for the battle between each other.
Yeah, that's basically potentially they had no choice.
Yeah.
He's just ridden him off the wheel, and on a course like this, he's just showing that he's a strength above everybody else, and he's not purely a runner. He went out of transition second behind Dylan McCulloch out of the transition one. So he's obviously working hard on his swim, and he's not going to have to use this bike strength hopefully in the future at WTS events, because he's going to be in the pack, and it's going to save a bit more energy for the run. And the rest of the world will be on standby watching things like this, because they'll see that he's improved his swim.
And we've just had a massive gust of wind come through the transition area where we are. Our little commentary trailer has rocked and rolled with that gust of wind. So maybe that's been another factor as well, just making it so difficult to hold a wheel when you've got crosswinds, when you've got headwinds. So any little gap that opens up really exposes you to that wind. So here we go. He will loop around Suzuki Corner for the second to last time and head out one more time on this 4.5k bike leg. Hayden Wilde, you can see there's the gap back to Taylor Reid. That looked to me about 6 or 7 seconds, not a huge amount of distance there. We're going to get a split very shortly. But Hayden Wilde in the lead at the moment, our reigning bronze medalist. So good to have Olympic medal around the shoulders of a Kiwi once more, and so good to have him here racing in Taranaki. Up the hill he goes for the last time out on this challenging bike course in Taranaki, under the Taranaki sunshine, but battling with that Taranaki wind. So here he goes, Hayden Wilde. And we're getting a split through.
Yeah, we are actually. It's actually more. That was another female athlete.
Okay.
So Taylor Reid at 32 seconds. Then we had Dylan McCulloch at 44 seconds. David Martin at 57 seconds. So one lap, he's gone and put 32 seconds into the likes of Taylor Reid and Dylan McCulloch, actually. So, yeah, he's thrown down the gauntlet, and all these boys are now riding in singles, which is interesting. Then we've got that big group. They were about 130, 140 last time, but they will start eating into this lead of the likes of Taylor and Dylan. Not necessarily Hayden, because he's riding so quick at the moment, but that's going to be the interesting story over the last lap of this course.
And so that's where that chasing pack needs to work together and not get into those sort of games within themselves where they're not willing to go to the front. But if everyone takes their turn, they'll be able to eat into that lead that the likes of Taylor Reid and Dylan and David Martin have on them. But Hayden Wilde, he's the man of the moment. At the moment, that third leg of the cycle race has really opened up this race. It was so tight that we had 4 men all as a pack riding together, much the way that these women are. And once again, at the front, Andrea Hansen goes to the front of the bike and now gets out of her seat. And will this be a little bit of a move, potentially trying to make these girls work harder to keep on her wheel?
Yeah, it is interesting. And just going back to those boys, that group's at 2:06. So Giannis, Austin, Lachlan, Josiah, Saxon, Trent and Sam Perry at 2:06, 2:09. So whilst Hayden's moving away from the group, they haven't lost any time, actually made a little bit of time on the likes of Dylan and David and Taylor and things like that. So 4 of them still there. Ava's hanging tough on the screen at the moment, so she's done very, very well to get up and over this course and ride with these girls on a and of course it probably doesn't suit the bigger, stronger girl, probably more suited to the flat time trial type of course. So, she'll be very happy to be there. She's coming down to do, the 1.5 laps to go. And she's got one more time up that hill. She's got to survive. And then, you said before, she's a very good runner. Just as we see, as you come out of that hill, we've seen Andrea, and it looks like it's Nicole Vanderkay have tacked out of that little corner and just putting a little bit more pressure on that little rise before they go down the hill.
Oh, this is so great to see, this competitive cycle racing. The thought is that a lot of this elite racing comes down to the run, but we're watching a really great bike race unfold here with these 4 women all battling. You've got Goodison trying to hang on there. You've got Vanderkay and Thorpe trying to stay on the wheel of this woman, Andrea Hansen, the most experienced female athlete probably we've ever had over the Olympic distance, and she is just willing to go to the front and hammer those pedals. I love this technique, head down, gritted teeth.
Well, the interesting thing is she's forcing the pace on the downhill, you know what I mean? She's not going, right, I'm going to let you guys cruise down the hill. I'm going to keep taking sting out of your legs for the downhill, for the run, basically. So, aggressive racing, which we want to see. And this is how they need to race on the world circuit. They want to be successful. They don't want to be the big fish in the small pond. They want to go to World Series races and be part of the action at the front and be able to throw down with the best athletes in the world.
Yeah, and what sort of experience does this mean? Like having such a technical course, having to race, having to, have that real stretching of the bungee cord every time they go around a bend. What does that mean for when we go to the likes of Leeds or a Yokohama or a Hamburg? Just having this experience behind you. It's smaller numbers, but it's going to be great experience domestically.
Yeah, basically a lot of these races in the world now, they're in big cities, downtown, spectator friendly. It's like 50 metres left, 40 metres right, 50 metres. It's like a lot of power on, a lot of power off, a lot of power on, a lot of power off. And, New Zealanders, we're used to sort of out and back courses and big loops. And, this sort of course is still quite big looped, not that technical. But with all the ups and downs and the wind and the road surfaces and things like that, it does make it technical. And it's a lot of on and off. And you can see that they're going into a fairly solid wind at the moment. They're all looking at each other to do turns on the front. And, they're making their way back towards transition, where they'll have one more lap to go. And this looks like we've panned back to the potentially the boys' race.
Is this Hayden Wilde up the front? Apologies, the motorbike obviously has to just navigate that corner as well. So here we see Hayden up on the pedals, out of the seat, driving that bike into that headwind. This will be for the last time pushing along this headwind. He's going really good here. He's pulled away from those other boys after having 4 of them riding so close together. He's just hammered that third leg of the triathlon, of the bike leg, and he is pulling away as we speak, really opening up some ground to make that run even easier. We would expect him to run into the 14 minutes for the 5K off the bike, and he's definitely setting himself up for a really good go at it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I dare say he's going to just go out and hit it really, really hard. He doesn't need to, but he's going to, because we know it's Hayden and that's how he races. And, he's looked super impressive today. And, we got about another kilometre of riding, and then we'll see him start to get out of his cycle shoes and start thinking about that run. So 4 girls coming down the hill, so they're going to just finish their third lap before Hayden actually starts coming down the hill to start getting out and getting ready for the run.
So great to have the women's and men's race going side by side, and brilliant that we can bring these overhead shots to really show how close this racing is as they come around Suzuki Corner for the second to last time. They're going to round this very tight turn and then head back up the hill. You can see how close it is, and I believe it is still Andrea Hansen being prepared to just sit up the front, because she knows the girls behind her have some quality run legs, especially the likes of Nicole van der Kay and Ava Goodison. So up they go onto the last loop around the cycle course, and that looks like it's Hayden Wilde coming down for the last time down this little section to connect to the transition zone, and he's all by himself. He'll have what may be about a 1 minute lead. We'll get those updates for you, but it was 30 seconds after the last lap on the bike. You would think it would have grown even more from that. Hayden Wilde, our bronze medalist in the Olympics, the reigning Xterra world champ, second place in the Super League triathlon from last year. Absolute one of the premier triathletes in the world, and potentially going to double up in the 5,000 metres at the Com Games. We'll have to wait and see if that unfolds. But we know that this boy can run, and he's already got the bike on his shoulders. Love this technique. And, you can tell he's done a fair bit of multi-sporting when he's just racking the bike up on his shoulder like that. Love it.
Yeah, he's not chancing the shoes hitting the ground and popping off and having to go get back his cycle shoes. So he's just ran it in, and he looks fresh as a daisy, doesn't he?
Look at that, already into his run stride. You'd barely know that he just hammered an incredible 20 Ks of riding on the hills of New Plymouth. So shoes on, let's watch this transition, see how smooth it is. The helmet goes off as the last shoe goes on, and he is away. This is the leg that he loves most of all. He kept touch in the swim. He pulled away in the bike. Can he pull away even further in the run?
Yeah, no, he looked good, and look how smooth it was. He knew to take his glasses off, to put it in his suit and put his helmet off, and then go. And you see that Dylan's had a very good last lap. He's managed to ride back up to Taylor. We'll get a split. It looks like it's going to be around the 1 minute mark at the moment, but they're obviously running out together, and they'll start their run, their 5 kilometre, 3-lap run together. So they're definitely racing for second place at the moment.
Yeah, McCulloch and Reed, shoulder to shoulder. Let's see who gets the best of this transition, and will it make a difference? Because with this wind, would you rather get out slightly slower and be able to just tuck in behind the other person? We might see a little bit of those tactics play out, but Taylor Reed moves to the front. Dylan McCulloch, after leading out the swim, he gets out onto the run, and Hayden Wilde has a 49-second lead. 49 seconds. So he definitely hammered that third lap on the bike. The fourth lap just added another about 10 seconds.
Yep.
But look, that running style that we've become so familiar with over the last few years. And here's David Martin from the Czech Republic. Thumbs up.
Yeah, and that's thumbs up to Garth Barfoot. So
Yeah,
he's a legend
there we
in
go.
the sport. So he's been doing the sprint race. He started a few hours ago, and
Now,
a big
what
thumbs
age
up.
group is Garth Barfoot?
He's in the
these days?
75 to 80s. Maybe getting
Right,
close to
yeah.
the 80s, 84.
Yeah.
So I may be wrong, but yeah, he looks good. As we see that big group coming in there, we've got the Yarnises, the Saxon Morgan, the Lachlan Haycock, the Trent Thorpes, the Austin Carter, the Cheyenne racing for Canada, and Sam Perry out of Palmerston North. So this group's ridden well together. They've worked well together. As you said before, Taylor was 49 seconds with Dylan at 50 seconds back, and then at 1 minute 14 we had David Martin. And as soon as these guys run out of T2, we'll give you a split, but I'm guessing it's going to be about 2:10, 2:15ish. So they're probably the fresher of the crews because they've been riding together as a group, but we'll see in a second when we get a split.
So you're probably looking at Taylor Reid running in the low 15s, maybe very close to 15 minutes. Given the wind conditions, we'll have to wait and see, but still conditions, that's what you'd expect. So to pull back a minute 15 or so, that's going to be it's going to be a hard ask for this big group of guys, but potentially getting up close to David Martin, and then we go. So 2:15 back for Janus Staffenberg from Hayden Wilde.
Yeah, so that means that he's 1:15. He's about a minute down on David, and then about a minute 25 down on the likes of Dylan and Taylor. But Janus has been running amazing this summer. He's a very well-trained athlete by Mark Elliott out of Cambridge. Janus is based out of the South Island, partners with Olivia Thornbury. And so it's going to be interesting to see sort of what run speed he's got there. And as we see the four girls still riding together, going up the hill together, it looks like the pace has just gone off a little bit. You can see Ava a lot more comfortable going up the hill this time. So they're thinking about the run now, these girls. They're like, we're the four girls, we're away, we're thinking about how to run fast against each other now. And just last time they went through the third lap together, they had obviously the four girls together. We had Brea Roderick, a young athlete just out of the under-19s, first year under-23s at 1:13 back. Hannah Howe out of Taupo at 1:36 alongside Olivia Cummings, Hannah DeVitt, that's the partner of Hayden, and Madison Keatley. So they've done very well to keep that gap. And it looks like Andrew's still attacking the downhills. Looks like Nicole's covering those tacks, and Ainsley and Ava are still just sitting there as well, because they will go back into that blockhead wind soon. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see who goes out of transition hard.
So cool to see Andrea. Every time she gets up out of the seat, the other girls follow her, and you can really see she's dictating the tactics here, and the other girls just saying, we better keep an eye on this girl because we know what she can do.
Yeah.
And isn't it wonderful to have those two Olympians from Tokyo last year right behind the three-time Olympian, former world number one, and then Eva Goodison. She's former New Zealand cross-country, well, it was called the Cross-Country Challenge, but she won a major cross-country title here in New Zealand running. So she's a good runner, but we haven't really seen her run really, really well off the bike, as we see Hayden Wilde, who always runs well off the bike, looking so good, saying hi to the competitors, and everyone will know his name, everyone will be shouting for this guy. So great to have our reigning bronze medalist, and what a lift this man has brought to the sport of triathlon over the last 12 months or so.
Yeah, no, definitely. He's a breath of fresh air, and he's he's a likable character, and he, like I said, he just loves to go to the front and race, and he'll race everything. I think the hardest thing that he has, Craig, as coaches, is controlling how many races he does, because he'd race every weekend, twice on Saturday, twice on Sunday if he had his way, and he's been bulletproof in regards to not getting injured and not getting sick, and just being able to travel the world and race the likes of the Exterior World Championships and technical mountain bike courses, and that's how he grew up, and that's where he learned to do multi-sport racing and stuff. But these girls have they're resigned to the fact that they're racing on the run. Andrea's getting in those fluids just before the start of the run, and it's going to be these girls are all good runners. All four of them are good runners, and I can't sit here and tell you what order they're going to finish in.
This is so exciting racing, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. The next 20 minutes of racing is going to be absolutely electric, and I think one of the key points here is for the entirety of the cycle race, once Andrea got to the front, she's really been dictating the pace for this front group. But for the first time today, we see Ava Goodison just going to the front, and obviously everyone's taking on fluids, deciding, look, it's us four going into the run, so we need to just freshen those legs. Now Hayden Wilde, he's out onto lap number 2 of 3. You can see there that running style that has led him to 3 national titles in the 5,000 metres. He knows how to run a good 5k, and boy does he know how to run a good 5k off the bike. He is looking really, really smooth. For those watching at home, you're looking at this guy thinking, oh yeah, he's running along, but you put your treadmill on the pace that he's running, and I can tell you most treadmills don't go as fast as this guy's going. They usually tap out at about 20 k's an hour. This guy will probably be doing about 21, 22 k's an hour right now. So he is shifting, and here we go. The girls coming down to the end of the bike league.
Yeah, no, definitely. And just a few splits on those boys. So Hayden went through leading, obviously. Taylor at 1:11, Dylan at 1:15, David Martin at 1:53, Trent Thorpe at 2:25, Saxon Morgan and Jana Strassenberg at 2:26. So those boys have all stayed about the same distance. Hayden's ran 20 seconds into Taylor on that one lap alone.
Wow.
So, that's a minute for the 5K. So, they're definitely moving. As we see these girls, they're all jockeying to be at the front of the bunch. They're going round the Suzuki corner. A big shout out to Suzuki, a long-time supporter of triathlon and Triathlon New Zealand, and they're dismounting there before that line. They'll get one foot on the ground, and just trying to get a visual on who that is going through near the front of it. I can see that it's Andrea in third and Ava in fourth, and it's either Nicole or Ainsley going through transition together first. And just back to the boys, we've got Austin Carter and Lachlan Haycourt. They went through together in 2:43 at 8th and 9th respectively, and it is Van der Kay just leading them through transition at the moment, with Thorpe, Hansen and Goodison all going through together. But this is going to be interesting, this foot race.
How good is this? And we're looking forward to next year, hopefully having this as a full World Cup event where we've got all the best in the world coming to New Plymouth to contest in the World Triathlon World Cup. But this race we've got on our hands here, 4 of our best female athletes, ever in the history of the sport. Andrea Hewitt, just such an experienced campaigner. We've got 2 current Olympians, and then the young up-and-comer, Ava Goodison, who's come back from the States on scholarship, and now she's off. She's a very well-performed runner. There's the tall figure of Ava, followed by the slighter figure of Andrea Hansen, and here is Hayden Wilde. He's on the way back towards the transition area, probably just past the midway point, so about 3k into the run now, with around about 2k to go.
Yeah, he's just making his way up that Bailey's Hill and looking good, running past traffic at the moment. He's shifting, he's smiling and high-fiving and talking to everybody out in the crowd. So yeah, he's probably thinking about next week, to be honest, a little bit. He's got 2 more weeks to go, and he wants to win all 3. Of course he does. And these girls looking very, very even at the moment. Looks like we've still got Nicole's gone to the front, and they're all just sticking with together. There's still a bit of a pretty strong headwind on the way out here at the moment. So I'm not sure whether there's going to be any tactics of running off each other behind anyone. I'd be definitely trying to get behind Ava. Nice big shelter.
Yeah,
I noticed that the 3,000, was it the 3,000? No, it was the 5,000 track, wasn't it? In Hawke's Bay recently, she decided to front run for a good 3-4k of it.
Yeah. Yeah, and always great to see triathletes get on the track and mix it up with the purebred runners, because as Hayden has proved, you know, to really compete on the international level in the triathlon, you've got to be a national class distance runner, and you've got to have that kick, you've got to have that ability to close fast as well. So this women's race is getting so exciting. We've got 4 women all lined up, and is that bungee cord just stretching a little bit? Nicole van der Kay, after such a good year last year, getting her first podium in a WTS race, competing in the Olympics. You know, she's starting to just inch away from those other women.
Yeah, she's had a very consistent summer, I can tell you that. She had a rough summer last year in regards. She got a head injury and head concussion, and they had to miss 10 weeks of training through sort of February, March, and those sort of crucial months, and and came back in time and did Tokyo, and then finished off the season really well with a couple of top 10s and WTSs, including that podium in Hamburg later in the year. So it's she's gone out hard. She wants to show the other girls that she's here to race and win, and it'll be interesting to see where it is at the end of the first lap as we go back to Hayden. And he's, like you said, he doesn't need to be going this hard, but he's going because he can. He can.
He wants to send out a bit of a statement as well, because people all over the world will be looking at his run split and seeing what he's done, but he did all the work on the bike and created that split, had a 49-second advantage over Taylor Reid at the T2, and is continuing to just pull away. And look, if you want to know how to run off the bike, this is how you do it. You get up on your toes and you really make it nice and honest. Here he is. He's going to come up towards the turnaround point, and then it's just 800 metres to home, and you bet you this guy's going to hang on to the lead. Look at this wonderful running here from Hayden Wilde, our premier triathlete.
Yeah, and he had a 1 minute 25 lead on Taylor, who went through the second lap at 3.3, 150 to Dylan McCulloch. So Dylan lost about 20 seconds to Taylor there. And then when we get the splits of David and Trent and Saxon, I'll bring them through to you. Yeah,
we'll have to wait and see how that chasing pack's going, because they had that benefit of being able to work together on the bike, so maybe fresher legs. And so does Dylan McCulloch need to keep an eye out?
Yeah, so we got David Martin at 2:31, Trent Thorpe at 2:40, so he's moving pretty well. And we just had a shot there, so we got Andrea and we got Nicole. They've gone off the front. They've got a little bit of a gap back to Ainsley, and then about another 30-40 metres back to Ava. So Andrea, just a little bit, like maybe 800 metres just to get those older legs going, but she looks good. She still looks like the Andrea of old, like that high turnover, and she's got that tailwind behind her. And it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of this run pans out.
This is going to be absolutely exciting. And look, those two girls behind Nicole and Andrea aren't done and dusted yet, because we've still got quite a long way to go in this run leg. But so good to see Andrea Hewitt, our most experienced Olympian in the triathlon, right next to our current Olympian, Nicole van der Kay. These two running shoulder to shoulder on the shores of New Plymouth under the sunshine. You can't beat this. This is so good.
This is awesome. So, this is triathlon on an old school course. You get these, the young kids being able to race the same course this morning, and to be on the sidelines watching their heroes and be inspired to, be that next Olympian in 2 or 3 Olympic cycle time.
So they go up Bailey Road, and then they'll swing around those blue cones and do a hard right turn back down that little pinchy hill. And it's hard to tell how steep it is, but it's definitely someone with a bit of an Achilles issue. If I'm going up that hill, I'm thinking, this is a little bit steeper than I'd like. But these two are running neck and neck, shoulder to shoulder, and definitely opening up a little bit of a window. Oh no, that's the
Hayden.
boys. That's the boys.
No, that's Hayden high-fiving people. So he's giving one of the back marker boys a high five, and he's talking to the TV crew as he runs along there.
So here he comes. He will come up towards the finish line. He puts a hand in the air. Hayden Wilde, he's our reigning bronze medalist, ex-Terra World Champion, second in the Super League last year. Just had an absolute dream 2021, and he wants to improve that on this year as he heads towards the Com Games, and this will be a big tick towards that direction. Puts his hand in the air, claps to the crowd. He will take the title for the Oceania Continental Cup. Hayden Wilde, big smile on on his face, fist bumps his brother Hamish.
Now it's gonna be
There he is, our
interesting to see
champion
how
for
Hayden
today.
Wilde
What a
is it
race from
Dylan
Hayden
McCulloch, or
Wilde.
is it gonna be Taylor
Yeah,
Reid?
very, very impressive family, mate. They brought the brother along to do the commentary, and he's doing an amazing job out there at the moment, keeping everyone entertained. So he doesn't even look like he's done anything. Yeah.
So Hamish Wilde, his brother, is one of the DJs on, I believe it's Sun FM up in
okay.
Whakatane. So he's used
wicked.
to being on the mic.
Yeah.
And I bet Hamish would make a great radio show once Hayden hangs up his triathlon shoes.
Hayden loves a good chat on the microphone as well. So yeah, so we're going to be keeping an eye out. Yeah, who's sitting in second place at the moment? So it was about a minute 25 back to Taylor at the end of the second lap, about 3.33. So he shouldn't be too far away. And what sort of time did we end up having for Hayden?
So
for
about
the win?
58 minutes
at the moment.
for
So
the
maybe,
boys. So,
yeah.
All right, back with the girls now. Is this a little bit of a break? Nicole van der Kay moving up into the lead. Is that Andrea just tucked in behind her? It looks like Nicole's definitely increased that cadence. You can see the arm drive has got a lot of intention to it. It really shows that she's pressed her foot on the accelerator a little bit harder. And is this that break that's going to be decisive? Andrea struggling to stay with Nicole van der Kay. This could be a big moment in this race. Remember, there's a lot up for grabs here. The first person across the line take dibs, and here we go. Taylor Reid, he's had a great day in the office. He will have to settle for second, but well deserved behind Hayden Wilde. He'll take home the silver here in Taranaki after that absolutely brutal display of bike riding out on the hills. They go through and do a little hug, and boy, Taylor's going to say to Hayden, you really made that bike ride challenging.
Yeah, definitely. You know what I mean? They've gone out. They've had a target on their back. But look how close it is to the sort of third and fourth place. These boys are all running together. So it'll be interesting to see if Trent Thorpe has managed to stay there, whether they've put David Martin or not, or even Dylan McCulloch, whether they've caught him. But it looks like Dylan may just hold on. He's going to start hearing them coming down his back, and it looks like it's going to be a three-way sprint between Saxon, Trent Thorpe, and Janus Struttenberg for fourth, fifth, and sixth.
Oh, so close. But here's Dylan McCulloch. He's going to take home the bronze today. And there he goes, crosses the finish line and probably loses his breakfast, and very close for fourth, fifth. We've got Thorpe coming over in that fourth position. These are some very tired bodies because those boys in that second pack had to do a lot of work. And look at this turnover by Nicole van der Kay. Man, she has really turned up the gas here. She is really moving in this warm Taranaki sunshine. Look at her. That heel lift is really coming up nice and strong, which is a good sign that her runner's fresh. She is looking good.
Yeah, she is. She's decided to press it now and go for it. So she is looking good. So we're going to be approaching about the 3K mark at the moment. And when they get back to that turn, she'll be 1.6K to go. And it's going to be interesting to see where the rest of the girls are. At the 1.6K mark, we had obviously at that time Nicole and Andrea together, and Ava was about 10 seconds back. We had Brea at 151. I'm not showing any times for Ainsley at the moment, so potentially she's had to pull out, but or there's a timing mistake, but we'll try and get some data and times on there at the moment. Just you see Nicole going up the hill past Garth Barfoot, one of the legends of the sport. He's in the 80-year-old age group, and then we've got Andrea sitting about probably 80, 90 metres back.
Yeah, and then I think it's a group of 3 women back here, so it'll be interesting to see just turning up onto Bailey Road there. So
yeah, that may be one of the boys there. It could potentially be one of the boys, and then some of the girls. That may be Ava there, but we'll get some splits as they come through.
So at the moment, Nicole van der Kay, she's going to have a look at that blue carpet, and that'll be the last time she sees it before she sees it for the final time for the finish. But here she comes up towards the turning point. You can see there she's just trailing the motorbike on the waterfront here at Namotu Beach in New Plymouth. Under those Norfolk pines, she'll come in under the Pahutakawas, round through the transition area, and one more time out onto this run circuit. She has really made a statement in that second lap on the run, pulling away from the experience of Andrea Hewitt, the run legs of Ava Goodison, and at the moment it is looking like Nicole van der Kay has the lead.
Yeah, so we've got about a mile to go, 1,600 metres. So she's She's looking good at the moment, as we see. Looks like James Corbett just making his way towards the finish. One of the younger athletes today that sort of stepped up to the lead. So, he's had a good day out, and he's probably learnt from this, and he's going to learn from the next 2 weekends of racing what these more experienced athletes are like. And next weekend's a dead flat course, at Mount Maunganui. So could be a completely different result again. So. Yeah, he's done well.
For those up that end of the country, be sure to make your way Sunday morning.
We've got an early start.
We've
got a 9:20 start, so quite pedestrian. We've got a bit of sleep in next week.
Yeah, looking forward to that. So that will definitely be one to watch. We will be live on Sky Sport Next again. But of course, we're not done here in Taranaki. We've still got this women's race to conclude as the last of our boys come on through. And it looks like Oliver Larkham, who is the secondary schools champ on this venue last year, coming through to finish up his race, moving up into the elite men. And that'll be a good feather in his cap, getting that experience alongside the big boys. And here's one of the famous faces in New Zealand, in the New Zealand triathlon community, Garth Barfoot, making his way to the finish line now. Andrea Hansen, formerly known as Andrea Hewitt, one of the absolute legends of New Zealand triathlon, making her way out onto the last lap of this run course. Now, we believe that surely she's still in second place behind Nicole van der Kay. Yeah, just confirmation that that's second place. So the motorbikes have moved in, so we can cover both Andrea and Nicole. And loving this, that Andrea's still looking full of running. And ladies and gentlemen, she turns 40 in a week. And she's a mum. She's in a new chapter in her career, and just so great to see her competing with the top girls in the country. But look, the top girl in the country, she's reasserting her crown with that title here. Just a really dominant display in the run. Remember, the 4 women came off the bike all together. We had a wonderful race on that bike leg where Andrea was doing a lot of the pacemaking, a lot of the work up the hill, but it's Nicole van der Kay who closed out those attacks and made sure that Andrea didn't get away, because she knew that she could run off the bike harder than anyone else, and she's really laid it down very strongly and put out a strong statement to the rest of the field. And here's Andrea looking full of running.
Yeah, no, it's pretty impressive. She's got Flossie, her daughter, and Ollie, her husband, here today, and she flew in. It was Flossie's first flight. She said the other day it was a pretty bumpy flight. You can tell her flying in the same day, it was very flight, but she said Flossie didn't even care. She apparently got the perfect baby that sleeps all the time, doesn't cry or anything like that. So, so she's loving motherhood, and she's, this is her first big race, I suppose, back from having a baby, and and she's looking great. You know what I mean? She's she's only going to get stronger through the next 2 weeks. She's got the experience of being on the world circuit for so many years, racing week in and week out. So, it's no excuses at 40, is there?
Yeah.
Still get out there and do it.
Yeah, it's a reminder to me to get back in the pool, back on the bike. All right, here we go. These are the last of the boys finishing off their day in the office, day in the sunshine here in Taranaki. Reminder, this is the final race of the day, the Oceania Continental Cup, elite men, elite women, but we're not done and dusted for the domestic triathlon season, because we've got 2 more key races coming up. Next week we'll be in Mount Maunganui on Sunday morning, and then the following week we will be in Taupo for the finale of the domestic season. But look at these run legs from Nicole van der Kay. Man, she's looking absolutely full of running, like she could go all day. Loving these scenes here in the sunshine at Taranaki. She will have seen the finish line. Now she'll have that little dog leg to go, I think, up Bailey Road, and then it will be a 200-metre sprint for home.
Yeah, she's only got about 500 metres to go, about half a kilometre to go, so expect her to finish in the next sort of 1 minute 45, and she's still looking good, as is Andrea. And she has last time they went through this sort of 2 laps and 1 lap to go. She had a good old lead on, I believe it was Ava Goodison, still sitting in 3rd place. But yeah, she was 12 seconds behind Nicole at the 3.3k mark. Ava was at 25, so 13 seconds behind Andrea. And then we had Bria Roderick at 2.25, Hannah DeVette at 2.48, Hannah Howe at 3.30, Olivia Cummins at 3.43.
Here she comes, ladies and gentlemen. Nicole van der Kay rounds that final turn onto the home straight. She will see the blue carpet, that welcome sight in any triathlon, and here she puts on the gas. She had already moved to 4th gear about 3 kilometres ago. She blew apart that field of 4 athletes who were neck and neck in T2. But Nicole van der Kay, she had a wonderful 2021, finishing 2nd for the first time at a WTS event. Is this a sign of more great things to come on the international stage this year? Here she is, your champion today at the Oceania Continental Cup here in New Plymouth. Nicole van der Kay, take a bow, raise your hands, and so you should. What a day she has had in Taranaki. What a run by Nicole van der Kay.
She looked really, really good, and she'll be happy with that. And you know what I mean? She's gone one better than her boyfriend Taylor, who just got a shot of his back there. So looks like she's paying for dinner tonight by the looks of things.
And good run as well by Andrea, not too far behind. What's that? Probably only about 10 seconds. So great run. And I think this is Eva Goodison coming in to get a well-deserved bronze medal. What a wonderful run from her to make her way on to the podium. And we'll try and get an update on Ainsley Thorpe as well. I hope she's okay. We haven't seen her in the timing splits, but we'll see if this is her coming through now as Hayden goes and congratulates the top 3 in the females race.
Yeah, it is. So Ainsley, it looks like the timing chip's fallen off, can't see anything on the ankle. So yeah, she's ran through the 4th, and a good solid day out, and that's her first race this summer, so she'll work her way into the summer, and you know what I mean, and you know, she might be a little bit disappointed, but you know, a few more races to go, and just starting off that international season at the moment.
Now, so let's talk about the international season and remind everyone on what this race that we just saw. So Hayden Wilde, Nicole van der Kay taking out the win. Now, what does that mean in terms of selection? Because Com Games is the big one that all these athletes will be targeting.
Yeah, it's a big, you know, that's not a guarantee at all, but it's a big tick towards being nominated to go towards the team. And as I said, you know, the sport nominates the team, NZOC own and select the team. But, you know, by winning today, they've got international experience over the last year. That it all supports their case to be selected. So, yeah, it certainly helped their case to be selected. And, yeah, they're going to want to race well over the next few weeks just to show that they're in good shape and that they should be, you know, definitely selected by the selectors.
Awesome. And one of the other key criteria they had to, if you've got a top 3 at either the Olympics or a WTS race, that would certainly put another big tick in front of your name. And so obviously Hayden with that bronze and Nicole van der Kay with it 2nd place, well deserving to get a good heads up to the selectors. So hopefully we will see more action like this over the coming weeks. So ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you this action in the sunshine, in the wind, in this wonderful challenging course here in Taranaki. So my name's Hayden Chairman. I've been joined by Stephen Sheldrake in the commentary booth. We will be with you next Sunday. Be sure to put it in your diaries. Next Sunday morning we will be live from Mount Maunganui for step number 2 in the Oceania Cup here in Aotearoa. Ka kite anō, everyone.